Half of knowing what you want is knowing what you can.
All right, everybody. I've cleared the way. I am 58% done with the game. 37 hours, but some of that has just been like putting the controller down and doing some other things. Exciting news, I just discovered a new lever, a new control mechanism for my own body, my meat mech. So I have this like back roller thing, but I've discovered if I like lay on it a certain way, I can move my arms and like move my shoulder blade in a way that sort of pinches and scrapes clusters of muscles in there. And in that way I can kind of massage out some knots and things that kind of build up deep in there that I can't really get with anything else. So I think I found the path, the secret to the deep massage. And it turns out I have to lay on a thing and like shrug my shoulder up and just like kind of, basically it's like made me feel like a bear. It sounds healthy and fine. It felt good. It felt like I was, there were definitely some very like tense, tight muscles in there. And like compared to the other side, those muscles were just kind of squishy and sort of moved out of the way. This side I had to like really crunch in there. You know that crunch you feel when a tight muscle lets go? You actually have to just smash the shit out of it. And then it starts working again. But muscles like to lock up. Demonstration time. Okay, hold on. All right, here's the wheel. I actually really like this wheel. It's the only wheel that's got everything I need, which is like, this is the key right here. A width of this size and a raised and padded corner. Because that's what I'm going to be scraping my my locked up muscle groups against. I basically like my back muscles fall in here and then I use my shoulder blade to cram them in the side and then roll back and forward. I'm going to give it a wheel or two. Think about how to do this in a demure fashion. And I'm going to do it in the small cam. I don't want to accidentally give away too many lumps. So that's a good wheel. That's a good wheeling. And then yeah, basically once my shoulders relax enough, I can like, certain muscle groups can drop down over the side of the wheel and then they get squished and it feels so good. The back crack's already happened, Ghidorah. I did this before I started. That's what started this all. As I was regaling the stream of my discovery. New muscles that need tenderizing. I can already kind of feel the difference. It creeps up on you. It sucks. It's just my nature to like cinch up. And since it's a little bit over time, it's kind of hard to
I know you're keen, but do you
keep track. I guess you really just do have to put stretching into your daily routine.
get some more later?
I guess it's like I still do that a little bit.
The finest fabrics.
Maybe I need to adjust the stretches that I do. The only satisfying back pops I get is when I sneeze. Whoa. And you get 5 pops along your spine? Yeah, so Bongo, you bring up hydration. I think I'm still working out a lot of the muscle tension I got from a night of drinking where I really didn't drink enough water after the fact. So I got pretty badly dehydrated, I think. And I could feel it. Like my muscles got pretty tight after that. I thought I'd stretched most of it out, but it seems like it really likes settling in the small connecting muscles in my upper back between my shoulder blades. Maybe it's easy to not feel that It's like, I did notice, so like from there, if I would like try to turn or look over, I would feel like a little tug, and I'm like, oh, that's not good. Oh, that's not good. Oh, you've been sneezing 3 times in a row your entire life? I think I asked you about this. Yeah, because it's not like choo choo choo, is it? It's hachu hachu hachu. My favorite things about this life are the aspects of your physical body that are beyond your reason and control, but they're still very much a part of you. Sneezies coming threesies. Is the triple sneeze Is the triple sneeze 3 times as satisfying? I guess not. You don't really have the post-sneeze glow in between all of them. And it would be really hard for you to quantify and compare the sneezegasm you feel with just a normal run-of-the-mill Hachu. Okay, so I did a couple more quests. Pretty tame story stuff, to be honest, because they're ramping up, trying to introduce the next storyline. There was a fun little part where you get to choose to go to travel with Gav or Otto. I was like, oh, that's cool. That's one of those, like, meaningless diversions that Final Fantasy used to have. You know, like going on the date in Final Fantasy VII. Just like a little thing that changes. It's nice. Spider-Man. This is, in fact, the real Crystal Method. There was a track during an Icon fight that sounded like... I mean, it was more Chemical Brothers than Crystal Method, but still, it was very in that, like, early, real instrument sampled EDM phase that was just fantastic. Yondo, thank you for the sub. Time does fly.
All right, Clive. I gave all that stardust to Blackthorn just like I promised.
Sounded like Titan plus Sephiroth from 14 with Alexander vocals. Well, yeah, there were 2 different tracks that were just like directly from 96, and it was the best thing ever.
How'd it go over in Dalimel?
This game's aesthetic kind of fits that sound when it goes heavily anime for sure.
Blackthorn, got everything you need. Yeah.
Which makes me wonder. There's got to be an anime flip at some point.
To be getting on with.
Oh, Yondo!
On maneuvers together more often.
Yondo with the $13.37, the leetest of gaming amounts. Leet gaming indeed.
I'll make a start on putting
Indeed. Thank you very much.
Then.
That's got to be worth something. Hold on, let me think about this.
So if you've got other things to be getting on with, I could do without you breathing down my neck. Thank you, Blackthorn. I'll let Mid know construction's underway.
I'm looking at my dumb... I'll figure this out.
We'll see who cancels who.
It's been a while since I've hit that one. We'll dust off that one. Thank you very much.
Suppose we'd better be getting back to work too.
Give us a shout if you need anything.
Oh, I have I see some familiar names. I have a home pickup for all of my packages in with the post office.
Crack the crystal too.
The crystal.
Joking.
Let's see if the U.S. Postal Service
Is gone. There's nothing left of that operator.
was out here murdering the game, or if I have to take it to the post office, which is honestly not so bad. I got to go to the post office anyway and pick up the rest of my variety pack of trading cards. I think there's like a Designing Women trading card in there. I don't know. I think I might be buying from the same sellers that put together mystery lots of cards for other streams. Or maybe they just made a lot of the same Desert Storm cards. I don't know. This is such a weird area. I feel like I still can't really navigate it by sight. Santa incoming. I love Santa. I guess I get to be stream Santa. And I have more stuff to give away too. In the process of trying to like give away this stuff, I found more stuff to give away. So Also good news. I got a laser printer all hooked up. I'm gonna order some adhesive labels. It's gonna revolutionize the giving stuff away game. A couple clicks on USPS, little chop, little tape, little stick. Yeah, oh shit is correct. I don't know about business cards. What? No. No business cards, no. Just the ability to send things faster. Although business cards would be cool. But that's paying more money for something that already costs money.
I'll be pleased to hear that Blackthorn started work on the plating.
Gigi says hi, everybody.
Excellent. 1 down, 2 to go.
So, what's next?
The helm, of course. For this, we'll be repurposing fallen scrap.
Salvage from the ruins? I thought that material was all but impossible to work.
Ah, but we don't have to.
I'm sorry.
Just so happens there's one particular ruin that's broken into exactly the right shape.
Yeah,
and
Mid's
size
fun.
pieces for
Mid's
what we
cute.
need.
Okay, I just got another brilliant
Back to the
brainstorm.
details.
When I buy
What's her name?
postage
Right.
from the post office and print it out, it's printed in a pretty particular arrangement. There have got to be sheets of adhesive labels I can buy that just have those in the right spot. Holy crap! My brain's exploding here. Maybe the post office just sells it. Sorry. You want to stick with the USPS? There are totes those things. I mean, I kind of do. I don't think I'm shipping at a scale where I have to worry about that so much, but maybe I will start soon. Oh man. Write that idea down before it flies away. I think it's so fundamental. It's more me just sort of realizing that people have thought of this well before I got here. But yeah, brain blast. I'm letting Gigi get under my desk. Make your own stamps and save on money. What do you... Just like... Just like print the same postage multiple times? Patent pending. I mean, this is good break music, right?
Oh.
Is it any wonder it takes me a million years to beat video games?
Yes. Mid said I should speak with you.
I'll show you the plans then. Here you see the mithril engine, in which mithril is burned to generate heat. That heat is then harnessed to produce motive force. Excess heat is dealt with by means of the thermal displacement stack, which disperses it into the surrounding air. Now, were we to rely on thermal plating alone to achieve this effect, the rate of excess heat buildup would far exceed the displacement coefficient of the plating. In other words, the reactor would overheat and eventually explode.
It's a really good
This
delivery.
is where the helm comes in. It connects to the plating, you see, and serves as a sort of thermal sink to absorb all that excess energy. Our experiments have shown that fallen ceramics
I completely understand.
remarkably thermophilic. They can withstand and absorb levels of heat far above anything we are able to make today. And not only that, they're also waterproof and immune to rust, making them the perfect material for our protective hood. Why? If sea or rainwater were to enter the reactor proper, it would vaporize instantly. The forces produced would tear the ship from stern to...
You can stop there. I understand. Mid said we might be able to use parts of a fallen ruin. Where would I find it?
Ah, yes. It's in Lorbert's Pass, near Lostwing.
I'm glad that the cast is getting a little more charismatic.
Well,
If this game is lacking for anything, it's whimsy.
Brought here sooner.
So characters like this are doing a lot to balance out the game's tone.
Unwanted visitor has taken up residence there. It's no longer a matter of just walking in and taking them. It's, going to be considerably more dangerous than that.
I see. Then I suppose I'd better deal with this unwanted visitor for you. Would that help?
Oh, very much. Thank you, Sid. I'll gather my team and head there right away. We'll meet you outside the ruins.
Main character's so emo. Yeah, it's great. It's great. He's the broodiest boy. He's even like kind of wincy at times. His I don't know if it's just my imagination, but he was definitely like more shrunken and cowardly at the beginning. Because I was kind of looking around and kind of flinching away from stuff. He's more goth now. He was more emo when he was younger. He's definitely found his power in this world and embraced it. So there's a little more exuberance from him. But still, he's definitely like got the DNA. It's in him. It works really well. It's a perfect combo, I think. It's like, it's how you do the taciturn, brooding protagonist, but make it anime. I can make it work in these narratives with these characters.
Welcome to the Patron's Whisper.
What you think about Hugo?
Kuka.
Ooh. Honshu who? I'm glad you bought Bolt Gun. That is a hell of a game. Helping Gigi get to all the places. Gigi is doing for this house what I just did for the muscle groups in my upper back. Ugh, scraping them out on a wheel. Anyway, yeah, I need to finish it. I still haven't. Shameful.
When I close my eyes.
But there's been, yeah, that and Trepang 2 I got to get back to. Those are some amazing video games. But my goal tonight, I don't know if it's possible, but we'll see, is to try to finish 16. If I want to do side stuff, maybe not. Is there like a...
Come to claim your just desserts?
Any of y'all... Ooh, 800 ability points. Right. Many claim they wish to change the world. Few actually take it upon themselves to do so. You're an inspiration to us all.
Here you are.
It helps having superpower. Oh, whatever. Trepang is so great. I'm kind of already fine with what little I played. But if it's just a whole game where you're hunting down SCP monsters to nu metal music, that's like the sickest thing in the world. An even less austere control. All right, what was I saving up for? I don't remember. Well, let me think. If I'm starting to master things, is there really nothing else to spend points on? I mean, I guess there's abilities that I won't use. Yeah, it feels like I'm kind of already at the point where maybe I should just sit on ability points until something unlocks that's worth spending money on. Well, I'll just sit on it for now. Trepang 2 should have become 4Pang. That's a joke that only works for myself.
Are you still running round after Mid?
Fear Pang. Dog!
Poor bastard.
No surprises there. It's the same after Drake's breath.
You know a joke's good when it requires no corrections via text. Bottom Phoenix ability is great. Does some healing and crushes mobs. Yeah, having a heal on a cooldown sounded pretty nice. But I haven't really had a problem with healing. I like Ifrit. Going sicko mode gives me most of the health back that I would need.
I was worried.
Cooldown is giant. Yeah, it's like unlikely to happen twice in a fight, right? Unless it's a boss fight. That's kind of the thing, is I like hitting buttons. And if it's just hit the button once and then it's out of the game for the rest of the fight. It's cool, I guess. Oh, it only heals gray health. Oh, okay. Well, never mind then. Yeah, I mean, going limit breaking restores that. And more. Oh, that's what I could do. I could spend money on limit break. Or ability on limit break. One accessory knocks 12 seconds off?
You all to a storehouse in the...
That's nice. Oh. I can almost can almost master limit break.
Leave anything you don't need behind.
There is effort in updating these environments with like 1 or 2 NPC interactions that acknowledge the changing of time.
You know what you have to do. That his lordship.
Yeah, Quentin was up to some bullshit.
Circling the village can mean only one thing: that he means to strike at us before we can strike at him. There is no time to lose. The final stage of our plan must be put into motion.
Does each icon set get its own ultimate move or limit break? Ultimate move, yes. Limit break is you just have one for Clive.
If you're ready, we leave at once.
And it's kind of got its own own meter. Every icon has its own ability, though, that doesn't change. It's like kind of... It ends up being the only thing, really, that's tied to the icon permanently. Because the skills you can move around once you master them. But there's a circle ability for every icon that is unique to it. So you have slots for 3. So essentially you pick from 3 circle abilities, and then once you master the moves you want, you can equip them to those 3 sets however you like. It's like it kind of makes sense. Like as the game goes on, they give you new sets of moves, and then at the end of the game, you basically have freedom to cobble together your exact combo list and moveset. I'm kind of hoping that... I don't know about, like, theoretically, if you wanted to really lock in a Final Fantasy experience, you'd have bosses that are designed around the use of certain abilities, so that you'd have to, like, scout out a boss and then consider your build or consider your abilities. But I don't think they're going to do that, because nobody... Like, that's not fun. It's not fun to have to lose once just to learn the thing, and then you come back in with the thing, and then you win, because... Yeah, it's not fun. It was pretty rare in Final Fantasy, but it could happen.
Farewell.
It reminds me of Geralt, but less of a raging slut. I think Geralt... Well, I guess Witcher 3 Geralt is the one I'm most familiar with. Witcher 1 Geralt was pretty slutty, yeah. I don't really know anything about the books. I don't know, I think the expression of Geralt in Witcher is pretty neutral most of the time.
Thanks, Gal.
He's not quite as sassy. Geralt has his moments, and Geralt has a sense of humor. And Geralt will often comment on things with like a clever but dismissive line. And it's pretty good because it also doesn't pin Geralt down to any ideology. He's usually just like snarking on stuff, but in a very sort of diplomatically safe way. Clive has no humor. It's been driven from him, but that's okay. What he does have is feelings, I think. I kind of find it fascinating, the character notes that performers of specifically this kind of character have to hit upon. Because they have such a limited script, aside from the like very scripted story beats. But I think even within those, they have to keep things generally neutral, knowing that that's what the character goes back to. Because that's the gameplay part of it. You can't have the capital C character you're looking at be too loud. Otherwise, you're going to feel disconnected if those expressions aren't what you would think. So there's a lot of quiet solitude, a lot of grunts. Clive doesn't think ahead of any situation, which is kind of a virtue, I suppose. But yeah, he's not a very active thinking protagonist. He just kind of slow walks his way through every problem. He's perennially the snake in the he's snake in microwave hallway. Yeah, Geralt's pretty cunning. And I guess Again, I can only really talk about Witcher 3 Geralt, but pretty wise. Clive hasn't really demonstrated world wisdom. Because, like, he doesn't really understand politics, it doesn't seem, which is fine. He's good at fighting. He has a strong philosophical base. He's very dedicated to it. I'm describing Goku.
Oh, there you are, Sid. Thanks so much for coming. The, ruins are just over there, as is the creature I told you about, I'd imagine. Would you mind?
Of course. I'll be right back.
I'm glad they're not going overboard with, like, the stuttering, quirky, awkward character. I feel like that was the pop culture representation of millennial. Kind of dated at this point.
Anybody home?
What's up, Fair King? Oh, Narman?
This must be our unwanted visitor.
Oh, also, I cut open my thumb on my tiny little cup of yogurt somehow. So, if the gaming is off, that's why. Aw, man. What are you doing? What are you doing? Ugh. Oh.
Too slow.
Ah, okay. If you have a hit charged when you do a dodge, you don't get the normal, like... Yeah, you don't get the normal dash up, so you just kind of miss. There's no way to let go of attack. I guess I could try to hit magic and shoot a little fireball in that situation. Ow. You're the Borks. My thumbs are insured for $2 million. Which I think is a pretty low valuation. This is not only my livelihood, but it's its contribution to the human experience.
You shouldn't have any trouble now.
Indeed. Well, don't let
Yeah,
us
Vacant
keep you.
Zane.
We'll,
This game is something to behold, isn't it?
transported safely back to the hideaway.
Definitely has a visual magic.
I'll let Mid know you're on your way.
Oh, I would estimate another 2 streams after this to complete the game. Hue-wee. Is that because I'm playing kind of slow, or is that just because it's a long game? Wheel Knuckles. Streaking. Yeah, looks like that's what that kid's doing. Thank you for the sub. Yeah, we're streaking, all right. Yeah, I'd say we're streaking. Hold on.
When did you get so big?
So big and so good. Just watched another streamer just finish the game. Ooh. Well, don't spoil it. Longish game, but also the side questing, which I recommend continuing. Side quests become required to keep the world fleshed out and interesting. I could see that. As the plot kind of picks up scope. I guess we'll see. I don't know. I've seen some chatter on social media about it. Some comparisons to like Kingdom Heartsy style logic break, dream logic kind of story developments. So I'm guarding my heart against, pun partially intended, guarding my heart against that potential eventuality. I sure am appreciating how directed, understandable, and human the drama is so far. So if the, well, we'll see. The story goes full Final Fantasy. Yeah, that's weird because the other Final Fantasies, that wasn't really a thing for a while. I feel like 7 had a psychological twist, and then that kicked off like a weird streak of games.
Helena has recovered.
That had like a wacky metatextual lore shock
Another job well done.
at some point.
And just one remaining.
Right, the shielding. This one's a bit of a bugger.
But the older I've gotten, the more tolerant I've become of stuff like that.
It's enough to stop the engines going pop, but those things will still be spitting out enough fire.
Nova Veilstone, thanks for the sub.
Which is
Oh yeah,
proper shielding.
it's pretty hot in Texas, huh?
Prison for the dragon's breath that's blazing away inside.
My mom was sending me screenshots of the triple-digit
More of the stuff that the Fallen use.
temperatures, and boy, do I not miss that.
The plating are bulky enough as it is.
I'm having a great time with the windows open, enjoying the cool breeze.
I need something light, but I've racked my brains and I just can't think what to do it.
Apologies if that sounded like I was rubbing it in. I was more taking a moment to savor.
I know whose counsel I would seek.
God, I didn't have air conditioning in my car back then.
Yeah. Well,
Being wet was just something you got used to. Just sweaty all the time.
Can you take this to him? See what he makes of it?
Right away.
Yeah. All you can do is roll down the window and let the hot air blast you. Sometimes it wouldn't even feel better. Like it would feel hotter. And my sweat wouldn't dissolve because it was so humid. But I would do it anyway because it felt like something. Like just having wind hit my skin was at least a sensation, as opposed to just sitting in a still, damp, hot box. Not even the fun kind of hot box. Oh, Cody, you were watching Alana play this? Yeah, it looks really great, doesn't it? It's so tempting to imagine it on PC, where it would be even crisper and smoother. Someday. Someday, goddammit. I'm gonna have to buy it again. Play it again. Sony. Sony's gotta stop. I tell myself, actually, if it weren't Sony lubricating the gears, projects like this might be harder to greenlight. Maybe. But if Sony's like willing to pay however many millions of dollars for timed exclusivity, then you already know. Like, that lowers the bar significantly in terms of a break-even or a profit for a project. Yeah, Nomad.
Hippocrates, do you have the moment?
I can't experience my diversionary fantasies in exactly the format that I want. Bleh. I guess I gaslight myself into trying to figure out how I benefit in the deal. And I guess the truth is that a game like this only costs $70, and I get to see big anime monsters punch the shit out of each other.
Whatever will that girl think of next? What are these notes around the edges?
Oh, Real Fighting Lime 1.
For the materials.
Thanks for the raid.
The shielding needs to be able to resist extreme heat on the inside, and yet remain cool enough on the outside not to set the ship alight.
Do a little shout out there. Appreciate everybody raiding over.
As you can imagine,
Hope you're all having a good day so far.
she's struggling to find anything that meets her needs.
I see.
I wondered if you might know of a solution, or if you might be able to search the records for one.
I could buy the spectacle of that not counting, like people just not giving a shit.
Not a different material she requires, but a different...
Because it's so ridiculous. But to me, stuff like that significantly puts a game... Like, it makes a game way easier to recommend and play and have fun
more
with.
quickly than fresh water or even brine, at timber and steel alike.
And in a game that looks like it's not really doing anything new, I've never seen something like that in a game before.
Nonetheless.
But it's like, it's spectacle. So no one's used to really... Like, we've come off of a lot of superficial games, so I think we're not allowed to talk about spectacle like it's a virtue unto itself. But in this case, I think it really is. And I think cinematic bombast is something Final Fantasy has had
known as moon dew.
For extended periods of time.
Resist even the most ferocious flames. Before the dragoons tamed the worms and wyverns of the realm, nobles would daub their castle walls with it in order to guard against dragonfire.
So if we could recreate it,
it might be applied to some material or other.
This is a really cool setting.
It requires. As to how best to apply it and to what material, perhaps
those light shafts across the books. Man.
I shall speak to them and see what wisdom they might
have to offer. It's yeah.
So kind as to procure the necessary
just in awe. I remember that. I remember seeing Final Fantasy VII for the first time, and the video. It was that feeling. It was like, wow, this is what games are now.
Thank you, Hippocrates.
It's a little sillier this time around, but it's the same feeling.
Perhaps I should too.
More particle effects equals neurons, neuron activation. That's why Trepang 2 is goaty. Why not? That's kind of what... I don't know. I always thought in the past that when developers had hardware overhead and they didn't know what to do with it, they would just find a big knob titled particles and just give it a spin.
I could do with some help. And some company too.
The other can assist me in researching how best to prepare.
Geometry Wars Retro Evolved, the best Xbox 360 game for like 2 years.
Always. Well, if Jill's game.
Thank you.
I am sure either of these fine young minds would prove indispensable in my research.
Yeah. Ashura's Wrath.
As to who will go with whom in your
that's another game that really failed to capture people's... It got a cult following, of course, but it really did fail to capture any kind of, I guess, mind share, which sucks because it was awesome.
Shielding that guards against.
I guess the whole DLC thing did not help.
With some of that untrustiness. I doubt I would have survived that place.
I wonder if they had released it all for like $80.
I think either of us could handle. Shielding that guards against even the most ferocious flames.
Do I have to pick one of them to be a travel companion?
Some of that untrustiness. I doubt I would have survived that place.
Tarya's awesome though.
To Northreach though, I think either of us could handle.
I legit want to know more about Jill because after, like, she's had a couple of moments where she can show personality, but it's like pretty direct. What game do you consider underrated or underappreciated? Do you think more people should check out? Damn. I mean, there's tons. Let's see here. What's it? Well, yeah, Ashura's Wrath. Is that even easy to play these days? Since I'm playing Final Fantasy, I bring this up anytime I can. Lost Odyssey. It was a Final Fantasy Dream Team making an HD era Final Fantasy game that's pretty like faithful mechanics-wise to something like Final Fantasy IX. People could not wait to write it off when it came out. But there's a lot of soul in that game. Oh, okay. 60 FPS 4K on emulation, no problem for Ashura's Wrath. All right. Hellblade: Senua's Sacrifice, yeah. Enslaved: Odyssey to the West. I was thinking about that in terms of like cutscene story moments that I remember in games.
So, Clive.
Enslaved was on PC, right?
Who will accompany you on your little excursion?
Uh-oh. This is rad. I was hoping for things like this. Just decision-based things that leaned more on your appreciation of the characters. Again, it's like the date in Final Fantasy VII. I want to pick Jill because I want to get to know her better, but I'm afraid that she won't say shit. She'll just say the most like anime thing. She'll fold her hands and she'll look down and she'll sigh and she'll say the most boring thing. Taria will at least be interesting conversation, I bet. Enslaved is $20 on Steam. Well, it's worth it, I think. I guess I don't know how good the PC port is. This is a non-choice. Why the hell would you choose Jill? Because she might be interesting. She might have something going on. Yeah, Sunset Overdrive's really good. There's totally another world where Sunset Overdrive did really good, and Insomniac is still an independent games maker. But people will probably be happier with Wolverine. I'm gonna guess. Man, I've got to play through Marvel Spider-Man again. I think about the cutscenes in that game and they baffle me. Just can't get it. Anyway, who'd you choose between the bros? I chose Gav. I needed to hang out with Gav. All right, I'm going with Taria. I'm doing it.
All right. So, what are we fetching?
I have taken the liberty of preparing a list. Here.
Garlic. Conch shells. Are you sure this is the right list? Looks like the ingredients for someone's supper.
Though these items may seem mundane, they have potent effects that are rarely exploited, effects for which they were once highly prized. So much so, in fact, that they were harvested almost to extinction, hence moon dews having fallen from favor. Now, of course, they can be obtained with ease. You should be able to find everything.
Main game is amazing.
In Northreach.
DLC didn't do a ton for you.
Isn't that convenient? I was hoping to be able to make a trip over that way sometime soon. Need to speak to an old acquaintance. I'll meet you there.
All right. Stay safe.
I don't know. I just remember the dialogue in the cutscenes.
Good luck with your
It was almost like a grab bag of the most generic comic book phrases. But I think it was, yeah, I've said all this before. I think it was trying to be that. It's just like a fire hose of Spider-Man mainstays. Now they're gonna do the plot arc where he turns evil. Because what else is there? I guess multiverse.
No. Where's Talia?
There's talk that the Glassgate flood has finally spread to the world.
That'd mean half of Oriflamme's under ether.
Mag was underappreciated?
Nice and chill.
Man.
Need to stock up on these.
I don't think I ever played a legitimate game of Mag.
There you are, Talia.
I guess you have to throw it back to the real Mag. Starsiege Tribes.
In a place like this. But if time is of the essence, perhaps we should split.
Hey, here's a fun fact.
A few items each.
All right.
The developers of BioShock made a Tribes game.
Let's see now. Why don't you take
People don't remember that.
Meet me by the gate when you.
It had a story. I don't think I finished it. It had a grapple hook. Head of the game.
Buy, sell, or be gone.
Pepio nuts.
If that's what you want.
Take some of Doe's nuts.
How the hell is anyone supposed to afford that price?
Man, Sunset's so pretty. It's just a cozy game to look at. I don't know how they made the most, like, kind of generic looking castles and stuff.
What can I interest you in today?
See that castle? You can go there.
Ah, yes. You're always welcome here.
Yeah, Sleeping Dogs is another.
Hopefully Ty is finished too.
Another game I dreadfully need to play through.
Well, did you find everything?
I did. Here.
We punch out. Crime boss, Rockhay City.
Garlic and pepio nuts. Job done. We should get this back to Tomes.
Hoping the rumors of the next Bioshock games coming soon are true. Oh, I don't know about soon. Was there a rumor about soon coming? Blue Wing, thank you very much for the raid.
Plus, we're not in
Appreciate
too
you.
much of a rush, are we?
Let's get a little shout out going here.
Chat.
Oh. You've rated it a moment of maximum tension. Anything could happen. A romantic lake. Got some harps going.
Do you know, I think this is the very first time we've been out on an errand together.
You really do have a little skit where you talk.
I think you might
This is classic stuff.
In all the
This
years
is great.
since you and that scowl of yours first appeared, you haven't invited me out once. For shame.
Well, it seemed long overdue. And you did say you had some shopping to do.
See, but I could have been having a interesting heart-to-heart with Jill.
And liniment, yes. You and Jill alone burned through them like wildfire. No luck, though. My usual supplier's not
What if
here.
she's like, I'm really into jigsaw puzzles? I'm like,
Prices
okay.
These gougers charge.
I'll ask Karen when we get back.
Does Final Fantasy have banging? It already has.
What is it?
It has had homie smooching.
Just memories. I came in with Sid once,
Had to hit it.
shopping for supplies, just like today. And just like today, I came away empty-handed. Sid even said he'd speak to Karen for me when we got back. Has it really been 5 years?
She doesn't like jigsaws, don't worry. She's lame.
It was yesterday.
So she's really just like,
Hold on.
just anime ghost. She just kind
It's been
of,
5
she's
years
kind of
since we
there.
met. Feels a lot longer.
It does. In a good way, of course.
I was kind of hoping that
Thank you, Tyre.
after she found absolution or catharsis or whatever, she would open up as a character a little bit.
I just want you to know that all you've done for us.
But if she's just like, if she's sort of the counterpart to Clive,
It's appreciated.
kind of makes sense. What if there's DLC where you play as Jill?
If I
That'd be
thought it
cool.
wasn't. But in the spirit of sharing and caring, you're appreciated too, by all of us.
That's nice. She never really becomes more than a point for them to build up Clive off of. Well, that's a bummer. But that's alright, whatever.
I think we've tarried long enough. I ought to get these ingredients back to Tomes so he can make up this concoction of his. I'll meet you back at the hideaway, all right?
All right. And thanks again.
They said no
heard you
DLC.
first time.
Huh. Does it sound like Square? I guess re-release it. Well, how are they going to re-release it if they don't release DLC? You've got to have the Icon edition. Yeah, I want to take Goots on an errand. Need to spend some quality time with my guy.
I wonder how Hippocrates is getting on with the moon dew.
There's also been no reason for jump in the entire game. It's weird that it's there. You automatically mantle or climb everything.
Ah, better late than never. We're ready to begin whenever you are.
Welcome home. He had a successful trip.
Yeah, he's got that white dude vertical. He's not going to be grabbing anything off the backboard.
How's work on the shielding progressing, Hippocrates?
Well, very well indeed. And thanks in no small part to your...
I mean, it's not bad that the button does something when you're not trying to interact with stuff,
How we
but...
might best go about preparing the moon dew. And now that we have all the ingredients, we may begin.
Moondew.
You can count on me. I've mixed more than a few mysterious concoctions in my time.
I'm sure you have. What about the shielding itself?
Work is underway, under the watchful eyes of Bardolph and Obolus.
Apparently, it'll be ready soon.
No DLC, very few patches, no day one patch.
Right then.
Old school release, got the full game on launch, and all they are expecting to do is performance patches on occasion.
And all that.
Cool.
Of course.
Yeah, it seems like I think what people might be reacting to about this game too, some of the nose crinkling, aside from just the change in tone and maybe the more derivative aspects from Western games,
Again sometime.
is that it also seems like a very responsibly scoped game. And I don't know that we have a lot of those at the AAA level. It seems like a lot of AAA games are like, we will decide the maximum amount of features and content that we can fit into a game
Applying the one to the other.
with whatever budget we have. And we're always going to overestimate a little bit.
And retesting, of course.
But this game is
Someone ought to warn you.
seemingly a lot more intentional about
Leave it to me.
its feature set.
Thank you, Hippocrates.
And that doesn't really involve a lot of vaulted systems that could be leaned into later, or could be built on, or gear systems or stats. Well, the stat system is so meaningless though. I don't know. It's weird. I guess it's there to change things around. Oh yeah, that's what I was gonna do. Booyah! Alright, now I fully have nothing to spend ability points on. Until I blow up another crystal, I guess.
Made the good news then.
Yeah. It's a good point. Cyberpunk is definitely the other kind of game. It tried for everything and got as much done as it could, and then it shipped. But definitely thought of as an ongoing thing. I think that's the thing, is games are shipped at a somewhat arbitrary level of completeness, and I don't necessarily mean like that games should be finished, because finished doesn't mean anything. It's an arbitrary line that's invented by developers. It's whatever they decide to call 1.0. But it's more like, I think owing to the nature of AAA game dev, it's difficult to know exactly where you're going to land when you start. And I think part of that is also wanting to leave as many doors open to extended functionality as possible. So if your game does happen to take off, you already have some forethought in place for tools or feature sets that you can extend onto.
Editors started reading books that don't have any pictures in.
But if you close those doors early, and you tell yourself this is the whole world, and then you start to divide it up, I don't know. There's a different feeling about it.
Sorry to keep you waiting, Mid. But you'll be pleased to know that work on the shielding is underway.
Triple try it. Yeah, I wouldn't mind a minigame either.
Hippocrates
but I feel like
highly resistant to heat. A coating that should provide the protection you need. He's supervising the construction.
That could have been one of those things where there was like a stack of minigames they thought about putting in, or had prototypes of, but
don't thank me.
As they marched towards ship date, they just started crossing them off one at a time. Who knows?
Better start working out how to bolt all these bits together.
It's fun to imagine production.
Black hammer.
I feel like there's so many complicated human stories that inform the non-human aspects of a game. Like its bugs, its features,
when I go into the
its content, its pacing issues, balance issues, whatever.
Shields, not thermal bleeding didgeridoo-dahs.
Displacement stacks.
Same difference. Whatever you
Oh,
call it,
okay, that's right.
together in here.
Didn't want it to clash with the darker tones of the story.
Let's take this outside.
Yeah.
Mid, you get all the parts lined up on the deck. I'll take care of the rest.
I guess.
On my way.
Oh, and bring me the biggest hammer you can find. This is going to require some precision.
That's right, yeah. Or somebody brought that up in chat before. I guess. That's why I want it, though. I mean, you've got me for the cutscene. What do you care after that? What do you care what I do? I mean, if the cutscene ends and I like go look at YouTube, you can't control that. Give me snowboarding. Let me go fishing. Some of us have to work off stress from watching genocide in different ways. And maybe a nice game of cards is one of those ways. Maybe they didn't want the memes.
It's finally finished.
Although I don't think people would be memeing on that.
I'll be feeling my hammer arm for weeks.
Thank you, Clive, Blackthorn, everyone. That's one down and just 3 more to go.
I'm sorry.
Oh, didn't I tell you? The Enterprise has 4 mithril engines, and we'll be needing a displacement stack for each.
You don't mean...
Don't worry. Now they've got a finished one to work off. My gang in Canva can build the rest.
Good luck to them, I say. Right, I'm off to get a sling for this elbow.
Does she have like a...
Comes in, keep it to yourselves.
Is that like a leather apron? It's like a patchwork leather apron that's at a jaunty angle and has lace on it? I'm trying to figure out her little smithy flap. What's going on down there? Sereth, thanks for the sub. Yeah, Fort Condor was rad. And Intergrade, which I have yet to finish.
What's the matter?
Nothing. Just daydreaming. Thinking about the Enterprise sailing off over the horizon to shores unknown, searching for a land untouched by the Blight, just like me and my dad planned. So if the worst came to the worst and every scrap of soil in the Twins turned black, we might still have a chance. That's what she was meant to be. You see, one last chance just in case we needed it. But now she's so close to being finished, I've realized I don't want her to be that. I don't want her to be just a lifeboat for us to cling to if things get desperate. I want people.
Yeah, she's wearing a dickie.
By choice, not from the lack of it.
Maybe that's there to catch like
We're not just trying to survive, but
shrapnel and metal stuff flying up from all the grinding and
I'm working on that.
carpenting.
And I'll do everything I can to get you what you want.
Yeah, keep all the crumbs from your
Don't
sandwiches.
you always? All right, my mind's made up.
I mean, it would make sense if you like wear it under a jacket and then you have the layers to kind of keep stuff out.
Trusting in yours.
Are you sure about this?
Something tells me it's what my dad would have wanted.
He'd be proud of you.
You were gonna visit his grave, weren't you?
I was. And you can come too now that your little project is finished.
Right. There's just one thing I need to finish up first. Won't be a mo.
All right. I'll let Otto know you're coming. Meet us in the mess when you're ready.
Oh,
Aye, aye, Captain.
we might have feelings soon, folks. Emotion warning. Might be some
Told me she was building a ship.
somber tones in the music.
That's a ship. Let's sail it round the lake.
Prepare for sombriety. Prepare.
Is that you done then?
Prepare.
It's not roped you into building the rest of the boat, has she?
Emotion.
Oh, I wasn't expecting you back so soon.
The bearer's plight. Few are those who would strive to lighten the burden borne by the crystals cursed. But if we are to survive the coming storm, we must stand together, bearer and brother, as you have shown us.
Here you are.
Enjoy your meteorite.
Best of luck out there, Sid.
Woo! Do like me the plus quests. Hold on. You okay there, Gigi? I think Gigi's tired. Hold on, I'm gonna get the mop tank off of old Gigi. Gigi's working hard. Oh, bonked into the wall there. Oh, might be a little lost. Uh-oh. He's thinking about it. Oh. Let me go make sure. Let me go make sure Gigi makes it back to Gigi's little bed. Okay, I think it's fine. It drove over its little charge station twice and then spun around in a circle a couple times. And nothing says I've got this situation under control like that. Oh, comrade, no, I've been waiting for that. Is there actually a piece of evidence that's publicly visible that shows how much PlayStation has been paying for exclusivity? I would have thought all those numbers would have been redacted. Ooh. Let's see here. Oh no, they didn't. Oh no. Oh, they okay, wow. They just physically Sharpied out and then people zoomed in and enhanced. Holy cow. Let's see here. Where's the amount that they are paying for exclusivity? I don't see that. I don't see that amount in that article though.
Well,
is it in a different analysis?
Here, Sid.
Oh, you mean okay? When you say paying for games, you just mean on their production. I don't know that that's unique to Sony.
Let's hear it.
Well, it's about this alembic the Chief's got me making. Lovely bit of kit it is. Bunging a solution you want splitting, and it will separate it out, just like that. Problem is, it won't always get rid of all the impurities. And with some of the stuff we need it for, that ain't good enough. Which is why I've been looking for something to filter the liquid we'll be cooking off. And that's where I was hoping you could help me out.
I imagine Ty could get some use out of this alembic too.
Distilling
medicines and the like. All right. Why not?
Proper job!
So what exactly do you need for this filter?
Nothing but bomb ash'll do, says the Chief.
Think people learn how to black out things? Well, I guess.
University stores. Couldn't
They probably do this thousands of times and like
you pour the blackest
no case has a bunch of internet nerds that are scouring through it all.
There's a mountain stream.
Maybe they do, I don't know.
So, I did a bit of reading about where I might be able to get hold of some. And do you know what I found out? It's only the blimmin' bones of a bomb king. They leave them behind when they die, see?
I take it that's where I come in.
I want to know how much Sony pays other companies for timed exclusivity.
I saw a billet on the hunt board for one just the other day. Would have gone myself.
I wonder how much money makes that worth it for everyone
Dirty
involved.
great balls of flame ain't exactly my forte. You, on the other hand...
All right. I'll see what I can do.
Thank you kindly. And a good hunting, eh?
Well, that's not the most damaging information that could have been leaked, so I suppose it could be worse. the hunt board. Okay. There's another side quest around here? No. Wait, yes. What? The reading table. Gotta do that right away. My lore master needs something, she gets it.
Wish I could take one of our birds for a ride.
There's gotta be a feels like no matter... Wait a minute. That's the letters, not the lores.
You cracked the crystal too? You're joking.
Whoa! Look at all these quests. Cheers for your help dragging Blackthorn out of the dumps the other day. Thing is, I reckon he's gone and thrown himself back in, judging by the droop of his jowls lately. So I'm thinking, maybe it weren't just the leather what was on his mind. Maybe there's other demons jabbing their pitchforks into his privates. I know you're a busy bloke, but next time you find yourself free, maybe we could go and ask the old bastard what's got him so hot and bothered, assuming it ain't just the forge. Sure.
Hopefully it's nothing. But I should speak to Blackthorn just in case.
Yeah, darker ink. Man. Yeah. Somebody probably got chewed out over that. Hopefully nobody got fired. That would be a silly thing to get fired for. Maybe. Unless you were like instructed not to do it that way. Clive, something ain't right with that hound of yours. When it pleases your lordship, come and pay me a visit at the toll. What? Oh, does he just mumble to himself? Yeah, he does.
Seen well enough when I last saw him.
Gonna go see Dial of Destiny this weekend. I'm not particularly motivated to do that. Is Asteroid City out? That's the movie coming up that I did want to see. Oh! I was thumbing through the hideaway letters at Otto's behest and might have come across something that might need your attention. Maybe. And by that I mean immediately. You know where I'll be.
Trouble with the ledgers. Shouldn't he be asking Otto for help?
Okay, it's out. Yeah, I'm traveling this weekend, but sometime soon I need to buy some movie tickets. Yeah, Mission Impossible's coming out soon.
Blackthorn, do you have a moment?
Not really, no.
This won't take long. I just wanted to ask how you're getting on. August was worried about you. And you might...
Yeah, OG dude, I don't know. I kind of feel like there's so many movies now. Nothing feels particularly...
Perhaps sharing your thoughts might help.
Nothing feels particularly, like, dire to go see. If that makes any sense?
Still, you've got a keen eye, I'll give him that. It's just, well... Karen showed me something. Something I've never seen before.
And that was?
A sword.
Yeah, I was down with Barbie. Barbie looks good.
Blade. The nail itself wasn't anything to write home about, but fuck me.
But the trailer didn't work for me.
Slice a man clean in two with a weapon like that, and he'd be halfway home before he even realised he'd been cut.
So that's what's troubling you?
Nah. They're not troubling me exactly. More distracting. Can't stop thinking, how do you get an edge that sharp? It's driving me mad.
And if you knew how to do it, we could arm the curse breakers with even better blades.
That's about the size of it, yeah.
I'll see what I can find out. Sharper swords are always welcome. And we can't have our master blacksmith being distracted.
You're a soft touch, you know that. But I can't say I'm not grateful for it. Good luck, eh?
Thank you. Let's see what Karen knows about this sword.
Hey, hold on a minute. If you think Mission Impossible 2 was bad,
What you told Nan about
you need to
hopefully all
you
our
need to
old
recenter
friends
yourself
can rest easy
and
now.
watch it again. Need to rediscover what life is all about. And view Mission Impossible 2.
I got your note. You think something?
Definitely a big shift in tone from the first
You can
one,
read.
but it is rad.
Congratulations. But I didn't say I were wrong with him. I said something weren't right. He's not been eating me treats.
I think by then people were already
Used to
tired
love
of John
cracking the
Woo's
bones from Molly's
thing.
boiled brown, but now he won't so much as look at him. Didn't like him. Which is why I'm of a mind that his mind's on something else. You've not been working him too hard, have you?
No harder than usual. Is that it, boy? Do you need a rest?
What was it you said he was? A frost wolf?
That's what the lawsman seems to think.
Then maybe this all has something to do with whatever it is that's woken inside him.
I suppose things have been different since Rosalith. Perhaps Hippocrates knows something.
Instead of everything, you mean? Perhaps.
Yeah, 2 quests with the same NPC. Is there nothing this game can't do?
Looking well, Karen.
What do you want? Out with it.
I want to know about the sword you showed Blackthorn. Single-edged and extremely sharp.
Running around after him again, are you?
I suppose I am, yes. But I need to help him find out how to work an edge like that. It's driving him to distraction.
Little wonder, I suppose. There's not many like that make it as far as the twins, and those that do go straight into private collections. Which made it nice and easy finding a buyer.
Hello, Admiral Raptor.
Where is
How
it
you
now?
doing? I do like the
Think
side
I tell
quests.
people who my clients are?
Auditory.
Suppose you're not likely to go nicking him off me, are you now? Fine. If
They
you
didn't
stop
start
looking
off
at me
great.
Like that. Lord Ignac's the man you want.
Concerningly simple.
Bloke. Collects weapons.
Mechanically, they're never really that complicated
He's got
either.
more money than sense, which is why he's one of my favourite clients.
But the writing is getting
And
better,
he'll still be at the inn in Dallamil, where I left him.
and the trajectory of the side quests is getting a little more interesting.
A touch eccentric, if you take my meaning.
I appreciate the warning.
Yeah, you got nothing to lose, Angel Frame. They're a good time. The Mission Impossible movies, that is. I don't know. I think out of all of them, the first one is still my favorite. It's interesting to me that none of the other films have attempted to even try to recreate the, like, Brian De Palma crazed camera angles and weird shots he did in dialogue. Also, that movie is so, like, I don't know, it's so smoky cool. There was just something about mid-90s cool. I don't know. You only seen Ghost Protocol? That was the Brad Bird one, right?
Lawsman, I need to ask you about Torgal. Something's not right with him.
He isn't ill, is he?
I don't think so. But according to Lady Karen, he seems to have lost his appetite, which is certainly a new development.
I'm just glad that somehow it brought Chris McQuarrie out of
She believes it
directing
may have something
retirement.
to do with what happened at Rosalith Castle.
Well, I guess technically Jack Reacher did that, but
I rather think she might be right, though not about his appetite.
it's weird because I saw.
Canids
I remember watching Way of the Gun back when it came out,
marrow that resides
and thinking that like the action sentiment in that movie is amazing.
any different.
And it reads so different, especially from any other movie at the time. And it's not really an action movie, but the way that it shoots gunfights and stuff like that
That his newfound magics
are really cool.
additional nourishment to sustain.
Probably the most realistic depiction of guns in a film,
Karen is accustomed to providing are no longer
especially at the
sufficient.
time.
Frostwolves, after all, habitually prey upon far larger animals, whose bones may yield altogether different nutrients.
So, I don't know. I always thought he was awesome, an awesome director, but just didn't do a whole lot for like 15 years.
Graze the meadows of eastern Rosaria have been known to grow to a size more than double that of their lesser cousins.
I think MI3 is the worst. It's so slick though.
The oldest and largest such creatures rarely leave the safety of the highlands for fear of predators. The last
Kind of a weird ending, though.
I recall hearing about
You know what it is?
near Cressida, and that was long before.
MI3 is weird because it's when they sort of established that Ethan Hunt fights with his elbows a lot.
Good hunting.
And yeah, Philip Seymour Hoffman was an amazing villain. Absolutely. I don't know. I think 3 is great. It's very packaged and somewhat plastic. But Tom Cruise sure does run a lot. Boy, he run. Tom run. He runs so much. The infiltration, like there's always like a sneaking spy sequence in a Mission Impossible movie, and they've got like gadgets and people whispering into mics and plucky Danny Elfman music. Another reason the first one's awesome. But the 1 and 3 is a little baffling. You can't think about any scene from 3 for more than 5 minutes, and you're not meant to because none of them last that long. But like, I remember he uses some gadget to scale a wall, and then Ethan Hunt like takes a picture and puts it in a little frame, and then points the camera at the frame. And there's this whole sequence where he's doing this and like gadgeting it up and shit. And then he like zips on down to the floor, and then he's like on to the next spot. But he didn't. The camera wasn't pointed the way he went anyway. He just like duped a camera just to show he could, and then continued sneaking. I don't know. It's like, again, you can't think about it. It's just a series of spy imageries that kind of form a narrative. Also, I don't know, man. The imagery and the action set pieces in MI1 are still pretty top tier. You just can't beat the freaking hanging computer room. You just can't do it. It was like the coolest thing back then, and it's still the flippin' coolest thing now.
Mid told me she was building a ship.
I remember doing some idle reading about MI1, and I think like they had a lot of trouble with that scene until Tom Cruise suggested putting coins in his boots to help balance him out on the wires. So that's how freaking ridiculously balanced it was, like having to put pennies in your shoes so that you can stay horizontal. Bomb sightings. Yeah, the Emilio Estevez death is wild. Also, I don't understand why, like, it's another one of those you can't think about it sequences. Like, why do jagged spikes fire out of the top of an elevator shaft? Why does that happen? Because Brian De Palma doesn't give two shits. I've only watched a few Brian De Palma films, and I've been taken by all of them, and in a way that's kind of hard to explain. He's got a Michael Mann-ness about him. I don't even know what that means. Maybe there's something about like avant-garde directors from the 70s. Let's see. Cursebreaker, aiming for the Imperial chase, took a wrong turn into a nearby wood, within which she discovered the ruins of a fallen airship, and with them a beast akin to a great ball of fire that chased her screaming from the grove. The soldier later identified the creature in an almanac of echoes, but was firm in her insistence that the bomb she saw was near 10 times the size of the one depicted therein. Yeah. I remember the first time I watched that movie, I was like, is that supposed to stop the elevator? Was it like tied to Emilio Estevez cutting the wire? He like cut the wrong wire and he activated the jagged steel spike trap. You know what I just realized is like that shot is kind of more brutal than anything that was in Mortal Kombat. But Mortal Kombat has a thing where like, it's like Mortal Kombat has a spike ceiling, you know? Did they ever do that in a movie? I don't think they ever did that in a movie. In a Mortal Kombat movie. Uppercut somebody into spikes and they kind of like stick up there and hang. Anyway. The Croc in Sandbreak. Sandbreck. That's how they say it. Let's go kill a bomb. Wait, Sandbreck is over here. Is it? No, that's Rosaria. What? Can I go to Sandbreck yet? I can't. You just can't beat... Oh, there it is, of course. With the arena-shaped area. You can't beat a good, plucky acoustic guitar. Aren't the spikes up there because the whole thing was a trap? I guess so, yeah. That's a good point. I guess, spoilers, John Voight crawled into the elevator shaft and installed a spike mechanism. But you're right. Yeah, there's something in there. Could have been tampered with. It's true. Go. Almost got it. Do it. You have to activate anything on the hunt board to unlock the Bomb King. No, I don't think. All the other hunts have been just, as soon as they show up on the hunt board, they're there. You just have to go there and beat them up. I'm a hero. These are dangerous animals. Yeah, a lot of first-person shots in Mission Impossible 1. Another thing that makes it very strange. Another thing that I'm kind of surprised the series has not run back to. Like, they brought back characters from MI1, but they haven't done any of the cinematic stuff that MI1 did, which is weird to me. There's so many unhinged possibilities there. Strap a GoPro to Tom Cruise and kick him out of a plane or something. Like, I'm sure that they experimented with it. Maybe it just doesn't... It's just not the kind of movie they want to make, but... Yeah, very De Palma. I'm down with that. Like, I didn't know what that meant. Mission Impossible 1 was actually the first De Palma film I've seen. And now that I've seen more De Palma films, I can track the style, but... I don't know. That was kind of the era of the unhinged action movie, because John Woo has a lot of... I won't say he's necessarily as weird with his cameras as De Palma can be, but his tone and his characters can definitely be very goofy and out there. I guess The Matrix snapped it all back to it's all about being extreme.
Walk from here.
I don't think it's a style they can tap into without him. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, I wonder. I feel like it really wouldn't be that difficult to do a first-person shot walking into a room as a spy. Like, that was such a cool thing. Of, like, interacting with and putting on the stupid voice. Freaking Tom Cruise's Southern Senator voice. And then wearing those weird prosthetics. Man. Anyway, they could do that again. But you don't know who you are? Honestly, like... I'm sure it's way harder than any of us can think. Yeah. Again, there's simply no chance that I, as somebody who has watched a few films, have remotely the same concept of what's feasible, possible, or entertaining as a filmmaker than like Chris McQuarrie. I just think about it sometimes. Those are the things that I remember from MI1. And I would think by like bringing back Max and even the frickin' CIA guy, they brought him back. Oh shit!
We can win!
Oh, what are you doing?
Too slow.
Oh no, I went too far. Dang. I always cycle one too far. I need to be a little more diligent with my button hits. That sucks.
There's a good boy. Whoa!
Cool. Ah, there was a follow-up? Oh, he's doing 3. Or doing multiple now.
That's all ready.
Oh, come on. Getting more. Okay. Oh, Seraph. I think I missed this a while ago, but thank you very much for the sub. Figuratively, the smoldering soul of a bomb given life by unknown magics. Literally, a very hot rock. Fortunately, there are myriad uses for such a thing. Got me a hot rock. Hot rock here.
Your reign is over. Now to collect the... This looks like the stuff. Let's see if there's any more.
Always ash.
Do it.
Nothing but ash. Okay, where's this other dude? Damali? Alright. Alright, excuse me. Dalamil? Dalamil. Oh?
People take notice of wealthy men. Shouldn't be too hard to track down Karen's collector.
Could it be that you are peeping my ash?
The St. Drake's Fang is gone. The whole Mother Crystal gone. What are we going to do?
Calm yourself. We don't know for sure. It could have just been a tremor.
Yeah, GNF, there are extended periods in this game where there are no crystals. But I promise you, this game is all about crystals.
Again, are you? Any more trouble and you'll be barred for life, however deep your friends' pockets might be.
Would you believe me if I told you that I have destroyed 3 very, very, very big crystals?
If you're hoping for a bed, I'm afraid you'll have to look elsewhere.
They were very sparkly.
One of our wealthier patrons has purchased the use of every
Crystalline.
room, hoping to keep out the riffraff, as he puts it.
I suppose there are some crystals in the map, huh? Yeah, let's peep a crystal. Where's that last? Where's a crystal? Oh! Oh! I got too excited. Wow. You're probably pretty excited to see. Oh! Probably pretty amazed to see these crystals. The crystal. Hold on.
Yes, I'm afraid it
I just needed the doodle-doodle.
Then I'll retrieve Lord Ignac's luggage.
Alright, there. I like that in chat too.
One condition.
Because people gotta listen to the rest of it.
stated. You are welcome to anything that is within my power to grant.
An audience with Lord Ignac. A few minutes should be enough.
Could that be in the soundboard?
A condition I would be a fool.
I don't know that I'd have a lot of reason to hit it, to be honest.
Of course, you shall have your audience.
I don't suppose you saw where the thieves went.
I did not. No.
Of course. Son of a bitch. I came to get the ultra-sharp sword to make my blacksmith happy, and it's been stolen.
That I know where you might find them.
There's got to be a name for that in quest design, where it's like you go to find a thing, but another party has interfered or like spirited your objective away somewhere else.
Corner of the Valcroy.
And that's where I'm heading.
I shall speak to Lord Ignac in your absence, and arrange for an audience upon your triumphant return.
That will be very kind of
It's called
you.
playing for time.
Farewell.
A narrative tool, yeah.
Best of luck.
It makes things feel spontaneous and different and evolving. How boring would it be if like every single quest was, I need some apples. Okay. I'll go to the apple vendor. You go to the apple vendor? I'd like 5 apples. Well, I happen to have 5 apples. Here you go, sir. Thank you. Go back. Got your apples. Thank you.
Ambrose, you won't help me.
I mean, that actually was the quests at the beginning of the game. The first like 4 or 5 are straight up just like you go where you need to go, you get what you need to get, and you come back without issue or interruption. And I was like, yeah. That's what we're doing here, huh? But it definitely changed. It definitely got better. I don't own a PS5, won't be playing this for a while. Has the game expanded upon its almost parody-like generic medieval setting into something interesting? I'm reading a bit into the words you've chosen. If you want settings that are well outside of the bounds that are like a little more generic, you're probably not going to find them in the game at large. Because yeah, there is like there's the Desert Kingdom with the Middle Eastern music, and they wear turbans and are intense. Yeah, it's pretty up and down the numbers, and if those numbers aren't comfy for you, then this game probably won't give you what you want. Now that said, it does go pretty bonkers sometimes. I suspect this game's gonna go pretty hard into the anime dimension, which might be well outside of more traditional Western fantasy aesthetic. How much? I have no idea, because I haven't seen it yet. The parts of the game that are sort of that approach that, like the icons, I guess, look like that. But the settings have all been just like the settings where you talk to Ultima and stuff have all been just like big empty rooms. So I don't know what to make of that. I feel like they're trying to withhold the reveal of something. I'm being very shadowy about it. Ow. Damn it. Oh, I can't believe I got that in time. Are you killing the innkeeper? He knows what he did. Trying to charge me to stay there? Like I'm saving the world! Give me a break. Is every enemy this spongy? No, that was like a mid-boss. He had a stagger gauge, which is kind of how you can tell.
This must be Ignac's luggage.
Stupid Ignac.
Nothing seems to be damaged. All right. Let's get it back to Dalamel.
I hear I have you to thank.
Yeah, the boss fights, while they can be kind of long,
I call you, my good man?
feel like they pace them out really well with ridiculous cutscenes.
Glad to make your acquaintance.
He's going by Wyvern again.
Formidable name indeed. Well, Wyvern, I appear to be in your debt. Redeem here tells me you wished for an audience. Is that all?
A few moments of your time should suffice, yes.
Perhaps I might sup upon thy pouty lips.
Wyvern? All right. Speak. Master Wyvern was wondering if you could tell him about a certain single-edged sword you recently acquired.
Oh, a true work of art, that one. Karen drove me hard on the price, but I would have sold her Radim here to get my hands on that sword. It was made in the Outer Isles, far beyond the Twins, and is used exclusively by the practitioners of a unique school of swordsmanship. They believe no combat should ever exceed a single strike, and hone their blades to such perfection that none ever does. Each sword is made for that one perfect stroke, and for that stroke only. They crack upon a second blow. There's a brutal sort of beauty to it, really.
But how do they hone such an edge?
Fine.
Are you telling me they fold the steel 1 billion times?
Whetstone, of course. Whetstones, rather. A whole array of them, ranging from the coarse to the fine. 10,000 licks with the sharpening stone, then 10,000 more. But it is the final
Not 10,000 folds.
which lends the blade its
10,000 licks.
sharpness. A mineral quite foreign to this great realm of ours.
1,000 times.
And that is the key. The secret ingredient. Wyvern, it occurs to me that my little lecture is hardly equal to services rendered. Take this, together with my regards.
Oh, I thought he wanted another favor.
Of which I spoke.
Oh.
Far rarer among collectors than even the blade itself. And a far more fitting payment.
Thank you.
He gave me a rock.
Pardon the intrusion, my lordship. However, it is long past time we prepared ourselves.
Imagine telling that whole story and then just giving somebody a rock you found.
So it is. I am locked in bitter competition with a rival collector of curiosities. I am one step ahead of the unscrupulous scoundrel, but he is hard at my heels.
All right.
Are there many other collectors out there?
I like Ignac.
You need to count, but only one do I consider my nemesis. Lord Byron Rosfield. Perennial thorn in my side.
I can imagine.
Farewell, Wyvern. May our paths cross again.
That's fun.
Radim, we mustn't dawdle.
Good old Lord Byron. I got that mixed up with Clive's dad for a second, so I was like...
Your lordship is rather taken with you, Master Wyvern.
Does he know? But I was off.
Thank you again for your assistance. Coming, my lordship. I'll be right there.
Hey.
Trust Uncle Byron to find such an interesting rival. Now, let's see what Blackthorn makes of this whetstone, shall we?
Yeah, Clive's kind of a cardboard box, isn't he? But a lovable one. The good kind of cardboard box. Let's get some upgrades. It sounds like one of those was for a potion efficacy. It's gonna juice up my potions. I guess the other one will help me craft some new stuff.
Sorry for the wait, but hopefully you'll agree it was worth it.
You learned something about that sword then?
His hair is so wild.
Did better than that.
Yeah, he's just kind of straightforward. It's kind of uncomplicated. A sundered whetstone, a slab of rock quarried on the southern continent. Its unparalleled hardness makes it perfect for sharpening blades forged from all manner of metals, from bronze to adamantite. Tight.
A whetstone? Yes. But not one you'll find anywhere in Valisthea.
Whenever these characters talk, it's like they're just rasping at each other. It's like a raspy whisper off.
No wonder I couldn't get the same finish on the grinding wheel.
Yeah, he's a fresh cardboard box, for sure. Crisp cardboard.
Wouldn't be so bad if all you
Still
ever
very
thought was
stout. Even smells nice.
Luck on the battlefield.
Fun to run your hand
Your
over.
second opponent would be your last, no matter how good you were.
Even so, is there some way it could be used to give the curse breakers an edge?
I think so, yeah. With this whetstone and the right kind of steel.
He's so jacked though. His tits are huge. Like just top to bottom.
No replacing this.
He's got slab titties. It's amazing.
I reckon we get a dozen swords from it, if that. Swords that the curse breakers
Could
would
build a shed on that peck.
and that would see him through a single fire piece. Nah, no point trying to copy that thing. Be about as much use as a wax anvil. But finishing our blades with a whetstone this fine, now that's something to consider. And what's finer than fallen masonry, eh? Or more hard-wearing, for that matter. Just imagine it. Good Valasthian steel with an edge as sharp as any found in the Outer Isles. I won't make a copy, nah. I'll make something much better.
I'm sure the curse breakers will be delighted. Just don't push yourself too hard.
Don't you worry about me, sunshine. I've been working day and night since I was half your age, and I'll still be here when you're long gone. Hey, thanks, Clive. I mean it. I owe you one, August too. It's good to know someone's looking out for me.
You'll be happy to hear you said that.
And I'll see that my debt to you's paid. First new blade I make's got your name on it. You come and find me when you've got the materials.
Yeah, OG dude. Thank you for calling that out. It is pretty intense, the amount of voice acting in RPGs these days. It's a good thing. It's creating so much performance work for people. And it doesn't seem like it's too hard to fit it into budgets. Although that balloons up a lot when you have to, you know, localize to a ton of different areas. But still really cool stuff. It's very nice. Ooh, the Excalibur. Schwung.
What'd you need? So, what'll it be?
What do I need? Need more Weirite, a Grimalkin hide, and more Scarletite. Okay. I think I can buy... Oh. I think I can buy Weirite. So I'll just wait until I get a Scarletite drop. And then do hunts until I get the other thing I need.
That it? Fine.
I think Scarletite might have been a quest reward? I don't really know where I find the more rare crafting materials. You just kind of play the game and hope that they fall in your lap. I don't think they're out in the world at all.
I wish I could take one of our birds.
Is it hunt marks? Okay. That would make sense.
I think Mid might need some help.
All right there, Sid? How's that hunt for the bomb ash going?
I have it here.
That's the stuff. And plenty of it, too. Enough to keep the Olympic bubbling away for a good old while. You're a gent, Sid. Let none say otherwise. Right then. Let's get this contraption up and running.
Yeah, I like the voice performance in this game. It's fittingly intense and dramatic when it needs to be. It's not like... It's well performed, it's not cringy. That's good. I think with some of the subject matter and some of the intensity and some of the lines that the performers have to read, you gotta have a real deft touch to get away with the intense line reads, I think.
And it works just like the chief said it
And
would.
the side characters are really charming.
Very impressive.
There's a lot of
Says the man who cut down a burning boulder.
see, there's a lot of like salt and pepper on this that's not really just the lines on the page. And the performers bring a lot of fun to the side stuff. And it's really needed. I think you need that breath of fresh air when you interact with a dork like this. I did try the Liza P demo. It was pretty fun.
The one you keep your potions in?
Yeah, I liked it.
Reckon
I'd like to see more of it.
Magic on that.
What kind of magic?
Well, we happen to have isolated a substance in our test run of the Alembic that I reckon will make even the toughest lever supple as anything. Thought we might use it to breathe new life into old boots and the like. Save the hideaway a few gil. Ah, I reckon if we slap a bit on your bag, it'll loosen it up enough.
Yeah.
Squeeze in a bottle or
Don't
two
sound
more.
like typical anime dub voices like a lot of Final Fantasy games.
Can't hurt to try, I suppose.
That's the spirit. Leave it with me. I'll only be a mo.
I mean, I think its art style being a little more, I don't want to say photorealistic, but definitely a little more Western is informing that. There's just something about the aesthetic of characters with bright pink spiky hair. You almost expect them to be a little more theatric in general.
Told you.
Thank you.
7 Remake was interesting because Cloud was pretty mumbly.
No.
The other characters were a little less like
For supporting Mid and the rest of us.
big-eyed and sparkly, but it worked. I thought it worked really well.
Never been able to discover wonders like that stuff I rubbed on your bag. And I'm telling you, there's plenty more where that came from.
Yeah, almost made it through without making it weird, but you just had to put that shot in at the end, huh? Treated potion satchel. Oh, cool. Okay, that's where they were going with it. I was like, how is leather gonna make my potions better? Oh, it can be traded for gil. Huh. Yeah, I agree. Aerith voice actor did an amazing job. Ooh. Gave the sass lines a lot of like smiley warmth to make them still extra wholesome and charming. It's a very challenging thing to have anything in a game like mock or taunt the player. That's kind of what I noticed. Maybe I'm reading too much into this, but it was always weird to me that people always thought Atreus was whiny in God of War or 2018's God of War. And he has a, you know, plot. He has a plot beat where he's kind of moody. But I don't know. He like backtalked a couple times, and it's interesting because that seemed to really rile up some people. So they made him it's my theory that in reaction to that, they made him so compliant in the sequel. He never directly... I don't know. I remember talking about it. It reads for his character, too, that he would learn to not be confrontational with Kratos. But yeah. I don't know. I really like that about his character. I feel like it's... and, like, if there's ever like, any character... I don't know. I was going to relate that to Hi-Fi Rush. Because I can't remember her name, but she like puts up with Chai's bullshit a lot. She's extraordinarily patient, and she never really like snaps at him or anything. She's always just like, "Oh, you," and then goes along with it. I was like, Nobody wants to be screamed at as a player, I think.
Clive, did you get my letter?
That's why I'm here.
Shh. Otto might be listening.
Is this better?
A little. Listen.
Ah.
I've some bad news. It turns out the hideaway may be...
You were angry at Kratos for not doing anything to make the child temper himself. Interesting.
And it's...
I really liked that. I liked watching that Kratos didn't have the tools to deal with it.
I thought I had the numbers.
It was like an astounding level of character depth that expressed itself through silence and inactivity. But maybe it's always tough when you ascribe value to,
you might say,
to silence.
Out, I swear,
because you could just be being way too generous for something.
And
But what is it like?
I'm gonna
What
need
is it?
help keeping it from Otto.
Joe Bob's teaching me
Bit late
things.
for that, I'd say.
It's a fallacy to consider intent when you're appraising a work.
So let me get this.
The artist doesn't necessarily own all of
Forget to
art's
pay
successes,
what they're due.
but neither do an art's successes require
You get
intent
Clive
to
to
be
come to
successes.
you.
If that makes sense.
You know, he'll dig you out of the hole you've dug for yourself. Clive, the man in charge of the place you've been cheerfully trying to bankrupt. And you thought this was a cunning plan. Why? Well, who needs paying?
Oh, just Martha. And the dame. And, well, Lady Karen. But only 500 talents.
We owe 3 of our most trusted friends 5.
But yeah, Captain, I agree. There's
5 million each.
the plot beats in the last like third of the game of God of War 2018 are a little.
Well, I must have made some sort of.
There's some holes there, which is weird to look at Ragnarok and be like, well, there's no holes. They really did sort of like stamp everything out.
And it was my decision to entrust them to you. This is my fault.
Do we have that much to hand? I can always ask my uncle.
I think I'd prefer characters treating me like shit than the classic Chosen One with everyone sucking my dick.
You won't.
Yeah.
We've lightened Lord Rossfield's
I feel like Witcher and this game kind of hit a really nice angle where people are quietly resentful of you, but have to respect the fact that you're more powerful than them.
Make this work.
All right. But that doesn't mean you have to shoulder the burden yourself. Is there anything I can
It's
do
the
to
gamer simulator.
There might be.
Every day in society,
How'd you fancy taking these to Mark?
we are resented by those around us, but we know that our power levels are actually quite higher, so we just have to
he says.
diplomatically suffer the indignity.
Worth 1,000 talents apiece, these are. Little something Sid and I set aside for when times got lean. And I reckon 15 million in overdue debt probably qualifies. I just hope our associates' eyes are a bit more discerning than yours.
I'm sure they will be.
Should be me making the rounds.
But yeah, in terms of narrative setup, you can't beat it. It gives you an excuse to just have random conflict for no reason.
I know. Which is why I don't mind going in your place.
Go. Do you know why I only gave Master Clive here 2 star rubies?
Because you'd rather Lady Karen killed me.
Because I'd rather Lady Karen killed you. Yes.
Well, I suppose this is goodbye then.
Don't worry. I'm sure Karen will understand.
Really? Do you think so?
No, I don't.
2 star rubies. I want to read that. Hold on. There's got to be good item description on that, right? One of 3 brilliant gemstones acquired and set aside by Sid for a rainy day. Otto now deems that day to have arrived and wishes to use the rubies to pay off 3 outstanding debts to Lady Charon, Martha of Martha's Rest, and Isabel of the Vale. Oh, good. It's a reason to go back and see them. But yeah, that was fun. That was fun little dialogue.
Do you? You off then?
Yeah, Karen is awesome. Yeah, might as well knock out quests. Might as well. It is a little bit easy to get distracted doing side quests. And I don't mean like distracted from the main story doing side quests. I mean getting distracted while I'm doing side quests. Dialogue can be a little long in the tooth, but it is Final Fantasy.
Clive.
That is what you sign up for.
Expecting you.
I wasn't expecting to be here, but it seems we still owe you
I do like games with a relaxed
considerable
pace.
amount of coin for your help with our rebuilding efforts. And though I doubt it's what you were expecting,
Yeah. This is taking the place of you just sitting back and thumbing through boxes of text with the X button. It's voiced now. It happens automatically. Sometimes I wonder.
Star Ruby. I can't accept this.
There's a lot in games that's gratifying but kind of
twice what
ultimately
you owe me.
pointless.
More if you can find yourself the right buyer.
I guess advancing text with a button
difference
makes
is
sense
interest.
because you can read it whatever speed you need.
If word got out I charged that much,
But did
no
it
one
ever
would
feel like you were
borrow from me
playing?
again. Anyway, why
little
are
bit.
you the one here asking me about this? I'd have expected Otto. Bit much sending the Lord Marquis out to settle your debts, isn't it? The old goat working himself to death again.
Something like that. Most days I think he's the only reason the hideaway's still standing.
Same as always, eh? Back when the place was nothing but a twinkle in the eye of a recently retired Lord Commander, word is he was the first one Sid reached out to. Probably knew that without his strong arm and level head, the idea would never get off the ground. Sid may have been the face of the hideaway, but Otto's always been the backbone. And when Sid passed away, we were all worried that would be the end of it. That Otto would just give up.
His death was hard on everyone. But it must have hit Otto hardest of all.
But he didn't give up, did he? Quite the opposite, in fact. If I recall, he was the one who nominated you as Sid's replacement, and rallied the rest around you. I reckon what he saw in Sid, he saw in you too. And don't we all? Doesn't hurt that you're half as stubborn and twice as handsome, neither. That...
Well, speaking of masturbating the player.
I suppose I do.
I don't mind people saying nice things to Clive, though. He works hard. I have always had a,
Stay sharp. We don't know when those bastards...
I mean, speaking of RPGs where NPCs treat you like you ain't shit, I always liked Earthbound, or Mother for that reason. Because you're a kid. And everyone treats you like a kid. They're either phenomenally weird, they just tell you, like, bizarre and personal shit, but you're kids so you don't know that that's weird yet, or they just completely disregard you. You're, like, invisible. They're just yelling at you to get out of the way. Such a cool and different energy from that between, like, this, where you're the hero savior. Like, everybody at least knows who you are. I guess Yakuza can kind of be like that.
Faster!
The Yakuza's kind of got this energy where you are sort of a more blank protagonist who has superpowers and has a differing status from the general population.
Don't get surrounded.
I'm getting more abstract with my descriptions to make them fit. Oh, treasure! It's gotta be good. It's gotta be good.
Rest.
Worth fighting this wyver. Come here, wyver. Wyvra. What the f... I missed. Alright, let's get that treasure. Here we go. Do you think it's going to be over 10 gil? Look at this nice treasure box. It's got all these like little details embossed in there. Tile work. It's a little dirty. Let's open her up. Oh. Bloodhawk Jess. That might be worth more than 10 gil. That's kind of cool.
Let's go.
Yeah, Captain. I guess that's the thing. That's the thing that God of War 2018 did that games can't really expect to do, which is take a game that was about such puerile entertainment and make it about something human and interesting. Oh, there we go. It's kind of a Toy Story thing, really, of you're sort of telling your own personal path with the thing through that thing.
This won't be easy.
Matrix Revolutions kinda, sorta, but not nearly as
It's certainly quiet.
subtle.
If I were a giant antelope, it would seem like just the place. I doubt we'll find one bigger than that. You hungry, Torgal?
You're finished.
What are the monster icons to the left of the health bar? Those are the move sets that I'm rotating through. Each one has 2 abilities that are on cooldown. So,
farewell.
It's intended both in terms of the abilities you use and then the abilities that are tied to the powers themselves. Wow, that made no sense. Horrible Streams, thanks for the sub. Weird question. Do you ever look in the mirror and say, "I am the law," in a deep, gravelly voice?
Will it be enough?
No, but I should start trying. I needed to. Might as well play around with your vocal cords and try to find a good gravel, right?
I say that answers my question. Which means we owe the lawsmen our thanks. You're just a big puppy, aren't you?
Yeah. Yakuza 0 style switching.
Big puppy.
Yeah, that's a good way to describe it.
You do know you can take that with you, Torgal. Lady Karen will be relieved to hear you've got your appetite back. Come on, boy.
Good.
Fetch!
We got Torgal a nice, good snack, and that was worth it. I wonder if Torgal's ever going to do the tippy taps. Yeah, there's a pet the dog button. So does Torgal go Sparkle Dog when I use Limit Break?
There's talk.
Haven't really been paying attention.
Flood has finally spread.
What's the soldier got to say?
Citizens are free to come and go as they please. The checkpoint's open to all.
When did you get so big?
Northreach, though. When the throne moved south, most with any sense followed.
Oh. Huh. Maybe he's got his own limit gauge?
The gates to Heaven Hall in the area were breached by someone. Or something.
Interesting.
The steward was in town earlier looking for men to come and repair it. But no one was keen to help.
I want to see you again tonight. But the captain's late with our pay.
It's all right. I'll be waiting.
Wait a minute. That's gay.
What am I going to do without Sweetwater and Olive Talc?
Still no caravan from the Dominion's perfumeries yet, then?
Seeing as business is scarce these days, the Dame decided we should all learn to read. I only wish she had some smaller books. My arms ache something fierce.
That does look like a huge book. Imagine if, like, something got lost along the way and it was just an NPC holding a normal book.
Milady, I come bearing gifts.
Gifts? Whatever is the occasion.
Isabel rules.
Oh my.
Oh shit, 420 West Coast.
Clive, you really have have outdone yourself.
I don't have any weed sound effects, do I?
Give it to you. To settle the hideaway's debt with the veil. And to...
Weird.
Compensate you for the time it took us to do so.
You disappoint me, Clive. I thought you might finally be warming to me. Tell Otto he can keep his baubles. I tried to tell him as much the first time around. The man owes me nothing, nor does the hideaway. My contribution to the restoration effort was made freely and willingly. It was the least I could do.
You once told me Sid did you a kindness.
Vacant Zane. Thanks for the sub.
I'd like to do the same.
Anyway, happy 420, everybody.
For my sake.
1620, quick weed stinger. Okay, all right. Quick weed stinger, in and out. Let me try to do the bird. This one might be loud. Actually, I'm gonna get some of that cold brew I whipped up. I'll be right back.
Mary and Frank.
Okay, I hope everybody got all weeded up. All weeded up, all weeded out. There we go. Did it burp twice in a row?
For all you've done.
That's so weird.
It is.
I didn't think it would do it anymore.
Fetching, isn't it? Very well. Otto is lucky to have you, Clive. I doubt anything could ever replace his son. But you and the others at the hideaway are the closest thing he has to family.
Otto had a son.
Firefly, of course not.
Long ago.
Weed?
Yes.
While gaming? That's irresponsible.
Sid told me Otto lost him when he was just a boy, and blamed himself for not being able to stop it. I don't know how it happened, whether there was anything he could have done, but it was clear that it weighed heavily on him.
I didn't know.
How could you have? I doubt anyone did. Besides Sid, I've never met a man more keen to bear his sorrows in stoic silence.
Clive.
An ill habit, given that both have always been surrounded by friends desperate to help them.
I'm beginning to see that.
Buck, we will see.
We will want to know the stones were delivered.
Asking about the round of giveaway shipments. I believe...
Do without Sweetwater and Olive.
Wait a minute. No, for the Tetris shaker, unfortunately I ran out of mailers. So... this recent round of giveaways, I don't think there's been a single step in the process of shipping them out that hasn't gone wrong.
Want to see you.
The USPS site went weird for a while, and then my printer couldn't... like, okay, the USPS site went weird, and then it wouldn't let me check out with all of the labels that I wanted to create. It was just like, there was a problem. So I just removed some of the labels, and then it eventually let me check out. So it had an issue with one of them that it didn't know how to tell me about. And then my printer won't print, because it's an inkjet, and it doesn't have yellow ink, which it can't print black and white. The printer itself says black and white printing only, but I tried sending it a grayscale print job, and it just wouldn't do it. Would not do it. Refused to do it. So we got a new printer. And I've got grand designs now. Grand designs. I'm gonna go bananas. Bananas.
I noticed you and Torgal had gone off somewhere. Take him for a walk, did you?
But yeah, I'm out of mailers, so I've ordered more mailers. I have to wait for the mailers to arrive so that I can put things in them and then send them back out. But I got like half of them done. So those are waiting today. If the mail carrier actually stops here and picks them up.
Good enough, eh? Well, I'll teach
We'll
me
see.
for treating you like you're still a pup.
Printed all my shit at work. Yeah.
All right. No
I guess I do
need to
now too.
shout. Now we know what you're after. I can see about getting some in.
Speaking of which, I brought one for later. Can I leave it with you?
Ooh, an antelope femur. Is Torgal gonna take little chomps off that? Short of slaying a behemoth or a curl or bison or minotaur and adamantoise, one would be hard pressed to find a larger leg bone. If If this does not satisfy Torgal's ancestral hunger, chances are nothing will.
You can, eh?
Yeah, one of the cool parts about being self-employed is that you have to buy and maintain all of the office equipment yourself.
The bloody know-it-all.
I was just on my way to see him.
Luckily, that's the cost of doing business, aka tax deductible. Oh yeah. Printer or the ink refills cost more than the printer did, and it came with the ink. That should change. I have a laser printer now. So.
Ah, Clive. Were you able
And the printer that I got has refill cartridges that are crazy cheap.
You pointed us in exactly the right direction. And Torgal's been a very happy hound ever since.
Very good.
I think it's really just that inkjet
Lady
sucks.
Karen sends her thanks, by the way, for your part in solving the mystery.
Ah. But that reminds me. After your last visit, I found myself pondering Torgal's talents. Do you recall our conversation concerning Lady Jill's role in Torgal's transformation?
About how she somehow woke the power within him.
Precisely that. A reasonable conclusion, I thought. But one which raised certain questions in my mind. You see, the Fenrir of legend served Shiva and Shiva alone. And while the powers attributed to him are certainly impressive, the records imply they are somewhat different in nature to those you described Torgal as having used.
What are you suggesting?
That Torgal may be the beneficiary of more than one icon's power.
Torgal can sparkle swap.
That in addition to Lady Jill,
Yeah, I used to work at a Staples, so
your brother,
I'm familiar with some of the angles of the office supply racket.
the icons hitherto near at hand.
Yeah, it was mostly cables and ink. Like that. Those were the high margin items.
That number has only grown as the realm's dominance have fallen to your sword. One can but speculate as to how all of this has affected Torgal.
He has seemed more fierce of late.
That's an interesting
If I'm not
taste.
mistaken, he will grow fiercer still. We are fortunate indeed to be able to count him amongst our allies.
I got one of these protein non-dairy shakes, and it's got kale in it, a greens blend in there, pea protein, soluble fiber, cane sugar, sunflower oil, natural flavors, cocoa powder, some other stuff, monk fruit extract. It's not bad, but it's got a twang to it. It's got a slick mouthfeel. But nutritionally, it's exactly what I want right now. It's 190 or 170 calories for 20 grams protein. That's not bad. It's not bad at all. No Grimace shake. That's life.
Not our adversaries.
Oh, he's more than an ally. He's a friend.
I can't mess with the Grimace shake again. I want to finish Final Fantasy VI. And if I drink the Grimace shake, I'll just black out. Oh, I got a Torgal upgrade. That's cool. Cavil's Fang. Even a legendary king surrounded by the realm's greatest knights and blessed by the very heavens would have found himself hard-pressed to unite the warring tribes of ancient Valisthea. Fortunately, he had the help of his fine and trusty hound, Caval. And I got fangs. Cool. That's cool. That's good. I wonder if it should be like one more step. Maybe that would make people feel like the side quests have more value. If like instead of just a screen telling you that Torgal's attack went up, they give you a claw that you can then take to the blacksmith. You can take to Blackthorn and then you feel like you've done it. Like it's a I don't know.
She was building a ship.
I don't know. Let's give this dweeb the good news.
Goat. Still alive, I see. So Lady Karen accepted the ruby.
Ah, about that. I tried my best, but she was just too stubborn to take it. She threw it right back in my face, in fact, and told me I could stick my stupid stone where the sun don't shine.
Hold on. Yondo, my God, you've nailed it. Like brownie mix where you add an egg so you feel like you made it yourself. Exactly. Exactly. Sometimes a lot of video games are that exact thing. It's this... sometimes it's a little baffling. Like video games at their core, it's kind of like this entire elaborate, amazing fake reality, all designed to like clap for you when you like turn a switch. It's like, wow, you look at everything you did. Anyway. Yeah, the input output to this game is pretty narrow. So I guess it's interesting to think about the ways that they could add more feel-good switches to the game. Because that was a good side quest. It had a... I have a theory. I think sometimes if you give people markers about side quests, they do them efficiently, which is to say they go out, they do them all, and then they come back and turn them all in. I wonder if that disrupts the writing and makes the arc of a quest a lot harder to track. I thought about that with MMOs. I noticed, especially in 14, I'd be like having to mentally jump between like 4 different storylines, and after a while I just stopped caring. I just sort of thumb through the text and be like, but the object permanence of it is just gone. So I don't know. I wonder about that stuff. It's on the player to, I think about. It's on the player to think about that stuff. But part of game design is also corralling the player into the experience that is the experience they're likely to enjoy the most, I guess.
Karen refused payment.
I hope it wasn't something I said.
I'm sure you were as tactful as ever. Let me see what I can do.
Oh, wonderful. I hope you have better luck than I did.
Yeah. The more I play games like this, the more I'm realizing that it does the created content the most service to play through its threads in a direct fashion. Especially since progress in this game is largely meaningless, I guess. At this point, I guess renown is nice. That might... Who knows what renown will lead to.
Lady Karen, Goad tells me you weren't happy with our offer.
I'm glad at least they have the renown thing.
What that? I don't recall lending any of you lot me hard-earned gil. I may have tossed a talent or two in the Hideaway's coffers, but those were donations, and you can hardly call it charity if you go asking for it back.
Of course not. But one good turn deserves another. And our circumstances have changed. Surely you wouldn't shun the gratitude of a pauper who happened to have become a prince.
Oh, so you're a prince now, are you? Fine. But I'm selling it and taking what I'm owed, then you're getting the rest whether you like it or not.
Everyone's so nice in this quest. This is a weirdly wholesome quest.
Where'd you even get this? A decent trader might nab 1,000 talents for a star ruby. A canny one, meanwhile, might claim it were nicked from the belt of Sid the Outlaw himself and ask twice as much. Might be I already have a buyer in mind. Might be you even know her. A fine continental maid whose beauty's only eclipsed by a guile in commerce. You wouldn't mind, would you?
Not at all. Just be sure to tell her that it's always a pleasure doing business.
Oh, I can't lure? Actually, don't know who they're talking about.
I hear you ended up delivering all 3 stones. Thanks to this lump.
Oh, herself? Oh, well,
I
there you go.
sometimes wonder what I pay you for.
No,
Speaking of which,
she's gonna buy it?
I still haven't been paid last month's wages.
Oh, so you remember what's owed to you then? Get your ass behind that disc of yours and don't get up before those ledgers are square.
Right away.
I've seen that before.
Yeah. Plenty of times. It was the only goblet Sid ever used, either out of habit or because the filthy sod couldn't be bothered to find a clean one.
I knew so little about him.
Like most people.
Martha and the Dame both seem to have fond memories of him.
I bet they do.
How long did you know Sid before he...
Before he died. 20 summers, give or take. Back in the day, I was a purser on a trade ship, which is where I met him. He bought passage to... I forget where. But having nothing better to do on the long nights, we set up drinking island rum till the morning bell dragged me back to my duties. Quit my post not long after that. On account of making a fine maiden's belly fat. But me and Sid stayed close, promising we'd one day sail the seas again. That was before fate stepped in and said she was having none of it. The magic woke inside my son soon after his first name day, and there was no hiding his knack.
Couldn't you and your family have...
My family were the ones who summoned the constable, wanted the monster taken away. I couldn't turn my back on him, forget what I felt, and I couldn't for the life of me understand how they could. Luckily, Sid was of the same mind as me. It was him who stood beside me when all I wanted was to tear the whole world down. Him who cried for me when I had no tears left of my own. Him who swore he'd do everything he could to stop it from happening again. And he was true to his word, too. Left the Royal Army once and for all. His ranks, his ribbons, gone. Just like that. Threw away everything he had. All to right a wrong that no one else had the courage to face. I knew then I'd follow that man to the ends of the earth.
Damn. Hell of a speech. Hell of a monologue, I guess. Ooh, flashback? Hey, maybe. It is a spectacular Wednesday afternoon, isn't it? The game is quite quintessential, which is to say I'm
He was always too clever for his own good.
enjoying a series of dramatic
Saw the world
cutscenes.
for what it really was, while the rest of us were content to go along with the lie we were shown.
Enjoying the drama.
Can't have been easy, bearing that burden alone.
Man, would it be so bad to have a game like this every couple of years? I don't know if that pace would be possible.
They stop him. He never lost faith in what he believed was.
And if a game has a whack combat system or whatever, just try again. I don't know. I don't know. I think at the budgets these games are operating at, they're not allowed to try.
Ready to catch the stubborn sod, if ever he should fall.
I guess I just missed the experimentation phase of like PlayStation 1. What a fun intersection. Games seem like they could be turned around fast enough that you could roll the dice on some experimental concepts and just kind of go for it.
Ignore me. Just the ramblings of a tired old man.
How much does a game like this cost to make?
That lot. I'll tidy it up.
It's difficult to put a price tag on it. Although Firefly, information did leak about exactly how much Sony budgeted. Well, maybe not exactly, but
This.
pretty smooth budgets.
Sid's handwriting.
Like in the hundreds of millions of dollars for Horizon Zero Dawn, I'm pretty sure. 200 million?
Dear Otto.
I may be drunk, but I wanted you to know this place would be fucked.
200 million for Last of Us 2? Okay.
Love you, you grumpy old sod.
This note.
Is that normal? No, it's hard to say. I'm going to guess that's probably on the high end.
What about it?
Sid was right.
For Last of Us 2. Yeah, Horizon, also probably on the high end. Though, I mean, those are prestige Sony productions. They're going to get the biggest, greenest checks. Last of Us, of course. Like, I guess at the time when they were funding Last of Us 2, they didn't know that it would be such a hit.
Just once. Before he...
Horizon was 212, Last of Us 2 was 220. Okay. I'd say 100 million is normal for AAA in 23.
Or anyone. I'd only have told him to piss off.
Aw. God of War 2 was 200 plus? Okay.
You're wrong, though. Both of you. It was never just me keeping the hideaway afloat. It was all of us.
This is good stuff. This is pretty significant, and this is cutscenes. Or sorry, this is side quest stuff.
Direction. I barely seem to be able to do that anymore.
That's such a great place to put side cast member moments too.
Would you rather go at the helm?
Level 51. I'm really enjoying this game.
Years left in me.
But it's pretty custom suited to both what I like and also specifically the kind of game I was looking for kind of right now. So it was a happy landing for me in a lot of ways.
Before you go,
I would like for it to be a more technical game in a couple of ways, but
this.
But that's...
This will do me just fine.
There's still things that I want to try to do in combat. It's not like it's 100% brain dead.
Thanks for the ray of sunshine. I'll see if I can't pay you back.
Yeah, I guess what I had hoped is that I don't know, it'd be cool if bigger companies could have more incubator teams releasing smaller projects. It just seems like it's not worth bigger companies' times, like at all, which is odd, because it seems like plenty of companies make enough money in the AA space that they don't really care. Like, tons of companies seem to operate just fine. I guess what's the point? Like, if you want to run a certain kind of business, you have to be spinning up a COD or a Destiny. Well, I don't even know what you do now. It's kind of, the game has transcended. Now you're fighting like tech money and stuff. It's weird. I guess what does a game like this look like on a AA budget? Is it possible or even worth the time? If the budget, if by cutting budget you lose some of the wackier icon fights and stuff, I don't know. Yeah, Yondo, there's a part where you can look at your wall and see trophies from quests and things.
All right, Clive. Asterix. We'd finished sending half the
Love that
hideaway
phrase.
traipsing across the twins, has she? I swear, that girl'd do anything to put off visiting her old dad's grave. No excuses now, though, eh?
Not quite. She said there was one final thing she had to take care of. I'm sure she'll be finished soon enough.
She said that?
What would be a AA game?
She did, yes.
Lies of P? Something like that?
Were you born yesterday or something? There is no thing. She'll probably be halfway to Canva by now.
Mid. I might still be able to catch her.
Mid told me she was building a ship.
Really?
Indie games? Well, not indie. But probably, let's see here. Yeah, Evil West. Maybe Hi-Fi Rush? Something like that could be AA.
Overless.
I don't know, those...
Have you seen
Yeah,
Mid?
Dredge.
Yeah.
Those walls are coming down a little bit.
In a boat.
Stray.
Going that way.
Then I'm too late.
You in a hurry at all, are you?
Yeah, so Jean Jacket saying surely something of the scope couldn't have more than 150-ish million.
For a dinghy and rowed off. Oars going like the clappers.
Okay. I don't know if this is the case. I hope this is the case. but kind of what I was implying earlier about the definite scope of the game, and to some degree the constrained scope of the game. This game might have been made for cheap, maybe. Maybe Yoshi P was able to put together like a budget plan to get this game made. And so the sales expectations aren't super high. It's the reason it was greenlit. And if it works, then it basically paves the way for more productions like this, which I kind of hope, I guess. Maybe.
Got some life in her, ain't she? But anyway, I was on my way up to see you, as it happens.
7 Remake easily hit over 200 million in budget. Dev and marketing combined, that is.
Urgent, by the sound of it. One of your uncle's men said
I have no idea. I always presumed that productions were really expensive in Square Enix before Yoshi P's projects because they always took forever. Kingdom Hearts 3 was in development for, God, what, 5 years? And like, maybe they had a small staff rotating on and off the project or something, but if it was in full dev the whole time, that's a lot of money. It's a ton of money. I mean, they would always talk about games that sold 4 million as a disappointment because I guess their burn rate was always so high or something. I mean, they would say that about their Western studios too, so I don't know. Weird company. It's been hard to get a fix on them. This is also maybe kind of a new... is this the first release? No, it can't be the first release with their new president, right? It would be cool if this is Square Enix pivoting to more of like a FromSoft kind of approach, where they just have like smaller, aggressive ideas, and they have 3 teams that are constantly making stuff. Technically, it is okay. Yeah, maybe I'm reading too much behind the scenes, but this is an interesting game because if you don't think about it like a grand reinvention, remaker, or massive statement of intent, if it's like we've got some ideas. We have some cool stuff we could do. We could just do it. It's not like the new president greenlit this. Okay. Yeah, that was pretty recent, right?
Here now.
Thank you, Obelith.
Don't mention it.
What tidings, Uncle?
Ooh, my dear boy. My journey to Canver has been a resounding success. The friend I mentioned not only agreed to share the contents of his strongbox with us, but his considerable knowledge of the goings-on in the Free Cities, by which I learned of the endeavors of a certain young friend of yours. Though I, for one, believe Miss Telemon's project to be quite the valiant enterprise, I doubt the Canverian authorities will take kindly to the unauthorized use of their dockyards, no matter how deserted. And if rumor has already reached my friend, it may not be long before the guild masters are rapping at our door. Which is why I pen you this note. I would like to borrow your man Gav for a moon or two, that he might keep a watch on those who might mean our little fellowship ill, and warn us of any impending attack. I trust that you will give this proposal your full consideration. Your loving uncle, Baron.
Trouble in Canva. Well, I'll need someone to keep an eye on Mid.
Ah. Hi, Amir. You're diving into the Grimace Shake TikTok meme?
So what?
I haven't done that myself, actually. But I could...
Sailed off into the sunset.
I could be down with some surrealism.
Seems that way.
Well, nothing we can do about it now. But next time you plan on visiting Sid, you might want to tie her to something before you suggest it.
Don't be so hard on her. Gotta admit, the dirty work was kind of fun. Everyone pitching in and all that bollocks. Just like when we built this place.
You're right.
Anyway, we all set to head to the old hideaway. I could do with getting to Canva pretty sharpish. Wouldn't do to keep Lord Rosfield of the Seven High Houses waiting now, would it? Not after he asked for me personally.
Gav will be leaving with me. Will you mind the place while we're gone?
Oh, Gav.
You can count on me. Just be sure to give Sid and the others my regards.
Gav reminds me of Zell.
Oh, by the way, Jill will be joining us too. She's got some things to take care of, but she'll meet us there.
I hope she's telling the truth at least.
Huh? Why wouldn't she be? Okay. Didn't officially become president till the start of this month. I thought it was super recent. Because, yeah, he introduced himself at the 16 launch event. Which I thought was a pretty classy move. Yeah, I'm really curious about the next couple of years for Square Enix. I'm super curious about whatever the heck Nintendo's going to do. This is going to be the first console fully under the new president, Furukawa. That must be Sid's theme, yeah. Okay. I feel like after 14 success, let Yoshi P just have one freebie.
Well, Sid.
I guess this was it.
I remember what you told me.
But yeah, no, he should have free reign.
Listening to what you have to say, you may as well not say it.
After what he did with 14, you have to like make him the COO or something. And if we're lucky, he just wants to produce as many games as possible.
This, old friend. Hugo Kuka is gone. His shadow looms over us no longer.
It's a pity the Phoenix can't be in two places at once. If he'd have been with us, maybe he could have done something for the Lost.
Not even the Phoenix can bring people back from the dead. Life has a beginning and an end. So we must live while we have the chance. And not as slaves to the crystals, but as free men.
May we join you?
Lady Karen, what a pleasant surprise.
I thought I'd drop by and see how you were all doing before heading off to restock my supplies.
I can't think of another Final Fantasy that's this embracing of death. The characters die, but it's like an ongoing event that continues to impact these characters. It's really interesting.
But it were never as bad as this.
I know. The blight marches on. And soon, there will be no escaping sights like these.
Yeah, 10, kinda, yeah. The game's kind of overshadowed by the absence of somebody.
So our mission remains unchanged.
Kinda, yeah, kinda.
We cannot stop until every Mother Crystal is gone, and their thirst for ether with them. The only one that remains in Storm is Drake's tail in the Crystalline Dominion.
Our next target.
We're going to Twinside.
It's the capital of the Empire these days. I wouldn't like to think how tightly guarded they've got the place. Not that that'll stop you, but we do well to scout it out before you go charging in.
We would indeed.
If you're off to the Dominion, you can take this great lump with you.
Goods.
Oh, I am sorry.
Yes.
Have you forgotten you're the most wanted man in the Twins?
Definitely need some Goods time.
You might like to disguise yourselves as the attendants of a travelling trader, assuming you've no better ideas. You wanted to buy yourself some tools, didn't you? Well, now's your chance.
You're letting me go with them? Oh, thanks, Nan.
Stop that! You'll break me bones, you great galoot. There's a caravan that runs back and forth.
Is he just
between
excited
the
to go
Dominion
outside?
and Bocklad markets. It's managed
boy,
by
he's
the
going for it.
Merchants Guild. Just show them Goots' traders pass, and you'll be on your way. It'll be a damn sight less risky than footing
Still
it
giggling.
to the Crystal Road.
He's gonna have to stop that.
Thank you, Karen. And glad to have you with us, Goot.
Okay then. I'll get me things and I'll meet yous there. See yous down in Bocklad.
Get off! Me poor fingers!
Jill, you're with me.
Understood.
And Gav,
Already on my way,
fuck
Captain.
be careful.
Oh man, he's got 3 ponytails? Shit, he's gonna die. You can't do that cool behind the back wave and survive. Old Gav.
Do you see that, Sid? Your protege's making a proper little outlaw of himself.
Gav's a little more like Irvine. I mostly remember Irvine being like a try-hard dork, but that's what made him charming. I guess there's some elements of that in Gav. He doesn't have the pretense though. No one is a Final Fantasy VIII character in this. You got me thinking now. I mean, no. Clive is still even a little more upbeat than Squall was. Sort of. That's the thing, Squall was pretentious. That was kind of that was the fun of the story, is just getting him to abandon his stupid bullshit. Clive is what Squall wants to be. Squall saw a poster of Clive and was like, awesome. I'm gonna base my entire personality on this. Yeah, he was an edgy teen who had to admit some things to himself. Actually, a pretty heartfelt story.
How are you feeling?
Better. Thanks to Talia.
I'm glad to hear it.
In retrospect,
Toggle
Squall's
Thingy boy.
arc through the game and relationship with Laguna is pretty sweet. Let's see, your Clive is an Auron? But I don't know if that works. Squall needed a Torgal. Well, it was Renoa's dog. I can't remember the name because to me the dog's name is always Vaginal.
This used to be a trade route for merchants crossing the Scars.
There's a
new road wide enough to let wagons pass.
one of the original Let's Plays, like I want to say one of the first 10 in the West at least. Or well, okay, maybe I'm speaking out of turn, but there were Let's Play blank threads on something awful. To my knowledge, that's where the Let's Play verbiage started from. I mean, there was like Game Center before that. But anyway, one of the earlier threads was Final Fantasy VIII. And the person who was playing it named their dog Vaginal, so that whenever you used any of the abilities, any of Renoa's limit breaks, it'd always be like Vaginal Cannon.
An all-official
or
there.
Leaving
like
this
Vaginal
one for those
Blast.
living outside the law.
Good stuff.
Indeed. I doubt we'll be the only outlaws on the trail today.
Yeah, hold on. Let me see if I can look it up. Final Fantasy VIII Vaginal Cannon. Yeah, and they named Renoa Wharf. I remember that too because it was funny as hell. I found there's a forum post. Oh yeah, okay, here we go. I found a photo bucket watermarked image from that Let's Play. Vaginal cannon going off. Anyway, good memories, good times. Wish I could put it on screen, but I'd have to move some cords around. So anyway, yeah, name your dog Vaginal. That's the real actual canon name. Worf. Some really dynamite screenshots of tender dialogue coming from Worf. You need that last magic bit to get that extra height. God, it's awesome having Jill in the party. Ow! Ow! Hey! Another good character name is Bucko. I don't think so, Bucko. Not a chance, Bucko. Stop right there, Bucko.
We'd be lucky to make it out alive.
Really? It's as bad as that?
Oh, aye. There's trouble up ahead. And too much of it for us to handle.
I take it there's danger on the road.
Oh, gross.
Oh, what about this?
Did a search for Torgal, and you found nothing but women scratching at their cooters.
To the task?
Assume Torgal has to be some sort of slang for vaginal
Assuming
infection.
he's willing to hear us out.
Vaginal cannon, you say?
Well met, friend. My brother and I have been tasked with finding a merchant's missing cart.
Merchant.
Seen it by any chance?
How does a merchant misplace his cart?
Oh, the man's a coward. When he thought goblins might come a-snarling, he ran, leaving his livelihood abandoned in the pass.
He sent the two of us to fetch it, but it's gone. Now, I'm not much of a thinker, but I know the work of thieves when I see it.
My brother's right on all accounts. And by my estimation,
I'm surprised that a gift keyboard would just throw a bunch of scratchy vaginas at you.
down the road.
We may have seen our share of action, true, but we've not got the skill in arms to boldly brave an ambush.
You, however, have the look of a man who needn't fear a band of backwater ruffians. What do you say? Will you help us out? Chances are they'll come for you either way. But if you promise to lend us a hand, at least you'll pocket a reward for your troubles.
Well, if I'm going to have to deal with them anyway.
You've clearly got a fine head on this.
If I have not turned down a single quest,
Yeah, lucky you came along.
does anyone know what happens if you do?
Hoping to make a heavy person.
Is there just like one line of dialogue and then it goes back to you can talk to him again to get the quest?
Reckon he won't be forking over the rest
Like,
of
we'll be here if you change your mind. And then,
those goods.
and then the camera pulls out and
While you're
just
seeing to
resets
those
everything.
bandits, you keep your eyes open.
All right. Just don't expect me to drag the cart out of there myself.
No,
They have icy nips.
You can leave the cart to us.
And
Just put an end to
lparchive.org.
those bandits and point
Deep
us
links.
in the right direction.
Hey, what's up, Shadow Skill?
We'll take care of the rest.
Get cart. Oh, that's fun. I just now noticed. I always thought it looked a little weird, but the little dot on the bottom is a
trust those two.
comma of the exclamation
If
point.
there are bandits lying in wait, I should probably take care of them.
Okay, well, he's expressing some cunning here. He's like, okay, it might be a trap. Until now, he just kind of walks headlong into everything and just like, oh.
Look lively, you lot. We've got guests.
These must be our bandits.
Oh, I messed that up so bad. I hit the wrong button. Darn it! Alright, here we go. Kind of sounded like one of the bad guys from GoldenEye grunting for a second there. Wait. I can't see anything. Alright. Poor dude. Ooh. There's a good rhythm to it. It feels good to tap out these fights once you get used to the abilities. I still feel like it's just a few too many button hits to get to.
No.
It's kind of easy to get lost on what ability set you're on and what you're swapping to. But then again, I've been looking at cutscenes for like an hour, so gotta give myself a little time to warm back up into it. Oh, speaking of tippity tapping on things, in the Final Fantasy XIV raid group, we finally beat tier 9.
All of this out of here will be a nightmare.
So now I get to fight the Spider Castle.
Seems we've
I got me
found
a
ourselves
necklace.
The right man for the
Good
job,
times.
wouldn't you say? Found the cart and didn't leave a single bastard breathing.
That's actually a really fun fight.
Our merchant friend will be
I like
delighted.
that fight a lot. 9, I mean, 10 is already pretty cool.
Will he be getting his goods out of
But
here?
yeah, lots of rapid fire movement,
It'd be
critical
wrong to make
mechanics.
such a fine warrior haul cabbages to market.
You've done your part. And that's all you need to worry about.
Oh crap!
Here.
Bruce with a massive raid. Hello, everybody. How's it going?
It's been a pleasure.
Let me
Now piss off.
do a little shout out action
No
here.
need to be so rude, brother. What if we want his help again next
Squalala. How's everybody? Oh, how's everybody doing? I've just completed a quest, so things are looking pretty nice from my perspective. I'm chugging through the. I don't know. I'm chugging through Final Fantasy 16. I like this game a lot, even though I acknowledge it's not everything. But I'm having a good time. I like all the anime flips and the explosions. We're kind of ramping up to the next story beat here. I got another big old crystal in my sights, and I hate those dang crystals. Boy, do I hate them. So I'm gonna go over there and smack it with my sword, make it explode.
Area when it comes to bridge building.
The fallen ruin should hold at least.
Yeah.
The path continues on the other side.
I'm ready for the story, the music, and some of the settings to get a little more crazed. Which is not to say I've been starved out of crazed moments. Oh, well, these things are gonna wake up, right? They have to. Look at how creepy they are. There we go.
Over here!
Trick, man. I want to get one of these. Hey, what's up, Sixer? Yeah, they went more medieval with this one. More back to basics, I suppose. It's kind of fun because all of my favorite Japanese games are kind of like recycled trends from the West a little bit, like Resident Evil. I feel like Final Fantasy 1 is just the anime-ified Ridley Scott's Legend. Take that movie, you slap some levels on it. Maybe I need to watch Legend again. Cool.
So this is Zemeckis.
A land of the gods.
Now that's a hole.
It's even more impressive than I imagined. I remember being captivated by the story as a child.
Long, long ago, man was overcome by avarice and challenged the gods in a bid to win their power. The final battle took place here, at these falls.
Yeah, Brewhouse, can play Final Fantasy VII for the first time since you don't have a
If anyone ever
PS5.
manages to plumb those depths,
You mean the remake?
learn if there's any truth to the tale.
If you haven't played 7 Remake, yeah, that's on PC and it's also fantastic.
And punished man for his defiance by visiting
More
upon
science
him.
fiction-y though. If one wanted to get into Final Fantasy these days, where would one start? That's an interesting question.
Dominance in bearers.
I think it really depends what flavor of game you want.
Truth. I always thought it strange that the dominant and their icons were deemed a curse.
Do you want more action? Do you want more like
Back home,
strategy?
the dominant inherited the throne. They were admired and exalted, not spurned.
Oh, the old one. Okay.
Whenever I got to that part of the story, I always assumed that
That's fun.
something I'd misunderstood.
You had a lot of story.
I mean, if you haven't played, I feel like Final Fantasy VII for the
Your room, I
PlayStation
mean.
1.
When we were young.
If you want something old flavored, just start with that. See if it grabs you. It doesn't have to, but you can try it.
Epic battles between gods and men. Father encouraged me.
And
to
that was
read
such a
as much as I
touchstone for
could.
the series, so I feel like that's a good place to
He
start.
thought it good for my education.
You really were a boy like any other, weren't you?
But apart from that, 7 Remake is really good. You don't really need to play the original to have fun with
Look
it.
at this place.
This game's good.
It's enough to make you believe the legends are true.
I know.
I like 15. A lot of different kinds of games, though. This one's much more actiony. This is basically God of War. If you like God of War and you want something, the
road will be busier up ahead.
Like Final.
And we'll have to
If
keep
you
our
want something
wits
called
about
Final
us.
Fantasy.
Hi.
It's hard to recommend 7 Remake because it's
Something
not over. Every game is over until the next one comes out. That's how I think about it. There's no such thing as complete, ever, because they're making it up, you know? They could just make up more of it. As long as it sells, they will. So, I don't necessarily think that they have some grand creative idea that requires a sprawl across multiple games. Maybe they do, but
I see the reports are true.
I tend to judge things on their own.
You have surrendered the throne.
And if it's a game that requires fulfillment in another game to be fun and satifying, then that's not very good.
Emperor Olivier.
But I don't necessarily think it's like that, but some people might disagree.
How is he to rule an empire? He is but a boy.
I shall advise him until he comes of age.
Father, please.
Or for as long as I am able. The empire we seek to build needs young blood to rule it. And I can think of none better suited to the task.
I thought the dad was assassinated. I'm surprised he
There is
willingly
other
passed it
news,
along. That's a bit
Theo.
odd.
Hugo Kupka is dead.
Maybe his lore offers hints. Emperor Emeritus of the Holy Empire of Sanbreque. In the wake of the events at Phoenix Gate, he married Annabella Rossfield, and sired a second son, Oliver, with her. Annabella and Oliver's influence in the affairs of the imperial court was to only grow over the years, until Sylvester was finally convinced to surrender his throne to the young prince, announcing him to be the latest in a long line of earthly incarnations of Grieger. So it sounds like he just got politically maneuvered out. Got grieged? Yeah. Maybe he knew that he was going to get fucking killed unless he did it willingly.
Drake's Fang destroyed. The pillars of the Republic have fallen. Ere long, the Imperial banner shall fly over every city in storm. And then, Valisthea. All shall bow before their Emperor.
Father, these are the words of a tyrant.
They are the words of a god. The Emperor.
Oh man, the
whom I
thunder rumble.
gladly serve,
That's so
great,
so cheesy.
made flesh.
Return to your camp, Dion, and ready your forces. It is time to show the world the true power of Sanbreque.
Father, I find you much changed. Is this truly the path you wish to tread? Or are these the ambitions of another? Of Ultima, perhaps?
What nonsense is this? I speak my mind, and my mind only. Though I do owe Annabella thanks for reminding me of certain truths regarding the nature of nations, of rulers, and of the divine.
You would trust the words of this traitress?
Uh-oh.
She betrayed her country. She slew her husband.
You have ever been an invaluable servant to Sanbreque, Prince Dion. I trust you will continue to serve your emperor in the wars to come.
Canker! Silence! Insolent wretch! You will bend the knee. All else is heresy.
Sire, forgive me.
This audience is over. Come, your radiance. The Rowena Syndicate awaits your pleasure.
Oh, not another meeting with silly old men. They're so boring. I'm hungry, Father. Can't we have luncheon instead?
Does it pain you that you will not inherit your father's throne?
I have suffered worse.
She's got to just talk some shit.
Count your blessings, Dion. For a base-born child to be chosen by Bahamut is miracle enough. You have risen high on his wings, but you shall rise no higher, lest your impure blood stain the throne.
What do you know of my blood?
Now they just have to full-on cut to lightning striking in the window. Look at that smirk. That's a good smirk. Excellent. Excellent. So ominous. So dramatic. Like, if this were a show... If this were a show, I could find charm in it as like a CW production. If all the performers are being this smarmy with it, I'm like, all right. It'd be good like background stuff. So I don't mind that being the interludes between some wacky combat. It hits a good quality cutoff. It's a solid 8. Yeah, which is kind of on the higher end of the bell curve for. It's a bit campy too, which I realize I kind of respond to a lot better than,
Imperials on high alert.
or a lot more positively than most.
His Radiance has lost one capital already. We can be sure Sylvester will do everything in his power to hold on to Twinside. His troops are well trained and increasingly.
It's like Diet Metal Gear.
It's not as if we can wait for the siege to end.
Right. Headed over to the Crystalline Dominion too, are you? There's good gil to be made there. Believe you me. Yeah. The minute I heard them bandits had blown up Drake's Fang, I packed up my store and pulled me boots on. And so did you, eh? I did have a plan to make me fortune with some baths down by the Dalamil Inn. How can anybody sit back and relax in a land that ain't got a whiff of the crystal's blessing no more? And that's when it hit me. If you're looking for lucre, the Dominion's the place to be. Soon enough, half a storm will be headed there.
All right.
If I can get in first and set up shop, I'll have a license to mint gil. The guildmasters of Canver will be beggars by comparison.
Sure will.
I'll be famous in all four corners of Storm soon enough. And I'll have a fortune that'll make me ma and pop.
Mom, Pop proud. Hope that works out for you. All right. See you later. See you later. He's so excited. He's all amped up. Good for him. I'm not gonna yuck his yum or anything like that. I'm just gonna leave. Just quietly walk away. I keep forgetting there's a look at objective thing. Oh yeah, the store page.
Good girl.
For a Metal Gear collection. Exciting stuff. Again though, I don't want to get my hopes up.
Faster.
It's just a collection. It's not that hard to do. But I feel like there hasn't been a single release from this new Konami yet. Unless you count Getsu Fumaden, which was alright, I guess. You don't buy into the Metal Gear Solid 4 stuff, Captain?
And they're all making for the Crystalline Dominion.
Because they don't know how to live without the crystal's blessing.
I feel like it's possible, but unlikely, that some of the engineers that worked on Metal Gear Solid 4 are still at Konami. Maybe they got some of the old folks together and like ported the thing to x86 or something like that. Made an executable. Isn't the whole collection already on GOG? Metal Gear Solid 3 is not. Yeah, they've been working on pachinko machines for the past 20 years, but maybe that's the only way I could think that it would actually be ported, is that either they found some port house that's just weirdly good at porting things off of PS3.
Buckland.
Has any game ever, any PS3 exclusive, been ported off that system?
There are no crystals here.
There aren't really that many PS3 exclusives, are there?
The Crystalline Dominion is our only chance.
I know. This is where we're supposed to meet Goots, isn't it?
That's right. He said he'd wait for us here after replenishing his supplies. I dare say he'll have finished by now.
That's that then. No trader's pass. No passage.
Does Demon Souls count? Demon Souls was never... Demon Souls never came out on PC? Did it? Ratchet and Clank games? Last of Us 1? I mean, it's a rough thing to ask for because nobody ported a PC back then, but still, even after the fact, there's been a wave, or multiple waves really, of companies looking back through their catalog and blowing the dust off of anything that can make some money. There's been tons and tons and tons of re-releases. But
what are you looking for?
Everything there seems there for good, I guess. Or rather, it was prohibitively expensive to try to get it off that platform. Oh, Uncharted collection. I don't think so. The Uncharted on PC is just 4 in the DLC, right?
Come one, come all, feast your eyes. Good sir, can I interest you in...
And The Last of Us on PC isn't the PS3 version.
For a measly crust of bread?
You won't find any cheaper. Not nowadays. But you're more than welcome to look.
So, I don't know. It's all so circumstantial, but to me, the fact that no one's done it, not that there's an enticing game to do it for. But
the Empire's unlawful and illegitimate occupation
it does feel like
if
it were cheaper to do or easier to do, more games would have been salvaged.
Twinside has been officially approved by the Republican Army will be permitted to cross the border. All who seek entry are to form a line and ready their documents for inspection.
It looks like we aren't the only ones who are eager to leave.
And they're checking everyone.
Can't you make an exception? Not for the likes of you.
We won't get through without that pass.
So yeah,
Fun good, shall we?
it's like, and that also means that, like, if no one's done it, then that means there's no There's no existing thing to tap into. You'd have to do it from scratch.
Must be around here.
It's just like things stack up against it ever being a feasible thing. And also Konami only seems like they're just now reacquainting themselves with selling games direct to game consumers. So it seems like such a wild, it's a wild project to bite off, and it seems like an inordinately expensive and risky one to try to port Metal Gear Solid 4. But if they ported Metal Gear Solid 4 and just had a full fresh PC release, like not even as part of a collection, they could probably sell it for $60 if they really did a decent port, or $70 even. Oh yeah, PlayStation Now. That's a good point. That was always the patch over. Okay, I have to use the restroom. And I think it's the normal stinger, so I'll be right back. See you soon. Alright, I'm back at it.
Witch's nectar!
And I remember the skating rink I used to go to as a kid got a Tekken 2 cabinet, and it was the coolest thing to watch. I wish more people would play just so I could watch. I'd just sit there and watch the demo loop. That was the best, when somebody was at the arcade and they had a lot of money. They could just sit on a cabinet and you could watch them play through a game.
Oh, good. There you are.
Clive, I'm so sorry. Don't tell Nan, will you?
Do you ever see Kojima getting Konami or Metal Gear
Tell us
back?
what happened.
I don't know that he wants to.
It's betrayed us, Pass. It's gone. We cannot ride the caravan without it. We won't even be able to get through the flipping.
I don't think his career will ever need Metal Gear again.
Remember when you last
And I don't think he's got a lot of... Like, if he wants to do Metal Gear, he can just do something else that's like Metal Gear.
You don't think that they might have nicked it, do you?
Yeah, I don't think he wants it or needs it. I agree, Captain.
A busy market like this is prime territory for pickpockets.
I still think it's a production miracle that he shipped Death Stranding in the time period he did.
Where would we even start?
Excuse me. Gosh.
I know where. I've got a pal in Bocklad who might be able to help us. No one knows more about what goes on round here than she does.
Where do we find her?
She's the owner of the Crimson Caravans, up that way. Sign's got a red chocobo on it.
Death Stranding 2, though. Man.
No time like the present.
You two go on ahead. I'm gonna check the rest of my stuff, make sure nothing else is missing.
All right. We'll meet you there.
Death Stranding 2. I mean, I'm all about
Let's keep an eye out for this.
giving Kojima whatever budget he wants and letting him do whatever he wants. I presumed that was the problem with Metal Gear Solid 5.
Show them your traders
It's just
pass.
the budget and the lack of releases. But then he flipped a crazy new concept, AAA scope, in 3 years with a new staff. I guess he had engine help. I guess he had a lot of wind in his back, but still. That's not easy to do, even with everything going your way. What did I think of Metal Gear 5 or Metal Gear Solid 5? I loved what I played of it. Excuse me. To me, mechanically, it was in the way that Breath of the Wild took the Zelda experience and made it an a reactive open world.
It's 10 million for a two-bird.
So that's basically what Metal Gear Solid 5 did.
Oh, we're not here for that.
Then I bid you good day.
Yeah.
Don't go,
Gameplay was
Elf.
amazing.
He's me mate.
As I live and breathe. Goots, what are you doing back in Bocklad?
Goots is our hookup?
I gather Lady Karen didn't send you.
What was your least favorite Metal Gear? I had Snake's Revenge on NES as a kid. I don't know if that counts, but
So
I didn't
what
like
trouble
it.
have you got yourself into this time?
But also, I don't know.
It's me trade.
As an adult, I can actually play
It got stolen
NES Metal Gear.
by little Ben.
It still sucks, though.
You're the size of a marble.
There's some mega pain in the ass aspects to that game.
Goots told us that you know the markets well. Might you have an idea which little band could have done this?
We don't intend to punish them. We just need our pass back. Then, we can be on our way.
Yeah, I've never played the MSX version. I'm excited to.
I see. So neither of you has a trader's pass
I kind of want to dive into MSX software in general. I have not played a single game on MSX.
Not that anyone would take you for traders.
Or
but
even
I suppose
Amiga.
That's why you came to me.
Something like that.
Now, I can't say for sure who took your pass.
So many dank video games.
But I suspect I know why they did it. Let me explain.
I didn't know that about Metal Gear Solid 5. Yeah, I don't know. The gameplay was amazing. I loved the energy of the game.
The Fist marched on the Dominion. The Republic
loved
has
its-
been clamping down on
its
any
feeling.
commerce that might aid the Empire
Kojima's
more
playlist
than
was
it
on
does
point
us.
for that game.
Which means traders' passes have gone from being merely a
But,
way of easing one's progress to being essential
The story
if one wishes
was
to cross the border at all.
not only
And with demand outstripping
confusing,
supply, they've become a
it was like even philosophically
leading some
troublesome.
to seek to acquire them by less than legitimate.
I didn't get it. I didn't get what they were going for.
Children are stealing passes to sell on the black
I guess I get that you're a warlord,
Yes and no. Passes are
and
inscribed with the
there's a
names
lot
of
of
their
comedy in
And yet,
the
none of the
banality of the
have appeared on
like
the register of those
horrors
passing through
you
the checkpoint.
like the fact that you basically like
That someone
brainwash
the
dudes
stolen
by
passes.
attaching them to big floppy
The same
balloons,
Someone who is encouraging the children to steal.
and then you indoctrinate them, and then you can
the
just
same
like
someone who has Goots'
fuck around with them on the base because you're big boss.
Whoever they are,
Air quotes.
they're ruining the livelihoods of honest merchants.
Like that's kind of funny, but it's also cruel. It's like pretty inherently cruel. That whole game is cruel. There's a weird cruelty
Stand with us.
to Metal Gear.
want to get your pass
Ground
back.
Zeroes felt that way as
We
well.
want to
It
ensure
was
that
fun,
no more are stolen. Catch whoever's
and it was
behind
impressive,
and two birds shall be slain with a
but it felt like grimy and mean. I don't. It's the best way I can summarize it. Yeah, Big Boss is not a good guy, and I kept thinking that, but he wasn't even like fun evil. He was just sort of there,
It's that,
which I guess yeah, I get it.
I
don't know.
Try swimming across the street.
Well, maybe I don't get it. I should play it.
Guards will definitely spot you if you try and do that. Like, we don't want to get spotted, right?
So either we find the people who took the pass, or give up all hope of entering the Dominion.
All right. We'll help.
Oh, Goots.
Thank you kindly.
Like they just keep talking.
But I don't know your name. Eloise at your
Oh, man.
service.
Clive.
He's so nervous.
A pleasure doing business with you, Clive.
This is why we got to get Goots out of the house more. No one is really fun evil. Yeah, it's weird. I guess for a game that can be so melodramatic,
The furniture makers by
the
the
cruelty in Metal Gear Solid 5 was weirdly
Wear
deadpan,
that.
and it had an eerie feeling about it.
I suggest that you speak with him first.
The furniture makers. Understood.
I'm standing outside the red chocobo. Nice. I did not notice. Okay, all right. There it is. Taking a little look around. Aha. A vital treasure chest. Who knows what untold riches could be held within. What impossibly secret pickups I could have missed had I not possessed this inquisitive spirit. Oh, music. What are the goblin coins for? Oh! Alright, there it is. That's the big money. 15 fangs. I'll take orchestration, though. Orchestrin? What is it? Some weird item in Final Fantasy XIV that I only recently realized did not say orchestration.
Crimson caravans, scooping up all the best customers.
Orchestrion or something like that. Anyway.
Out of my sight, wretch. I know you
Yeah, weird situation with Metal Gear 5. So I didn't finish it. Part of me was like,
Jug of snake spit for the road. It'll keep you warm.
I didn't. all the other games that come out at least were, I don't know if complete is the right word,
next to the checkpoint.
but they underwent a full development cycle. Yeah. To me, it's like all the circumstances of the game launching and Kojima splitting off and stuff suggested that the game was released pretty abruptly, potentially. 5 felt like it was made by 5 feels like it was made by a bitter man. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. That's a, yeah, that I guess feels like the tone that I'm trying to describe. But the lack of a proper ending, I was just like, I really like the game. Like, I'm enjoying playing the game itself, but these cutscenes are kind of a bummer. What little I understand. And also, if it's all just going to lead to something that just stops, I'm like, I don't know. I won't get my heart broken. I'll just not really play through it. But I do intend to at some point. Now that I know that there's still some kind of future of weirdness out there with Death Stranding 2, the finality won't break my soul, you know?
Then I expect you want to know more.
She told me you were leading the hunt for the pickpockets. What have you learned?
For one, that they're targeting the traders carrying the biggest packs. Harder to watch your back, see? And less chance of the mark giving chase if they're spotted. Not that they'd be likely to catch them. Those imps know every inch of this warren like the...
Yeah, I wanted to give the series a full run when the collection
Your
came
eyes
out.
must have lit up when
Could do it any time, but it seems like it's good to pace it around the launch cycles
You should go and have a word
of games. Like, people are just more aware of it. They're thinking about it.
We will.
All right, fish.
You won't find anything of this quality in Twinside.
You should come with me to the Dominion. Life will be different there.
It's been a while. It's been a while since I've given Torgal a snack.
That'll feel good, boy.
Gameplay of 5 made me fully enjoy my time with the game, regardless of the somewhat poor state of the story. Yeah, that makes total sense.
Fish for sale!
I really did enjoy playing 5 a lot.
Can I interest you?
The sandbox they have is really, really cool.
Sorry.
It's basically an immersive sim. It's an open world immersive sim. It was on the... It was like border... It's so frustrating because you can see the elements
Is that so?
of Breath of the Wild style brilliance
Tell you
there.
what I know then.
It's basically all there.
One, this isn't a family operation. All the traders say the children who stole their passes were dirty, dressed in rags. Street urchins, by the sound of it. We get a lot around here.
Orphans from the wars.
A few, perhaps. You saw the refugees gathered by the entranceway? They're all looking for a new start in the Dominion and beyond. Some of them take it as an opportunity to rid themselves of unwanted baggage.
The shame of it.
Whoever's behind this would have to have made themselves known to the children at some point.
And so should we.
You should start with the children around here, then. I doubt they're the ones involved, but they might have heard something.
It's worth a try.
All right then. Questioning children. How hard can that be?
You know, it's odd. Metal Gear Solid 5 was one of the first games I streamed, I think. My memories of playing it are of streaming it, which is kind of interesting. Hey, Rogue Chef. Gotta speak with the children. This game has children in it, which is kind of surprising.
Sweet as nectar.
Excuse me. Do you mind if I ask you something?
Can't stop you.
I was just wondering if anyone has asked you to do anything out of the ordinary recently.
Anything you grown-ups ever
What
asked
faction
us to
playing
do
in
is
space
shut up
Fallout?
and go away.
I don't even know what the factions
Guess what
are.
I'm about to tell you to do.
Sorry. I'll leave you alone.
Probably just explore. Like, there's got to be some just dedicated explorer faction, right?
Taste my peaches. They're sweet as nectar.
Yeah, that's a head-turning call right there.
The finest earthenware from the Free Cities, all but unbreakable.
Constellation? All right, sign me up. Team Constellation. I want to see some weird planets. Upside down waterfalls or
Did you
something.
hear about the Empire's black shields? Apparently, they've been going around in
Planets of aliens where all the buttholes are inside out. That's what I want to see. What's up, Doug?
Best of luck finding the culprits.
I mean, that. I hope there's that. Some of the aliens that they had in the direct were pretty cool looking. I know that it's like 10% populated or whatever. That's fine. I just. Will scanning tell you if there's life? I wonder what that discovery process is going to be like. Really. If there's life on a planet, will it just be? Well, I guess you scan, right? There's that scan thing. We'll see. We'll see what happens.
Excuse me.
Todd will tell us.
I don't have
Todd
any
will
money.
fix it.
It's all right. We're not going to hurt you. We just want to talk.
What about?
We've heard that some very bad people are making children like you steal from travelers. We need to know who's behind it so we can stop them.
I don't know.
Gonna be
much
obsessed
about
with
it,
shipbuilding and upgrading.
But my friend
That
Hans
seems like it'll be pretty fun, especially since you get to walk around in
got a
it
job
after you build it out.
something dangerous.
Sounds promising.
We need to find him and ask.
It's fun to it's fun to think about, like,
He's usually by the tents outside.
what if you're in like a crazy fight and
You've been very helpful.
crew quarters gets blasted off your ship and you lose like 5 NPCs named mission NPCs or whatever. That'd be cool. Oh, the XCOM Aliens game. Yeah, that's good, right? Aliens Dark Descent. Who's naming members of the squad after chat members, and first to die was by acid to the face. Ooh. I love that stuff. I gotta play more Cult of the Lamb. I gotta play through that. Yeah, that Aliens game is badass, right? I've heard a lot of good things about it.
Peaches and pears, beets and beans.
Let me carry your goods. I'm cheap.
That's that then.
She must have meant the refugee camp.
What a cool idea.
Let's hope he's still nearby.
An XCOM style game for that.
Daddy, I'm hungry.
Yeah, and I'm broke.
Let's see.
Of your whining.
Oh, this is a good question. Senior Grundle, great name. Writes for someone who's literally never seen or even never read about a Final Fantasy game. I've owned consoles since the NES. At this point, they feel impenetrable. It's a really dumb question, but hey, what are they? What's the shtick? Appreciate it. It's a potentially hard question to answer. Thanks. No, it's not that hard. The shtick is that as a franchise, there's only some kind of thematic elements that are shared between the games. Each individual game or each individual number is its own properties, its own series. So it's kind of like an anthology, I guess. It's a collection of like stories and games around some ideas. I kind of liken it to Call of Duty in a weird way. You have Call of Duty, which is this brand that covers all sorts of things and many different kinds of games, some of which are franchises unto themselves. You know, you got Modern Warfare, 1, 2, and 3, and then also the other Modern Warfare 1, 2, and probably 3 someday. So it's kind of like that. There are numbered games. Each one is its own thing, and you can just walk right up to any of them. They all have their own quirks, and people have preferences. But the numbering is not to imply that they're connected in any kind of any way more than just very slight references, like Easter egg kind of stuff. Yeah. Now there's as far as the elements that the game share, that even that can get pretty loose. But yeah, it's interesting. That's an interesting thing. It's kind of a holdover from when sequels didn't, like, sequels in a series were allowed to be way more experimental, if that makes sense. Like Castlevania 1 to 2. Are any of the characters the same?
That big
Not
fat
really,
donkey
no.
was easy pickings.
There is a character named Sid that is usually related to the airship.
Yeah. Wish
There's
we
little
hadn't
things like
moved
that.
Past, though.
But they don't
Use one of
really
those
mean
things to get
much.
out of this dump.
Chance would be a fine thing. The moment they found out, they'd string us up by our guts.
Would they now? Perhaps you'd like to introduce us to these charming characters.
Shit, we're in trouble now.
So yeah, the series has been pretty experimental as it goes on.
Caught if you want, I'm off.
Yeah, the same summons. There's these magical beings that show up in a lot of the games. They typically have the same names and roughly same appearances.
Jill, you watch these two. I'm going after him.
All right.
In terms of similarities, well, I'm trying to think of a good comparison. It's almost like Power Rangers. There's certain formats that they don't mess with too terribly, and if they do, it's like to make commentary on the format. There's things you can expect. There's like references and cycles, but those things only take shape when you've played a fair amount of them, and it certainly doesn't require any knowledge of that to appreciate the games for what they are. Dead Trooper. Wow. Thanks for the sub. No worries. It's a weird thing. Dragon Quest is the same way, by the way. It's also a numbered series where each game is kind of a new thing.
There was a boy ran back there towards the Chocobo pen, but
That kind of numbering doesn't really happen in the West. We're more used to numbers meaning direct sequels. I'm gonna get you, Hansa. I'm gonna get you. I'm into the forest. It's not over here. It is!
Oh, shit. Cornered.
Yeah.
All right, Hansa.
Armored Core.
Don't hurt you.
I
just want to ask you some questions.
I'm not sure how rigidly connected those games are.
I'm looking for the people who are making you steal for them. Who are they?
Because I think Armored Core 6 is still pretty much a new Armored Core.
Said they'd give me good gill if I did what they told me. I knew they were bad, but bread doesn't come for free. Didn't come at all half the time.
I don't know. There was a brief mention of it's like something caught my ear
Someone they could push around.
in the demo that I saw at Play Days.
You found him then?
Something about mentioning that it was an Armored Core reboot, and I was like, wait a minute, what? But it was just like one line. They didn't really
Watching over them.
reinforce
Send
it.
Goots and I to look for you.
You're... him!
I haven't got your pass anymore, if that's what you're after. I gave it to the Carstones. Whatever you do to me, I can't get it back. Not that I go against them anyway. If it weren't for their gill, me and my mates would have starved.
Bad dudes are just gonna show up, make it easy.
Cowards. You will not force another child to do your bidding.
Wait, we're not...
Don't hurt him.
You're making a mistake. We're on the same side.
Like hell we are. That brooch. Where did you get it?
Master Theo?
Goots. What are you doing with these people? Unless you're the ones my sister was talking about.
Your sister?
So whispery. I feel like if you were outside, you wouldn't be able to hear someone. They were talking like this. Maybe he's got a real projective,
Didn't tell us she had a brother.
wispy voice.
And why would she? I'm just her back and a blade.
Theodore, at your service. Sorry about before.
Theodore, what do you know of the cast stones?
Vultures who have made Boklad their hunting ground. They prey on the desperate, stealing from those with Gil and bullying those without it into joining their flock. I'd been looking into their activities in hope of sparing the refugees any further hardship.
What's happening with Final Fantasy 16 reviews that's been coming out lately?
Even lower than I'd feared.
Seems they're giving it sort of a bad review just to punch it down a notch.
Don't blame him for what
Always
they
happens
made him
to
do.
great games that people love.
His friends hadn't agreed to
Is it just
work
clickbait or pandering
some
for those who
other
don't
poor
like it?
souls would have. On pain of death, most.
I mean, I don't know. I haven't read any of those reviews, so
And my sisters asked you to help put an end to the pickpocketing. Then we all
I
want the
can imagine that it would not go over well with reviewers, though. Its delights are pretty simple, and those games tend to not review well. There's no like aha to the gameplay. It doesn't really transcend, nor does it try, and I think that probably also makes it not review super well. The RPG layer of it is pretty perceptively thin. I think maybe people misremember how thin of an RPG Final Fantasy kind of always has been. But it was easier to not notice in the past, I think, and it's a lot easier to notice in this game. So maybe they didn't do quite the right amount of number massaging, if that makes any sense. Or maybe too little for some people's tastes. I would like there to be more numbers, if that makes sense. Even though I'm just thinking that. What's up, Matagi? Oh, it's an 88 on Metacritic? Yeah, then that's not that bad at all. I think, yeah, that's actually pretty, that's on the high side of what I would think it'd be at on Metacritic. Yeah, that's great. That feels fair. That feels pretty generous, actually. Let's see here. I've been watching old Funhouse videos from 6 to 7 years ago. Such good content, but it's fallen off a bit since then. Love you. Well. Didn't need that last little bit, but the rest of that was a nice message. Thank you very much.
I'm sorry.
I guess I got.
So, what's the plan?
What else? We find the cast stones and we crush them. You get your traders.
I gotta get back on.
And I make Boklad a safe place again.
I gotta get back on Armored Core 2. That game is really fun.
Right then. Honza, where are they camped? Don't worry. They'll never know you told us.
Couldn't if I wanted to. They always come to town to collect the passes. Meet us outside the gate. I tried following them once, but they spotted me halfway down the trail. Said they'd string me up.
Yeah, Aldatari. I think that's something.
Which way were they going?
That's another angle that you could.
Back down the road towards Leighton's Cleft.
To Leighton's Cleft.
You could kind of work. I would like to see Final Fantasy become some kind of prestige turn-based RPG series again, but I don't know that that's just I don't know that that's a thing. And I wonder if I do want that.
It looked like they were about to turn into Leighton's Cleft before they spotted me.
Because Honkai Star Rail is right there.
You can do it, Clive.
I don't know. It'd be cool though.
I'm not scared anymore.
The endless mobile Final Fantasy games cover it.
That's that then.
Yeah, there's plenty of games out there that do it and do it well.
Daddy, I'm hungry.
So I don't know. One of the things I always appreciated about the Final Fantasy series was that it did experiment with its core systems pretty extensively from game to game. I actually think it'd be, I don't know.
That's the one who's been sticking his nose in.
I think it would be disappointing if it was just like pick a thing from a menu, wait your turn, and all that stuff. But there's plenty of room to experiment in the middle of all that for sure. Darn it! Oh, the height I had. Oops.
I doubt these were the ringleaders.
But at least we know we're on the right track.
So your turn-based is getting passed over nowadays. Action RPG is the new future form of RPG until we find a new form. I suppose. I mean, it's just trends. Turn-based has not been trendy for a very long time. But there are plenty of turn-based games out there to play. I mean, Persona is kind of doing it. Shin Megami Tensei. Dragon Quest. Yeah, Pokemon Like a Dragon. I don't know, it's to me it's difficult to oops. The biggest way that trends have kind of passed these games by. There's more money to be had in other things now.
Titan!
That's kind of a good thing. I think it means maybe more realistic profit expectations. Not every game has to be a sales platform anymore to justify it existing.
More foot soldiers.
I hope.
Fewer
We'll
now.
see. That's kind of why I think that maybe the narrower scope of this game is a good sign. If they want, like, a really cool future would be a game like this with maybe a different take on the combat every time. Different variations, trying different things out. Maybe every 2 to 3 years. New setting, new story, new characters. Is that too much? Every 4 years?
Not a bad haul today, eh?
Aye. Some of our new recruits are natural-born ne'er-do-wells.
Especially the little ones. That Hans has got nimble fingers, all right.
It'll be a shame when they chop them off. But till then, let's make the most of it.
I just kind of like, I hope for this PlayStation
The leaders of the cult.
PlayStation 1 style renaissance, where they can just kind of knock out some really interesting titles.
Mercy, Clive.
I wasn't planning on showing them any.
We're ready when you are, Theodore.
At a pretty cool production value.
Oh, I'm ready.
What would a Saga game look like?
Guard from Falkland! Kill him! Kill them all!
Oops. God. Keep going over to hit square. Keep sausage thumbing it. Nah, not on PC, unfortunately. PS5 only. Typo had similar combat to this. Really? Man, I didn't play enough Typo. Favorite dominant transformation so far? Transformation? Actually, Kupka's transformation was pretty rad.
And they say crime doesn't pay. Gold chains, rings, purses.
A lot of really cool shots of him fully morbing out.
Thousands of them.
Have the names been changed?
Not yet. I recognize some of them. No doubt Goots's is somewhere among them. Now I just need to sort through it all and return everything to the people it was taken from.
We should go and give Eloise the good news. Can we leave things here in your hands, Theodore?
Of course.
Nick Cage, I did see the patch
Sure
notes
to
for
tell him
Diablo
the part I
4.
played, won't you?
We'll be glad to.
Everyone seems pretty happy with it. And it sounds like they just made everyone stronger and gave everyone more XP, so what's there to not like? Notable games on Final Are there any notable Final Fantasy games on PC currently? Yeah. 7 Remake, 14, 15. I mean, they were even selling the like PlayStation 1 versions of 7 and 8. They were selling like the PC versions of that through their own store for a while. So that's fun. What other ones do they have? I guess they have all the Pixel remasters now, 1 through 6. Right there on Steam. Yeah. I think 10. Yeah, oh yeah, it does, Chris. The OG7 PC port sucks. Such a quirky game. That was the first game I played on PC. Oh boy. Oh boy, did I go into the deep end for that. Whoo boy, getting that game working was a trip. But it was wild seeing that game, like all the battle scenes rendered in 3D on a 3D accelerator back then. The screen wipe looked so good. Where you like get in combat and then and it like zooms in. That at like 60 FPS with hardware blending of color was like, oh, it's like chef's kiss. It looked so awesome. But yeah, and then the frame rate's locked. So it's like high res, but it's still stuttery as hell. Weird game. Didn't you find a video? Wait, didn't you make a video? Oh yeah, I did. Keyboard Cowboy. How to mod Final Fantasy VII for PC. I did. Yeah, I got the Final Fantasy VIII PC release too. It was better. It was better than 7's, but still not good. That was so weird. Because they like... 8 had a whole installer and everything. Dude, 11? Final Fantasy 11 for PC was a trip. I had to explain to my friend that you couldn't choose what server you were on. You just had to keep trying. And then after a while I felt bad, so I was like, all right, you make a character wherever you are, and then I'll just keep going until I get your server. And then an hour later, I got the server I needed. What a day. You had to install the installer for Final Fantasy XI. What was it called? There was like some kind of real slick looking future VR interface that you would log into and it'd be like, welcome to Sony Online. What would you like to do? And it like comes up with this menu and it's like, well, Final Fantasy XI, it's the one thing that I use this for. And it's like, very well, Final Fantasy XI. And then it would like load up the game. That was fun though. I liked using that stupid thing. It made me feel like I was in the future. Pain in the ass, but... God, what was it called? It was a whole Sony network service that was never touched.
My brother isn't getting in your way, I trust.
Oh man, PlayStation
Quite
Home.
the opposite.
I think about that sometimes, Sixer. There's a clip. There's like a Play Online. That was it. Thank you very much, Rick. Yeah, there was a whole Play Online shell that you had to install and run on your system.
It was the cast stones who were behind it all.
But
Theo told me he'd been on their trail.
yeah, there's a clip from PlayStation Home of a dude in like a baggy shirt just like doing a stupid wiggle dance. And there's like 3 avatars just standing around him staring at us. I think about that clip a lot.
Yours is among the
Just the
items
dead-eyed
recovered.
stare.
Only time and Theo's return will tell. Speaking of whom, welcome home, dear brother.
Oh shit, can you download and install Play Online?
You are too kind, Eloise.
Oh, there's...
Here,
freaking-
Goods'
you can get it in a 5-part RAR file?
Ask him to keep a closer eye on it from now on, would you?
Ugh,
I
holy
will.
moly.
Thank you.
El, I've asked our boys to carry the rest of the goods back. Can I count on your help in sorting through it all?
Of course. I'll make some space in the storeroom. I expect you'll soon be on your way then. But it wouldn't do to leave without introducing yourself properly. Would it now?
Sid.
Huh.
Don't look so shocked. We're on the same side.
I don't understand.
As you now know all too well, we at the Crimson Caravans are always happy to help those in need. For a small fee, we will move anything that needs moving. Be that goods to market, or bearers away from it.
I was the first my sister helped escape. If it wasn't for her, I'd have been branded as a boy.
Ooh.
I had no idea.
PS3 is the first console you bought with your own money?
Seeking to expand our operation. And who better to join
Were you
forces
soul-bound with
than
that
the leader in
console?
the field? Wouldn't you agree, Theo?
I would. It seems our purpose is the same in more ways than one. So what would you say to working together?
Mine was a GameCube. It was a very consequential day. It was a Sunday.
And our honor.
I could have gone to church, but I went and bought a GameCube instead. I went home and played Star Wars all day, and it was a great day. I felt better on that day than I did any day I ever went to church.
What is it?
So,
Elle has friends in high places while I have a...
I didn't know it, but a critical decision had been made that day.
That
I kind of knew
proves that you're a friend to us both.
The first game that I remember specifically the first game that I bought with my own credit card. And it wasn't really a credit card. It was like it was my debit card. So it just took from my checking account. But I was like 16 and I didn't know that. No one had told me that. So I was like, shit, is this going to work? I bought Smash Brothers Melee. And then I like swiped my card. And they were like, here. And then I signed it. And then they gave me the game. And I remember walking out. I think it was like a Kmart. Walking out waiting for somebody to like tell me to stop, or that I hadn't paid for it, or that something wrong had happened. But no, they let me walk out of that place. They let me walk out of it and go home and play Smash Brothers. The idiots. The absolute morons. I played Smash Brothers a lot, and I had a lot of fun, and they had no idea that I had actually paid for it. Ooh, I got a Trader's Pass. Another dealie, another dingle, so that people don't hassle me too much.
Right then. Let's get this back to Goots.
And then it's on to the Dominion.
They both have so much to say, though.
Anything I can do for you? And I wouldn't have it any other way. All the better.
It's so interesting that everything in this game is voiced except for specifically this exact situation, where you can kind of derail a character about multiple questions. But it seems like such a trivial amount of dialogue. Comparatively, like the cutscenes are quite long. There's a lot of dialogue in those. What's another 12, 13 lines? Oh. Maybe it's a stylistic thing.
Fools, the lot of them. Criminals and cowards.
Sometimes when there's something like that, I get a little paranoid. Is it like... Is it there because they're trying to give you a variety of activities, even if it is just laying out the same kind of content in a different way? Yeah, maybe it was added after VO work was done. But everyone has like everyone has like 3 or 4 dialogue things that are like this. And sometimes they get added to with world events, which is really cool. Ah, Fusion Ice Phoenix. Fantastic name, given the game we're playing. Yeah, it's a good time for a gamer stretch. I'm gonna do this chair stretch here. Sorry, I'm making some weird sounds here. I've been working diligently on opening up my upper back. This is very good at that. Ooh, okay. Solid stretch.
So thank you.
Cut time or memory space. Yeah, maybe.
You're always welcome at the caravans.
I guess they did say something about fitting the game on one disc, right? How it was, this game was almost 2. Hello, Zertark. Byron's voice actor died in 2021. Huh. So you think to, well, I guess. Yeah, I guess maybe. It seems like an interesting thing to add that for every character, just to wrap around the fact that you're doing that to add dialogue for one character. I don't know.
Why, I
But
am
maybe,
what
yeah,
you see.
that could have something to do with it. Oh, Death Stranding, Death Stranding, Death Stranding. Do you think it would be a fun game to run a transportation company in, like,
It can
medieval
be a
fantasy?
risky business.
Medieval fantasy town. There is a cow level in Diablo 4. Okay, cool. I was kind of surprised that I hadn't heard about one yet. That's rad. I have to see it. What do you have to do? How do you do it? Where is it?
This being a border town, or at least it did.
It's probably where your mom went to. Ooh. Nice. Oh, a data miner did. Oh, that's not as fun.
Don't worry about Ponzo and the others.
Thanks for giving me a chance to hit something on the soundboard. I've been waiting for that.
Safe travels.
Hello. Oh yeah, I'm definitely going to play Armored Core 2
But would you happen to be a fighting man, perchance?
again soon, but it might be a while.
That well-notched steel and impressive physique.
I'm going to be traveling this
I have need of a
weekend.
sword for hire, and yours looks to be a weapon well worth the coin. Might you be convinced to offer me the use of those formidable arms?
How
He just
exactly
wants
do
a
you
hug.
intend to use them?
Big beefy
Well,
hug.
Being something of a scholar of Zemeckis history, I wish to investigate the ruins near the city. And I require a rugged companion, lest I find myself waylaid by ne'er-do-wells or the beasts said to roam the area.
Yeah, that game rules.
Should you accept, you will not only earn yourself material wealth, but partake of the true treasure that awaits us there. The rich and storied history of Zemeckis.
Got that ultra zappy plasma gun.
Ever part to a final proposition?
So good.
My arms are yours.
Wonderful. Then come. We must.
I re-attained all of my critical Armored Core knowledge, such as
Along
the
the old Zemeckis
hidden lead lock on.
there, onward to discovery.
That's what you really need.
Quickly. There is not a moment to lose.
It was a solid portion of my childhood where all I had was my PS2 and that game, so I played it a fair amount. Oh, okay. What horrors await me? Or is it a pretty fun ride?
I'd better make sure he doesn't get himself killed.
Look at all these quests. See, okay, should I pick this one up or just do the other one? Oh, there's so many.
I see you've been of some assistance to Eloise. Perhaps you can extend me the same kindness?
Perhaps. What would I be doing?
Finding someone. You see, I've been having trouble with thieves, and despite the many pains I've taken, I can't stop them from rummaging through my packs. I was griping about my lot to a friend of mine a few days back, and he offered to track the culprits down. Now, Joseph's a sellsword, and a good one at that. But he's been gone days, and I'm beginning to fear the worst.
Any idea where his
That's so
search for the
good.
thieves might have taken him?
Tifus?
He Old
Thank you very much for the
Road,
sub.
Perhaps? He doubted they would be fool enough to linger here in Bucklad. Joseph's lived a hard life. Made
Yeah,
him way long
Captain?
before his time. I just pray he hasn't been killed over a few sacks of grain.
Talking about how the arena AC start blatantly
Hotels
cheating.
around.
That's
Hopefully
gonna
someone
be
will
fun.
have seen him.
Do you basically have to gimmick out the AI? That's how I got through the arenas in the PS1 Armored Cores. And it is kind of because they're cheating, so I didn't feel that bad about it. They do stuff in those games that you're not allowed to do. But that doesn't seem to be the case anymore, I don't think.
Bloody cruising caravans.
How are the side quests? Is it more like fetch quests? Mechanically, yeah. There's not a whole lot of zing put on the actual mechanics of what you do in side quests. It's going to places, it's talking to people, it's fighting groups of enemies, it's picking stuff up off the ground. The writing, though, half the time the writing is worth it every time, if that makes sense. The batting average is going up as the game goes on. The quests are getting longer and more interesting and a little more nuanced. Writing wise anyway, with like what happens, what people do and what they say. But your role in it is, yeah, usually get to the point, talk to the person.
I want to know right away. Bad news. Good, actually. Something worth celebrating for a change. Only trouble is, the serving girl's still new to the job, so I can't leave her while I go and invite those I'd like to celebrate with. What exactly are you celebrating, if you don't mind me asking? I've come by a particularly fine bottle of red.
Oh, okay.
Gotan 66, no less.
There's a weapon that cracks the game's difficulty over your knee.
Ever come out of the Empire, and most wouldn't part of it.
Eye lasers that
knife to their throats.
evaporate anything you
So
look
I've
at.
heard. Oh, so you know of it then? Clearly, you're a gentleman of taste. A gentleman who might sympathize with my
I feel like that's
perhaps.
a really good
Pass the good news to a
safety
few
net to
friends of
put
mine.
into most
I'll give you a
games.
little something for your time, of course.
Yeah, the Moonlight Greatsword. Every game should have a Moonlight Greatsword somewhere. Where if you muck about in the game enough, you'll probably trip over this amazing sword at some point. Where it's like, and especially in a game like Armored Core, where you can kind of spin your wheels a little bit.
Sounds simple enough.
So you'll do it?
I feel like the game should eventually just let you have some overpowered thing to ride through the end of the game.
All three of them.
And if you really want to keep at it,
There's Aldrich, the
you
porter,
can go back and
Milan,
not
the
use it.
butcher, and Bolek, a guard over at the North Gate. Three of the finest fellows in Bucklad, if you ask me. Tell them to come to the tavern when they finish for the day. Stop by again when you let them know, and I'll give you your little something.
Ooh.
I'll be right back.
It's not a fetch quest. Have story in it. Maybe some side quests can influence the main storyline. I don't know about side to main. And well, I guess there's some mechanical advantages you get from side quests. There's like permanent upgrades
Found another victim.
to some things, but those are marked as such, so it's kind of easy to, or it is easy to discern.
Third this month.
I think it's like the actual drops and rewards for side quests are pretty insignificant for most of them. The renown system, I guess, is kind of interesting. And it's intentionally hard to tell how valuable that stuff is before you get it.
Let me carry your goods. I'm cheap.
And nasty. Let me, my lord.
A lot of the side quests are queued around main quest events, so they might be in reference to or because of them happening. But
Come on, come on!
Jug of snake spit for the road.
Caravan stops next to the checkpoint. Show them your trader's pass.
and this is going to be so scattershot. All these objectives are right next to each other.
Are you Milan, the butcher?
That's me.
I don't know what quest this is for.
The innkeeper's just had a special delivery.
Oh.
He thought you might like to join him for a cup of wine after you pack up for the day.
He knows me only too well. And I've got a ham here that will go handsomely with a nice drop.
Wine and ham to spare.
Time for him.
Bucklad clearly isn't suffering then.
Comes with being the place everyone has to pass through to get to everywhere else. Those who travel the Crystal Road bring all manner of goods with them. We get meat from San Brec, herbs from Rosaria. Why, sometimes we even see curiosities from across the Narrow. My old man knew what he was about when he set up shop here all those years ago. Anyway, thanks for the good news. Oh, you know what? Maybe I'll shut up shop early. Wouldn't want to keep our friend waiting.
I think side quests affecting main story is bad for him. I don't know if it's bad. I just think it's difficult to do well and make meaningful.
You won't find anything of this quality in Twinside.
People usually aren't okay with not seeing content just because it justifies there being a choice somewhere. If that makes sense.
Peaches, they're sweet as nectar.
So it's, I guess you're then just like, okay, there's this bonus content then I guess if you've done certain side quests. I mean, Cyberpunk had little sprinkles of that. Depending on which quests you had done, you would get different dialogue options. That was always cool. It was rare, but it was cool.
Told he'd be guarding the gate.
Well, you found him. You're not here to enlist, I take it?
The innkeeper sent me. He's just taken delivery of a rare vintage, a Gotan 66. He thought you might like a cup.
I've never said no to a goat hand. I'm not about to start now. Thanks for letting me know.
You must be a busy man.
The market would be flooded with refugees if we weren't here to stem the flow. Oh, my heart goes out to them, all right, but we've got our orders. No papers, no passage. Plenty try to slip past us nonetheless. And every now and then, one of them's foolish enough to try and force their way through. And when they do, well, things can get nasty. You know what? That wine's sounding better by the moment. There's nothing like a good drink to drown your sorrows. No one knows sorrow like us gate guards.
You like side quests that can effectively world build? I guess that's fun. You could definitely use side quests to explore some of to try to intersect a good story with quirks about what make that setting unique.
I'll take the large one.
Really?
A Witcher? I'm not familiar to the extent which side quests influence the main story in Witcher. I remember stomping on a dude's knee. That was a pretty cataclysmic choice. I remember his face. Dang it, what's that guy's name? He was awesome. He was a kind of an asshole, but still awesome. Crap, what was his name?
Hurry, man. I must leave for the Dominion post haste.
Who do you stomp the knee of?
Chat.
You gotta tell me, what's that guy's name?
I don't suppose that's you, is it?
That's me right enough. You need something delivered?
The innkeeper sent me. He said there's a cup of Gotan 66 with your name on it when you're done for the day.
A 66? Look at me. If he's just got hold of it now, it must have been in the crates he had me carry down from Sanbrek.
From the Empire to Boklad.
Starts with a V?
Be a braver man than most. That's a treacherous route at the best of times.
Such is the porter's lot. There's not a patch of storm these feet haven't traipsed across. They'd Sorrowflam one day, then off to Canva the next. The farther you're willing to go, the fatter the purse. Which is why there's no shortage of competition for some of the longer routes. I'd say I've done enough for today to earn.
Oh yeah, Dijkstra.
Tasty.
I had to Google it.
Thanks for letting me know.
Well done. I wonder if the innkeeper might spare a cup of that wine.
Most men would keep a fine vintage like a Gotan 66 to themselves. But not our innkeeper. He's a true gent, that one.
Oh, okay. This game's side quests do something interesting that I can't think of other games doing. As the scope of the main story expands, the side quests then take over for tracking the individual storylines of the places you've visited. There's a game that does that. Final Fantasy XIV. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff in 14 where you kind of swoop through as the Warrior of Light, and you do the heavy lifting, and then the story moves on. But there's tons of side quests there that sort of explore fixing what you smashed, or people sort of trying to go back to normal after bumping into a god fight or something like that.
If our new arrivals had brought any coin with them.
That's a really smart way to do it. Good
Speak to
layout.
your friends. They'll be along soon.
I do think this game gets a good amount of mileage out of its broadcast.
We all sat down together, and the way I see it, that wine is as much theirs as it is my own.
How so?
I do appreciate that there are storylines like this that focus on just
Aldrich to go and fetch the good stuff for me. And then there's Milan,
basic human
who always
stuff.
sends customers my way. And Bolek, an even-handed keeper of the peace, if ever there was one. Those three are the backbone of Boklad. Lose any one of them, and the market would soon fall apart.
World building. You're learning all about the market.
Single customer. I'd say that's worth a bottle of 66, wouldn't you?
Doesn't that immerse you? You can taste the goto.
Everyone needs a shoulder to lean on. Be they world-weary innkeepers or brooding
Delicious
swordsmen.
bouquet.
Right. I'd better prepare for my guest's arrival.
I hear you had me carrying a bottle of Gotan 66.
Gotan. Nom 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 nom.
If I'd have known, I would have sold the thing and lived like a lord. I'll settle for a cup, though, if you're in a sharing mood.
A couple with the homies.
Gotan 60 Just as well I had something special of my own set aside.
A bottle between the four of us might not be enough to drown our sorrows, but it can't hurt.
Hello, Ninth Potemkin.
The three pillars of Boklad. Sit yourselves down, gentlemen. The woes of the world may be monstrous in many, but there's nothing like a few good friends to keep the misery at bay.
Never a truer word spoken.
When you get so excited, you have to clap exactly twice. That's nice, though. Look at them. They got some cheese, some meat, some bread. What else do you need? Good, I need that wheelwright, that's for sure. Still looking for Scarletite. I don't think I've seen any drop. Let me check my inventory, though. Oh, that sword. Wouldn't be over here, would it? I don't think so. Probably never get a good or new Metal Gear Solid again. Expected it. Gonna be remaster, remake galore after Hideo Kojima left. Yeah, it took a while though, didn't it? Maybe that was part of it. Maybe they just figured they had to lie low for a while. That doesn't sound right though. I feel like businesses usually don't give a shit. Plus, people's affinities can sway so quickly.
A soldier like yourself could do with hearing this. If ever you see a couple of brothers up in Lateney's Cleft, you just pass them right on by.
And why's that?
Because they're duplicitous bastards who make cutthroats and footpads look like upstanding citizens by comparison. What they do is befriend a passing merchant.
Yeah, I'm okay with franchises ending.
The area
That's fine.
and steer them straight into the arms
We
of
got
the merchant dead and his murderers
We got Death Stranding
bickering
out of
over
it.
the poor bastard's wares. The brothers set to sweet-talking some other unsuspecting fool, a warrior. Now, the brave soul charges into the footpad's den thinking he's doing the realm a favour, and when he's done, the brothers sweep in and loot the bandits and dead merchant both.
Yeah, there's a lazy sort of cunning to it, I suppose. You'd think they'd run out of bandits eventually.
Close to Boklad? Not bloody likely.
I suppose.
How is Death Stranding? I hear it's a walking sim. It is a walking
If you
sim.
run into them, you steer clear.
But here's the thing. It's the best walking sim.
Give them a damn good hiding.
I only wish I had. Thanks for the warning.
Death Stranding makes walking an experience. That's either the stupidest thing you've ever heard, in which case Death Stranding's probably not for you, or you're intrigued, which means it is for you. Yeah, Dead Trooper, it would be real tragic if the Metal Gear Solid 3 remake is not good. Or I think worse yet, if it focuses on the wrong thing or reinterprets the tone or delivery or anything of the game to kind of upend the original, that would be a shame.
No traders pass. No passage.
The thing is, though, I feel like there's a lot of ways that you could even punch up and lean into the bondiness of it.
I'm hungry.
Yeah, and
so
enough of your whining.
God, dialogue. Man, that's pretty. Want them to keep in the OG Metal Gear Solid 3 Ocelot mocap. No, you mean the row, don't you? Damn it, I gotta hear it. Gotta hear it. I think specifically they're not changing the meow.
Just information.
Because they're just using the old VO, right? I thought that was the...
Now you mention it.
It was like there was the announcement that they're using all the same voice cast, and everybody's like, rad. Then it was like, well, that's because they're just using the old recordings. Oh, okay. That's probably fine though, right?
How am I supposed to know? I'll get off down the road, I expect. Now why don't you do the same and leave me be?
Man, she wasn't having it. What's the SEO for it? I think it's Delta. Or just Metal Gear Solid 3.
Why am I not surprised?
Ne'er-do-well.
Coin if you know what's good for you.
Oh. God, your spells me. I did play through Twin Snakes. I actually liked it a lot. What if they remade Twin Snakes specifically? Put it in the collection? I guess so. That's the other thing that kind of weirds me out is the collection is like... It doesn't feel like Konami. There's too many games in it. There's too much stuff. It seems like it's going to be too good. Something's off. I don't trust it. Again, until they ship something.
Are you hurt?
Maybe, I think Silent Hill 2 Remake is probably going to be the first thing. And that's it's made by Bloober. Bloober finishes games.
More importantly, we have arrived. Now,
it's a rehash of the old collection that came out. Yeah, I guess. Which one though? The HD collection? Anniversary collection?
So common that man is oft blinded to its wonder. Colossal vessels, dashed from the very heavens. Airships, we call them, with very little thought to what wonders such a word might describe. Oblige me if you would. Does anything strike you as peculiar about this particular specimen? Though we ourselves find fallen ruins to be nigh indestructible, whatever gouged the final sin from the rock cleaved clean through the structure you see before you. A tantalizing mystery, no doubt.
I feel like they can still mess it up.
Countless enigmas in which Zemeckis history is steeped. Come, good sir. Our expedition continues, and we still have much to learn.
What are the ports of Solid 1 and well? I feel like Solid 1 would be a weird port to PC.
I'll give him that.
That game is a PS1 game. It just wouldn't be right with like crisp polygonal characters, widescreen. I mean, it did come out on PC back in the day. I remember that.
Straight home now.
Yeah, the chocobos are kind of slow.
We don't want any trouble.
Neither do I. I'm looking for someone. A grey-haired mercenary.
I remember trying to play the Metal Gear Solid demo through a PlayStation emulator on my PC.
We saw him climbing up the
And
rocks.
it looked like ass. It looked so bad.
Over there.
Maybe he found
The music didn't play right.
Mum won't let me near them. She said there's goblins up there, and that they eat little boys for dinner.
Shush now. You've said quite enough already.
I only told him what you said.
I'd listen to your mother if I were you.
Man. The outdoors are so pretty here. Man, it's just fun to look around. I don't think I can get up there. Oh, I can.
Did Joseph's thieves really lug their stolen wares all the way out here?
Ancient sword. Like, actually a sword? No. There's no way it's just a... It is! What? Wow. Found a better sword just in a box. Oh, we are playing Final Fantasy now, huh? I think that's the first time that's ever happened in this game. Oh, look at this sword. It's a little plain. I mean, it's called an ancient sword. I guess that fits. Did you play the Bureau XCOM Declassified? No. It sounded really cool, though. People seem to dismiss it pretty quickly when it came out.
I think we found our thieves. They don't look happy to see me.
I'm messing up the timing for that. That's so sick. Holy shit, man. Getting that high altitude ground punch is awesome. The frame pauses really sell everything. They're kind of excessive, but and then yeah, just the KO that's just the soccer kick. Christ. Poor little guy.
Let's get this over with.
Just outright devastation.
Don't kill him, he's just protecting his home.
Complete
Joseph.
Rinse and wash.
So the boy was right.
I don't know you.
Your porter friend sent me to find you. She was worried you might have got yourself killed.
Have I been gone that long? It wasn't hard finding the thieves. The problem was knowing what to do with them when I did.
Yeah, Dark Descent sounds awesome.
Than they appear.
What an amazing concept. Isn't there there's like a sanity or a panic mechanic in Aliens? Where your Marines will flip out and just run around shooting everywhere?
Because our thieves had no interest in gold or gems or anything they couldn't eat for that matter.
You got a little mustache.
Goblins in the area and the mystery practically solved itself.
I guess he is a goblin
Soon
prince.
found that cozy little homestead and
How fancy.
all the missing food. I launched myself at them full of righteous fury, but their leader was the only one who moved to meet me. The others, they huddled around that food, ready to die protecting it. They stole because it was that or starvation. I've been there myself, back when times were hard.
So you spared them, and earned their trust into the bargain by the look of it.
These goblins aren't native to the area. They don't know how to survive such barren lands, so I've been teaching them. And once they've learned to hunt and forage, they won't be fool enough to risk their necks in Boklad.
I'm impressed. I didn't know goblins could be reasoned with.
Do me a favor. Let the porter know I'm safe. I'll head back to the market once my work here is done. Oh, and don't mention the goblins. I don't want people coming here brandishing pitchforks.
Yeah, how Witcher is this quest?
Sworn off thieving.
Your secret's safe
A
with
simple request that has a turn that makes it seem more mysterious and incriminating, and then it turns out it's actually like somebody in a relationship that's outside the bounds of this society, and now you have to be morally great to cover up. Like, man, pretty up and down. Yeah, no titties though, not in this quest. Got to see a little goblin prince though. This little mustache. I guess it would have been more Witcher if the goblin prince talked and had like a funny little voice and said "fuck." They do that in this game though. Yeah, how, man. I guess that's what makes the contained aspect of this game all the more surprising. If you were going to do a Witcher 3, why wouldn't you, like, leave it open to expansions? You passed the chest. Are you sure it's not already open? Are you sure? Are you sure, Luckless? Or are you sure it's not an open chest? Treasures that I've already acquired. You sure? You sure?
No.
Oh, now it's time to annihilate a ton of goblins. After I just learned to accept them into my heart. Dead. Yeah, these are the dumb goblins. These goblins aren't attractive.
You're going to get yourself killed. Oh, that would not do. That would not do at all. Not when such majesty stretches out before us. Behold, the final scene.
Behold.
All its glory.
It's calling a game they know man's
As
skied
Moss
it
tells
have a
us,
bad
that
connotation
was
to
fought
it.
here in ancient times.
And in referring to a redemption arc?
That it tore a great
I suppose
crater
not.
in the very land upon which it was waged. In reaching for their holy sanctum, did man
That's a happy ending, right?
and great was the vengeance that was rained down upon him.
Okay, a Tower of Babel thing?
Alas, the full truth of the matter is lost to time. Though I
What
live
if
in
it was
hope that I might
Leviathan?
see it discovered.
Gotta be Meteor, right?
But we must not dwell upon such things. There
Who
is
cast
more
Meteor?
yet to see. Onward.
Yes, 420 Santa. We are in fact gamers gaming. Gamerly. Gamishly. Gamamers, gamaming. This is kind of a fun quest, though. This dude dragging you around to all these sites. I like side quests that basically direct the player's attention to all the work they put into the game. Like, isn't this pretty? Look at this. No, really, look at it. Really, though. Took us a long time to make this. Look at it. We made it for you to look at. Lore side quests. Yeah, this is pretty literal lore side quest. Chasing a scholar around while he's blabbering about history.
He's really got himself
Oops.
this time.
Wrong one.
Nice try. Come on. I needed that. Too slow.
You're taking an edible right before you take a nap. Probably never intentionally. I don't feel like I sleep very well if there's edibles in my system. If that makes sense. It makes me tired, but usually I have to like be sleepy and then sober up and then go to sleep.
These were no ordinary foes, but ones we in the field call echoes. Though Moss the Chronicler concurs with the legends in attributing the fall of Zemeckis to a wrath wrought upon mankind by the gods, he offers little in the way of explanation. Could the ruins we see before us here, in all their elaborate beauty, perhaps suggest an answer? Could the construction of such miraculous edifices have been considered an encroachment upon the province of the divine? Alas, all is mere speculation. But one day, perhaps, I will learn the truth.
Not if you keep running headfirst into trouble.
You are right, of course. And not only have you plucked me repeatedly from the jaws of death, you have proven yourself a willing audience to my...
Well, that's odd. The Postal Service marked all my packages as picked up. Maybe I missed the doorbell or something.
Didn't you
but
say
I feel
you
like I
came
was
here to investigate something?
listening for it.
I fear I may have rather
Something suspicious
overstated
about
the case
this.
on that front. In truth, a captive ear was all I really desired. You see, even my fellow scholars have grown somewhat weary of my musings of late. And so I came upon the idea of purchasing a companion. A captive audience, if you will.
Eh?
That's what this was all about.
I am afraid so. And now, my
You
good
needed a
man,
friend.
it is high time we returned whence we came.
Fine. Just don't go running off this time.
You just needed a bro. Sometimes that's all you gotta be.
And so ends a delightful day. Here, your reward for humoring my selfish whims, plus a little extra for the trouble I have put you to.
A little extra, huh? Hey, no worries, Sixer. Thanks for watching. Hope you enjoy the game.
Truly, knowledge is a gift all the greater when shared. Thank you once again.
Ta-ta!
Joseph's fine. He'll be back once he's tied up a few loose ends.
That's a weight off my shoulders.
He certainly knows his business. You found your thieves all right. And I dare say they won't be coming back.
A good man to have around, that Joseph. And if he says there'll be no more thieving, that's good enough for me. Thank you for putting my mind at ease. Here, for your troubles.
Secret goblin lover Joseph? She doesn't know. She'll never know. Still no Scarletite. I wonder how much better that sword would be now, though. I am pretty glowing off the fact that I got a new sword out of a random treasure chest. What's that all about? Does that mean loot might be important now? It can't be. Can't be. Alright, I'll just hit the next plot of that.
Jug of snake spit for the road?
I don't know, this game's pretty cozy. Pretty cozy game here.
What I really want to be is a...
Did you hear about the Empire's Black Shields? Apparently they've been going around Imperial lands stringing up bearers.
What a waste!
Here you are, Good. Try not to lose it again.
Me pass! You found it! Oh, thank you so much. Nan would have killed me if I'd come back without it. I'll have to say thanks to Elle and Theo, too.
So should you, Honza. You and your friends don't have to steal anymore. If anyone threatens you again, you know who to turn to.
We do. And we already have. Miss Elle's given us a job shifting the chocobo shit out the stables. It's hard work, and the pay isn't half what we got from the stones. But if we stick at it, we'll keep ourselves fit.
You stick at it, then.
And Goots, I'm sorry for stealing your pass.
That's all right. I've got it back now. And all's well that ends well, eh?
You said you're trained to be a blacksmith, right? Well, I'm gonna be your first customer. I'm gonna save up all my gil and get you to make me a massive sword.
How wholesome.
I'll do me best.
Till then, eh?
Good seems like a pretty big guy. I bet he could make big swords. Big old Final Fantasy sword. I mean, I guess that's a big sword.
Right. We have a place.
It's not the hugest sword. Final Fantasy used to be about bigger swords. What happened to that?
Remember, Goots, we're mercenaries. You hired us to protect you.
Mercenaries.
He's gonna be great at this.
Plan. You're to ride all the way to Twinside. Jill and I will go with you as far as the outskirts, then find our own way in.
I'll buy that stuff I need.
Right. And we'll scout out the Imperial's defenses.
There's a square with a big bell tower right in the middle of town. If you get lost, or out goes wrong, we can meet up there.
Right. Let's go.
Ah, damn it. Frankie Excel, I wish you hadn't said that. That does kind of sound like James Corden. Less punchable James Corden.
I see. And you're quite certain your father has knowledge of Ultima?
I could have gone without reading that. Because now I'm thinking it.
I have no difficulty believing a sinister force has come to exert
That's okay.
on Sanbrek.
I believe that you're a victim here too, Frankie. We all are.
To claim my father. For better or worse, his radiance speaks his own mind.
Then the fiend works from the shadows.
I confess, when first you told me of this fiend, I had my doubts.
There'd be a day when Bethesda remake their old games pre-Fallout 3.
A beast that labors
Probably not.
Into turmoil.
I mean, they make them available to purchase on most platforms, right?
That wound is
also, they're on Game Pass now, so I don't think Bethesda would ever want to do that. They just make another one.
You will join me in my fight.
I cannot. Not yet.
Your Highness, please.
As you are aware, the Dhalmekian army is at our gates. They have lost their mother crystal, and with it all hope of a negotiated withdrawal. It is but a matter of time before they invade. If Bahamut is not here to meet them, my people will be slaughtered.
Though not by Hugo Kupka, thanks to Ultima's machinations. I know the fate of your people weighs heavy on your conscience, but if we do not put an end to Ultima's plans, they shall face a far darker fate. The chaos he would wreak would sweep all of Valisthea into the abyss.
The abyss?
The lives of every man, woman, and child in the Twins are at stake.
The world.
I believe what you say, Phoenix. But I have duties of my own, and I must discharge them. Come what may.
Interesting mix of opinions on this game. Yeah. I agree. And to some degree, I like that more than a game that everybody
What do you
universally likes. Oh, we got a little flashback here. A flashback.
I know that it is wholly unworthy of the highest offices of state, which rightly belong to those of purer breeding. Alas. Your bloodline runs through the Oriflamme gutter, from a whore who weighed her child's worth in gil.
Have you threatened my father?
Of course not. I merely whispered in his ear that his mongrel son is plotting a rebellion.
What?
Sylvester listens to the words of his astrologers. And they have ears too.
You have been feeding them your lies!
Should you remain loyal to Emperor Olivier, his radiance may yet crown your head with laurel, and not with tar.
Fork-tongued witch!
In consideration of your long years of service to the Empire, I shall forgive this uncharacteristic rudeness. Now hurry and make ready, Your Imperial Highness. Emperor Olivier expects much of you, Dion. Or should I say, of Bahamut. May your fire reduce his enemies to ash.
Gosh, this camera angle.
Till all of Valisthea bows to its rightful ruler.
She does a lot of very embellished, like, head bobs and wrist flicks. It's very nice. Ah, she even trampled the flower. So good. Man, thunder. What 3 words best describes the Final Fantasy series?
There is another darkness that has taken hold of Sanbreque. And until its grip is released, the flames of war shall spread ever wider, just as Ultima wishes.
Friendship destroys God.
Forgive me. My family has caused you much grief.
You are not her keeper, Phoenix.
Yeah,
This is a matter for the
role-playing
Imperial
game.
household now, and as a member of that household, it falls to me to resolve it. At such time as that is done, what strength I have shall be yours.
Thank you, Your Highness.
Let us take to the skies together, and bring a new dawn to Valisthea.
I should like nothing more.
Is Phoenix gonna help him, like, end this war? So that Odin can help Phoenix fight Ultima in the magic dimension?
My prince. Tell me true. Do you believe what I'm about to do is wrong?
We dragoons have but one leader, Your Highness. And we shall follow him unto the very end.
Thank you. And this is my decree. For their crimes against the crown, the traitorous Annabella,
what?
the usurping son, shall be put to death, and the Empire restored.
Oh shit! I wasn't expecting that. That's pretty fucking rad. So there's gonna be an insurrection, huh? Or a coup? Good shit. Well, now I really have to use the restroom. I'll be right back. Man, speaking of Blackthorn, that game's rad. Blackthorn might be the, well, I don't know, the most radical rotoscoped Prince of Persia-like. I don't know, though. 2008 Prince of Persia was really good. I've been wanting to play through that again. There's our crystal. Look at how big it is. I'm gonna smash it.
Hey, what do you think you're playing at?
So stop you getting eaten by a fucking wolf, that's what. Come on.
One would never guess that these people stood on the brink of war.
And they're afraid. They turn to drink to forget their fears.
Anything you want to forget?
A little aggressive. Is this because I didn't take you on that trip?
The harbor is empty. And half the market stalls too. The city may seem peaceful on the surface, but it's balanced on a knife edge.
Just doing some stretches.
Were we to give it a nudge, it might be just the distraction we need to reach the Mother Crystal.
I thought you might say that. We should send for Gav. We'll need someone to keep the fires we start from going out.
And we can busy ourselves scheming until he gets here.
I'll send a Stolas then.
Do you just have one? Oh, you would just summon one. Okay. Oh, see you, Frankie. Thanks for watching and enjoy your coffee. He sleeps sitting up. Maybe that's part of Clive's, like, ultra elite warrior training. Does this game ever depict him laying down? I don't think Clive's laid down in a bed for 24 years.
What's happening?
I don't know.
He laid down the night before he got his father's clothes. Maybe that's why he had such a personality shift, because he actually had a normal night's sleep. Did Torgal just jump up to the second floor? Yeah. Ooh. That's a cool backdrop for a level.
The city's on fire.
I'm sure Goots is fine. He'll be making for the square.
The one with the bell tower. In the middle of town, right?
This is where we agreed to meet.
Watchman or sentry is to be slain on sight. But spare the citizenry. His Highness's orders were clear. The people...
Those were Imperial Dragoons.
Yeah, this is a pretty Assassin's Creed level, huh? Man, I'm excited for Mirage. I am excited.
What in the hell is going on?
A Prince of Persia game.
Let's go and see.
Right.
I'm hopeful. I feel like it deserves a... I'm excited to give it a fair shake. I'm excited for Ubisoft to make games.
But first we find Goots.
I just hope he's all right.
You there! Identify yourself!
Do we have to?
That was a pretty Geralt-y thing. the yell when you get the like upgraded scatter, whatever it's called. Upheaval. I got the accessory for that, but it's kind of fun like it is. Oh, Metroid Dread, but Prince of Persia? Yeah, I mean, it's kind of what I was talking about before, hoping that there's this world where games that have a AAA price point can just be games. This is there's content. There's a lot of content here. Even if its gameplay scope is
this might take a while.
Not as vast. So I don't know, with things like that, with Mirage, with Prince of Persia, it's like not every game has to sell 20 million copies. Not every game has to shift loads and loads of DLC. It seems like that market is viable. It's just the big publishers have been chasing paydays that these games can't hope to achieve. Maybe, I don't know. This sold 3 million. I'd like to believe that that's good. Whipping that hard.
Glad you're here.
Oh, it dodges the wrong way.
To me, blades!
There's no doubt about it. They're dragoons. What is this then? A civil war?
Where's my new 2D X-Men beat 'em up by Tribute? Oh, they're doing Shredder's Revenge DLC? I haven't played through Shredder's Revenge yet. It seemed like such a fun game, though. Everybody seemed to really enjoy it. Shredder's Revenge, it's one of those games that seemed like a slam dunk that just nobody could make for so long. Hello, Kaiju Panda. Hope you're having a chill hump day. You know what? I am. And thank you for the sub. Appreciate that. My picture of Shadow's dick. Indeed. Indeed, you said it, SubGif. Oh. This is when I can deploy my handy look at objective marker. It doesn't have one. Or maybe Torgal shows you where to go if you do that. Down here, buddy? Can't go up there, can I? Go through there? I'm gonna go through there. Is that where I came from, though? Finished it 4 times. Can't wait for Usagi and the new levels. Yeah, with the... I just played the... I guess I go down here. Alright. I just played the, like, tutorial, basically. Is it still in Game Pass? I have a flight coming up. I could play through it on the plane. Oops.
Over here!
Megalo Crab! Haven't heard you talk to TikTok in a while. You stopped streaming there. I did. It was kind of pointless. Well, not necessarily. There were some people that I started seeing a couple times a day. That was neat. It was good to meet a couple or see a couple of new names show up more than once, but yeah. You get buried so fast on that service if you don't immediately grab people's attention. That's what everything is. And when everyone's doing that, it's just totally not worth it. Ugh. After getting swiped on a couple of times, they will just not recommend you to people anymore. That's what it feels like. If you're really cracking for like
there it is. The bell tower.
The first 5 minutes of you being on TikTok.
Let's go.
And you pick up people that are like just tapping like or commenting a lot, then you can kind of ride it to more and more people, but it's just such a dumb game. So, nah, I give up. Still upload there, but there's also not really a reason to do that.
No goods left.
Oh, do I get to write it up like Assassin's Creed? For real? Oh my gosh, come on now. Come on. Come on now. Yeah, I've played Signalis. That game's rad. I'm glad you're enjoying it.
Where in Gringo's name did you come from?
Okay, Shredder's Revenge still on Game Pass. Nice. Yeah, I got my ROG Ally. It's gonna be max kitted out. I got me a little battery, just in case. Got me another USB-C charger. That's kinda all I need.
Intruders! Open the gate!
I really like that sound. I mean, speaking of X-Men, hold on. That's basically his Colossus yell. It just doesn't go up at the end. Yeah, it just kind of stays low. Oh! Oh my.
Titan!
Damn it! That's not the right one! Oh, I'm messing it all up.
Take this.
Do that again. Do it again. One more time. God damn, that's so awesome. That does so much stun. It put him like 80% stunned already. Barrett Butler, you got a new PFP? Oh. That's quite spooky. Read spooky to me. Children of the Atom remake. Wouldn't like a Marvel platforming game? Would that be cool? Like a Marvel beat 'em up? I guess that was supposed to be Marvel's Avengers.
Damn it. We'll have to find a way around.
Man, Marvel's Avengers should have worked. There was just no style to any of the visuals. I don't understand what they were going for. I guess they were trying to look like the MCU. That's the thing that made all the Marvel games so rad, was Capcom's art style. Oh, Neck, I agree. The Titan music fight, or the Titan fight music, quite incredible. I know for sure that's a song I'm going to be looking up many times in the future. Whenever I'm feeling saucy. Damn it, not the right one.
Over here!
I only played 250 hours of Avengers, and I couldn't find the fun in the combat system. But yeah, if it had had a bit more style, I think that might have eased it along.
Hold on, kids. We're coming.
Mega disappointing story. It had like one or two good scenes where it's like, okay, the chemistry here is working. This is charming. But man, what even happened with the rest of that? I can't remember. It was just like a bunch of disconnected stuff, and then it ended. And then also they made sure you knew that the villain actually didn't die. Oh, Will of the Wisps plus Lightning Rod.
In the prince's name.
Man, to me the campaign was just like flat unfinished. Just like whole awkward camera shots that didn't make a whole lot of sense near the end. To me. Character motivations that didn't make any sense. Ow. Yeah, Gene? Okay, so maybe there's a resonance there, homage or something that escaped my attention. It just seemed like the most milquetoast version of all of it all kind of smashed together, which, well, I don't even know what it felt like. I'm having trouble remembering it now, to be honest.
Soil and stone!
Don't have anything. No. Damn, the timing's different.
Waken wind!
Oh, he's dead. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, the ending was a setup to stuff that never really happened. I guess they thought that they were going to be able to make story content way faster than they did. Yeah, Kamala was charming, but I don't know, it wasn't about her for like the last half, I seem to remember. Like, she was just kind of there. She was watching everything happen. And I don't even remember her saying all that much in the back half of the game. But then again, my memories are dusty and likely inaccurate.
Enemies on the rampart!
I was musing, like, I was just thinking, why can't there be a game that has just the silliest continual updates? But really, I guess Final Fantasy XIV might be the longest running example of that happening. Oh, there was supposed to be a big Captain Marvel expansion that was going to close the whole thing out. Yeah, I'm sure plans changed. Oh, act fast. You know, you're trying to avoid spoilers? Understood. I wouldn't want this game spoiled either, so I get it. Thanks for saying hi, though. I'll be back to streaming other stuff soon, I'm sure. I'm gonna put in some real gamer time on this and see if I can't knock it out soon. Ooh. 2007 RuneScape? Oh, yeah. Yeah, RuneScape. I need to spend some time with old school RuneScape, I think.
Can you see him anywhere?
Yeah, the spectacle dried up pretty fast. Ooh. Ooh. Love this boss theme. To me, this is like the track for this game. It's super identifiable. It's really catchy.
It must be one of
it's been stuck in my head when I'm not playing. Why'd you choose then to miss?
What? To me, blades!
What are you doing? Lasers. Okay, what's that? Emanating. What does that mean?
Get ready.
What does that mean? Lasers. Oh, jeez. What the hell? What the flip? There's so many lasers. Ooh. Nice. Many. Oh. Oh! What are you doing? 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 You need to be doing that. There it is. Those are all missing? Too far away, maybe?
Stand fast.
Oh! God, every time. I'll never not love it. Brrr. What are you doing? Why are you dragon dancing? What is this? You can't do that. Whoa, laser! Lousy!
Nice try.
Okay. Weird. That wasn't good. Don't worry, we got this. Ow! It's fine. Hey, what's up, lemongrass? Hey, loot box. Okay. Missed. Sort of. Jesus. Not the best DPS. That's okay. There we go. Oh. A white rare bone. Being fiercely territorial in nature, it is rare for dragons to attain any considerable size in the wild, as constant infighting ensures that most die young. Those bred and trained in isolation by the Empire, however, do not face this problem, allowing them to grow to unthinkable proportions and have big bones, big dragon bones. It's okay, we beat it up. Looked like a Final Fantasy XIV fight. It was getting closer, right? The attacks where the lasers would come out in specific patterns that you could kind of walk in between. Uh-huh. I was wondering about that, if this game was going to get to, like, raid movement.
I didn't know there'd be a dragon.
Telegraph. Ooh, Sorry. I had to catch the controller from falling off my lap. But yeah, telegraphing AoEs and hitting in precise sequences where you have to move through them. Oh, Alda, if you love floor telegraphs, have I got a game for you?
What now?
Is that...
Imagine a disco floor of lights that you have to walk your way through.
What the hell is it doing up there?
Hey, what's up, Joe Malley?
Bahamut.
Ooh, Agent Tough Juice, thanks for gifting a sub. Appreciate that. What's the matter? He's not going to be attacking the civilians, is he? No! That's not good. Something's gone awry. We were all in on Dion. We thought Dion was the man. What happened? What happened to based Dion?
Don't do this.
We must leave. Now.
He did appear addled in some way. Racked.
This is not what he wanted. Something's happened. Forgive me, Yod. But I must put a stop to this.
Perhaps that's not Dion. Maybe? Yeah, his eyes are yellow? How do we know that's not what his eyes are? Yeah, Annabelle got to him. Ultima got to him. Oh. They have like a crystal laser? Like the freeze cannon in Batman and Robin? Oh, never mind. Okay, can't say I expected that. Huh. Oh, that was fast. Oh. So we got rid of one crystal. Now we got a big old dang other crystal. Wow, Swan. Wait, what? Why does it say Magic Prime? Oh, because Magic Prime also subbed. Okay, there we go. I just had to look up a little bit.
What do we do now?
Magic
then?
Prime and Swan, thank you both for the subs. It is indeed a fraptious day.
We might come back.
As soon as
These more than others. This one
the
specifically.
Imperials and the Dalmex will move in. This may be our only chance.
And Bahamut has gone for now. You should get as far away as you can, Goots.
What? And leave you lot in the lurch? I can't do that. If you're staying, then so am I. I packed everything up before I made a run for it, so if there's out you need, just ask. But I won't be giving it away for free.
It's got to be the vendor.
Forgive us if I did.
Thank you, Goots.
Now that's classic. Am I like right on the cusp of a wicked
Just let me
fight?
get me stuff out. I've got some good stuff for you. How else I can do for you?
Oh, okay.
You don't want me to make yours out else?
You be brave now, boy.
Drake's tail is right there, Clive. It's time to free Storm from the crystal's curse.
Oh, it's past time. But remember, Bahamut is still out there.
And I dare say we'll be seeing him again before the night is done.
Oh no, now we got Ed Sheeran in the mix for goats. Or Goots, excuse me. No. Goots is charming, and we like him. Even if he is kind of annoying and weird. Look at all these crystals.
Our own path.
Damn.
Do you feel that, Clive?
Ether. Just what we need. Another flood.
Yeah.
It's already turned them.
Then there's no reason to hold back. Awaken, wind!
Music, man. They want me to feel sad. I guess a lot of people died. They really didn't need to. It's gotta be Annabelle's fault, right? Or Ultima. Do you think Annabelle's gonna... Do you think she's evil enough to survive up into the cosmic layer of the story? She's gotta strike a deal with Ultima, right? Wouldn't that be sick? That'd be awesome. Annabelle deserves to graduate up to be like cosmic tier villain for a little bit. Like she just... So sick. Shit! I wasn't paying attention, man. You can't have a dude gutter scream like that and expect me to be dodging things. Get out of here. Brrr. The heck? Have I seen tracers? Trancers. No, I'm not familiar with trancers. What's trancers all about? Oh, I don't have that. Oh no! Oh wait. Who was in that? Was it James Caan or something like that?
There must be a way to climb up.
God, some of the sound design when you start using those powered up moves is pretty outrageous. Wait, never mind. Helen Hunt, Tim Thomerson? Tracers. Wait, is it Trancers or Tracers? Trancers. Huh. No, I've never seen this. I think I've seen the cover, but I've never watched the movie. Meet Jack Death. Alright, alright. Is it one of those, like, post-Terminator movies? It's got, like, a sci-fi twist. It is fun to see the movies that just, like, were just wholesale ripping off Road Warrior and The Terminator. I guess there's a ton for Halloween, too. Those low-budget 80s hits that made a lot of directors' careers. That's an understandable thing to emulate. It is fun sometimes to see just, like, crazy low-budget openings to movies that are just total apes of Road Warrior. But it's so cool, you know? Why not? Oh. Oh no.
Is that a phoenix?
I guess that's how you make the fights more ridiculous. Add more icons.
What is he doing?
This was in the cyberpunk boom. How do I kick that off? Blade Runner?
Joshua! Joshua!
Because the imagery is kind of like washed up cop, washed up future cop.
It's too dangerous.
Fuck. Hold on, Joshua. I'm coming! We have to save him.
And we will.
When did Joshua come back? He's been around. He hasn't had a whole lot of contact with Clive.
Not now.
It's insinuated that he's like doing the shadowy work of protecting Clive in this realm. Things that Clive can't or shouldn't know about for some reason. He's keeping Clive safe by staying away from him. Actually, I guess that's literally true since he sucked Ultima into himself. So yeah, they have a whole plot device about how they have to be tragically separated. Even though they know each other's alive. Oh. Who's Ultima? We don't really know. Bad guy. A bad guy in some kind of magic dimension that manifests sometimes to talk some shit.
What was that?
Wanted to inhabit Clive's body. There's something about Clive that's special. It's assuredly linked to the fact that Clive can have multiple icon powers inside of him at once. Most other people have to only be linked with one. So he's probably like some kind of magic blessed special dude who can be super powered, and that's why Ultima wants to be inside of him.
Clive. He can't hear you.
Oh yeah, it doesn't get drained from it?
Joshua!
I haven't seen them say that explicitly, but it stands to reason. He doesn't seem to like... He doesn't suffer the like stonification curse.
And so should we.
Or whatever, he's not turning into stone. That's my brother. Who's doing that? Oh. Remember when you had to use Protect in Final Fantasy XIV? I do. In Stone Skin. Yeah, the classics. I didn't mind casting Protect. I thought it was a bit weird, given the game's general design sensibilities, that there was an ability that you would just... Like, why would you never use it? It's just a thing you have to do. It doesn't mean anything. You just have to hit the button, and you feel temporarily useful. So I get taking it out. But still, it was fun. I liked the way it looked. I guess there must have been... I'm sure there were broader implications that I had no idea about. Oh, crap. I was looking at my... Whoa. There we go. Okay. Fine. This guy's been hitting me with magic the whole time. It's kind of annoying. There we go. It was a waste of time. It prevented people from just jumping in or something like that. Yeah, that makes total sense. I'm a big proponent of... I mean, and to some degree, I think Final Fantasy as a whole series has had an interesting journey of game design. When the like, I feel like menu-based battling was really good for limited hardware. It was a fun enough gameplay loop. It provided a sense of like mental engagement and progression and all that stuff. And the music was cozy. But I think once they started to break down the actual decision flow of menu-based combat,
How are they still standing?
it's pretty easy in most games to just be like, well, you play by an algorithm, right? Which is what 12 did. It just made the algorithm the game. Or mostly that. And then emergency item usage and stuff. And then 13 took it a step further, and they were like, okay, now it's just about party comp. About rolls over time and thinking about debuff timers and buff timers and hitting a rhythm with that churn.
He'll be all right, Clive. He's a survivor.
We're getting close.
15 was about cinematic action, and so is this game, which is kind of interesting. It's actually more down the path of 15 than not. It feels like. Oh. Oh. All right. Okay, now we get, yeah. Bleepy bloopy music. Nice.
Don't care what it wants.
Neither do I.
It feels like the more etheric things get, the more magical and weird, the more electronic the music. So, this bodes well. Oh, this is played before. Man, this track's good, though. Ah. Damn, that timing gets me. that's... Huh. What's up? Yeah.
But then they slammed on then all of a sudden I see traffic is stopped and it's because I started to catch up. So they made up I stopped and hit it.
Okay.
And then I saw the dude, like as I was driving by, he got out and hit the other car. It started, it was like hitting the windows and his girlfriend was hitting the windows and then I watched him spit on the car
What?
as I drove by. And I was
Awesome. Saw full road rage, huh?
like, yeah, a full
Hitting and spitting.
accident and somebody spitting on the windows of I was like, I guess it was better way behind that because that dude would have hit me and then he would have been spitting on my window like it was my fault.
Yeah. Oh, I'm glad you made it home, Steph. You want to talk about dinner? Here, I'm gonna step away for a sec. Well, for those in chat that are in the know, about how long is this whole sequence? Would you say? It's just kind of kicking off. It feels like. Yeah, things in LA are spicy as usual, so that's good. Minutes, that's fine, I think. All right. I forgot about the... I have to put the gem down. Oh no! Stuff came up bingo at Drag Bingo. Were they? I just knew that they were like 1-900 numbers, not 976. That might be an LA only thing stuff. That's weird because you deserve everything. Oh no! What am I doing? What am I doing? That's the bad thing to do! Oh. What? No. Oh, that worked. Wow. Shouldn't have. Yeah, it's about time. Getting the motor running now.
I don't want to know what that is.
Stop it.
We have to end this right now.
okay. Oh, that hurt. Dual casting. What is the other part? Don't kill me! Jesus. Which one is... Oh. I'm surprised that worked. I guess I was close enough to the end of the dash, so this still worked out. Oh, I hate that so hard. I thought I had more time. Yeesh. Whew. Get out of here, necrophobes. Okay. Let me step away for just a minute. And consult with Steph about dinner plans, because maybe I can like get some prep going. But I want to finish this sequence because it sounds like it's awesome. It sounds like the battles are picking up. They're reaching a fever pitch. I'm getting amped. So I want to see what's going on here. But then I'm probably going to take a break, or actually I'll probably end the stream at that point and go cook dinner. But for now, just a little chit chat, just a little planning. I'll be right back. See you soon. Cutting in. We need these anime fights.
These beasts, they're getting stronger.
We can think about them later. Right now, there's only one thing we need to focus on.
The heart.
How do they know that, though? I guess it stands to reason. There's a new crystal in town.
We might be able to get up through the building.
It's worth a try.
That's kind of cool. It was in the ancient texts. The secret lore. Ooh, crystal.
Quiet. There's someone up there.
Have you been reading my ancient texts?
Is someone there?
Have you been consulting my forbidden lore? Oh, nice. Oh, shit.
It's you.
What happened here?
He tried to take him from me. Oh, my boy.
This ought to be satisfying.
Darling.
I kind of hope she gets away. They've got to really string it out.
Is this?
They've established her to be such a monster.
Emperor. Why, Mother? Why did you betray us all?
You have no right. Answer him.
We took you in, savage. Show some respect for those who raised you. Honorable Elwyn, always thinking of his precious homeland. But what worth is a homeland in a world beset by the Blight?
Father did not seek to protect his country. He sought to protect his people.
A leader's duty is not to protect his people. It is to protect the source of his sovereignty. The noble blood that runs in his family's veins. So long as this bloodline remains unbroken, what does it matter if a nation falls? One can always found another. Unlike him, I did my duty. I preserved my line. I bore a son of the noblest blood, to whom the whole world might kneel. That is why I gave Rosaria to Sambrek, that I might join my line with the Lesages and birth a savior of this benighted land, blessed by both Bahamut and the Phoenix!
You sold your country for a child.
She's
Need another. You had.
she's pretty high class crazy, huh?
You were always your father's son, so very strong and bold and daring, and yet you failed to awaken. Would that Joshua had been granted 1/10 of your strength? Oh!
Fucking threw a cup at him.
How the nobles laughed that Elwyn's firstborn was surely the son of a concubine, and my own, not long for this world. The
That was
shame,
good.
the shame of being slandered by one's inferiors. How could you ever know how that feels?
This is good shit.
It should have been you! Why didn't the Phoenix choose you?
Annabella's screen time is going swimmingly.
We spent trying to shoulder the burden that you and the Phoenix and the Duchy foisted on him. That's why I became his shield. To help bear the weight. But what did you do? You betrayed your own blood and surrendered your son to his fate!
My darling boy.
God, the music shift.
I never meant to hurt him.
She even
The
turned to a
soldiers'
new
orders were
direction.
clear.
Oh,
He
man.
was to be spared. Why did you survive when the only one I truly cared for died?
What? Have you not looked out of the window? Joshua is here! The Phoenix lives on! He's battling Bahamut as we speak!
This is some maximum drama right now. She's irredeemable, right? There's no way. She's done so much bad stuff. Oh, no way! Joshua just crashes on in just like that? Awesome. Oh, he's just right effing there.
Joshua! Wake up! I am a shield of Rosaria.
Share the load.
And I will do my duty.
What are you...
This ought to be fun. God. Oh boy. This has got to be the last. Well, I guess there's Ultima, but this is kind of the last big icon showdown that they've teed up.
Clive!
Oh, he's fine. Oh, Odin, right. I forgot about Odin. Barnabas, yes, of course. For some reason, I keep mixing up Odin and Bahamut. Alright, good shit. Remember when I was, like, doing shopping a couple hours ago? Just finding whole casings for an engine. Delivering rocks to people, only to have them be like, oh no, I couldn't possibly. Oh god. If only this game had a fucking fishing minigame. That would make this moment all the more perfect, knowing that it could also be fishing. this one going away now? What's going on here? Blossoming? I guess he was the flower guy. Ah. Crystal flower, huh? Neato. Well, that is a new kind of crystal.
First vomit, then the heart.
All right then. Cooldown now, right? Yeah, brimstone. It's such an abrupt musical cue. It's so memorable. Ooh, it's kind of hard to judge depth. Yeah, Lootbox, these fights are wild. I think they're worth the price of admission. Or at least they contribute a lot to it. I kind of don't mind a game being less interactive or less of an RPG or less of a profound mechanical experience if the non-interactive parts are bananas. I'm a pretty staunch believer in games ought to be mechanically interesting, but it's still possible to be so batshit that it doesn't matter.
Consequences.
Oh, new ability? All right, Spit Flare. Massive stream of light that sears anything in its path. Oh, it's like sick. It's a Godzilla beam. Extended exposure to the flare will cause enemies to become harshly staggered, canceling any initiated abilities. Maintaining the flare for its maximum duration will result in enhanced finishing explosion. Okay. So I guess there will be telegraphed things where I just have to erase a lot of bullets. Like this right now. Oh, I can't aim that far. I guess you want to erase a lot of bullets and then aim at him. Mess that up. You just have to guess. You have to guess or run away.
Thank you, brother.
Though.
Shit. Can't reach him.
Hermosa Beach Iron Man?
Don't do this!
That sounds nice. Run a mile, paddle a mile, and then chug 6 beers. Damn, 6 beers is a lot. That sounds like a good tradition.
I'll come back for you.
21 cocktail pass. I could do it. I could do it. Ooh. Embodying the Phoenix again. All right. Charge, evade. Let's lock on. All right. Ah. Yeah, the music's back. Man, this is cool. I'm glad that the icon fights all have different phases. I think it contributes. It's like it's just the right amount of newness, plus the ridiculous spectacle of it all, to keep it from feeling too like expected, too routine. That'd be the worst thing if like big anime fights felt routine. As long as the Phoenix theme, that makes sense. Fire? No? What's the... Oh, what was that? It was that. That was what I was supposed to do. I was just doing it. It was circle. That was what I was supposed to do. Reminding me, I haven't played Star Fox in a long time. Yeah, that red dot. That ominous red dot. They sure did set that up a long time ago, didn't they? This is so cool. This is totally what like older Final Fantasies would have done if they could have. Ugh. Would have been off screen in Final Fantasy 1. Yeah. Characters would talk about it with a very weird translation, so you wouldn't quite know what was going on. That's what's so cool. That's what's so cool about the theme of this game, but it's not something that would like read in any other way, but it's kind of like Dragon's Dogma. It's kind of like the 4K-ification of quaint 8-bit JRPGs. It is that universe, but scaled up.
Those things are drawing in more ether than I've ever seen.
Sudden key shift. hunt down via on-screen prompt is pretty dialed in Final Fantasy stuff too. Joshua's role is to just get his ass kicked over and over, emotionally and physically. So tragic. Crete was just having a nap.
Clive! Thank the Founder!
Sick.
It's now or never, Joshua.
Time for the ultimate beatdown. Ow, ow, ow. Accidentally really worked out. It's been interrupted. Coward.
Clive, get behind me!
You're sure?
That's interesting. More MMO style mechanics there. Partners in and stack. Dun, 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 dun. How you doing, Thrill House? You having a good night? You enjoyed the stream there? Enjoying whatever the hell you're seeing? You like this music? How about that music? Ow.
Good work, Joshua!
levels of enemy we never thought possible. Bros, the power of bros together at last. Boom! Does exactly 348,000 damage. Or maybe that was 3 million. Complete and total bro out. Nice job. That was cool. That was cool. $3.5 million. All right. Oh wait, no, he's cool. He's flying away. Oh, maybe not. Maybe not. Oh. Oh.
What now?
Crystal. Oh yeah, I guess he's got to go with Kashik, right?
We have to stop him.
Gotta power up. Don't give a shit. I just slurped on some magic juice.
Joshua, are you alright? Damn it. You have to be stronger than this.
Yeah, I got big time lasered.
Show us your true power.
Are they gonna like merge? That's gonna be weird. They can't frickin'. They can't Dragon Ball morph, can they? They're gonna morph together. Yeah, okay. Alright. My music's alright. I like that.
If we become one, it's really enough.
So really, they're just ripping off Breath of Fire now.
We will.
Alright.
Together.
We're just shortcutting all the coolest Dragon Ball plot lines then. Can't wait for the beach episode. Are they in space? Yeah, they're in space, huh? Okay, they just went to space. Are they in space? That could just be the night sky. That really looks like the planet, though. No, they're just... Nope. Yeah, they're in space, huh? Yep. Sure looks like space to me. Alright. I think there's actually more Final Fantasy games that have gone to space than not. Weirdly common thing for a game called Fantasy. Okay, alright. Nope. Gotta fight in space now, alright. Okay, enhanced versions of most of Ifrit's abilities are available. Ifrit Risen. Nice. In addition to Wildfire, Ifrit Risen also has access to the ability Light Speed. Okay. X. Huh. Alright. I thought it would be Circle. Ringer, thanks for the sub. Appreciate that. All the other abilities while embodying Ifrit Risen. I mean, even if I win and I fall down halfway on the other side of the planet,
How can we hope to
it's going to be a problem, right?
by trusting in our own?
That's right. Nope. I can't tell where it is. Oh. What's going on? What? I got hit with something, I think. I'm not done kicking his ass yet. God. You're not gonna let me beat you down this hard, are you? Yeah, Teton, the kaiju fights, or the icon fights in the past have been a struggle under Twitch's bitrate. I can only imagine this is worse than the rest of them. I'm sure it's quite blurry. As long as it's not choppy. Actually, it might be choppy too, because the PS5 can sometimes drop some frames. Whatever, it's still rad, I hope. What you doing? Okay, alright. Okay. You're not gonna let me hit. That's fine. I know that. Oh, I see. A little hard to even see some of these attacks. Darn it! Okay. That I did eat. That one's on there. Boy, this health bar. Looks cool though. That was the wrong button. Celestial Foundry? Good thing I got on the other side of this. Oh God! I was doing grocery shopping a couple hours ago. God damn. Freaking Good Celeste is hall pass, and I had to like go find it for him. I'm fighting a dragon in the stratosphere. Punching a dragon in the face in space.
What in the hell?
Alright, okay. Come on now.
You would burn the world.
not the end of the game? How is this not the climax of the entire game right here? Oh, shoot. People are already setting off fireworks. Of course they are. Of course they are. I'm so excited for July 4th this year, you guys. I'm going to be traveling on the Saturday before the 4th, and I'm worried that I'm going to miss a lot of... Okay, that was cool. Hell yeah. I'm worried that I'm going to miss a lot of fireworks on that Saturday, but I think most people save it for the 4th. They're already putting up all the signs saying, like, fireworks are a crime. Nice. You burn a firework, we burn you. Silly little things like that. No one gives two shits. The power of the icon Bahamut made manifest. Gaming. That was rad. This crystal is as bright as the sun and can be heard to emit a soft hum when held to the ear. That was cool. Space dragon fight. Oh, we're done now. Yeah, how are you guys gonna land? No, they're good. They got him. The crystal.
Dion!
Well, you got a little conch on his noggin there. Nice. Maybe the craziest set piece I've ever seen in a game. I think Ashura's Wrath has still got a couple of notches of absurdity on this game, but it's starting to be a little toe for toe. Is that a thing? Toe to toe? Toe to toe. That's it. 16's getting up there. Oh my gosh. He freaking landed like Goku. He's Goku. They're gonna hug? Yes, bro. Oh, that's so nice. They could have done that at any time, though. There was actually really nothing holding them apart.
I'm so sorry.
They could have hugged years ago.
You're alive. We both are. Nothing else matters.
This is sweet. It is just a bit confusing why they waited, though.
I'd hoped that I would see this day.
Or why Joshua was so weirdly, Maybe Joshua had his reasons, but now that they're together, he can't. He's just like, I've got to hug and cry. Sorry, I'm talking too much.
Reunited at last.
Jill.
No. No. Anime Crytek has finally gotten good. I remember a lot of scenes of video game characters crying, and it just wasn't selling. The drama tears in this game actually sell pretty well. Uh-oh.
This is for my father.
Oh, Interesting. Did he kill a child? I guess theoretically the kid was already dead. So wait, I thought Ultima was inside Joshua. Maybe the child was just like a etheric entity.
It is done. The demon that would tear our house apart is no more. Father.
More anime tears. Damn. What a twist. How dramatic. Dramatique. Oh, is she gonna stay behind and the, like...
It's collapsing.
The castle's gonna collapse on her? That'd be poetic.
No. Wait.
Buried in the rubble of a fallen kingdom. Did we get a child death or a demon child death? It was a demon child death. A demon in the shape of a child.
I owe him a debt.
There was another side quest where a kid straight up died though. Like off camera, but they made it pretty clear that kid got murdered. It's pretty like wild stuff. Normally games do not touch kids in any capacity. They're just not down with that. So it's pretty intense. Oh, is he powering up again?
Don't reinforce the walls.
Inheriting memories.
Report, Captain.
Can nothing be done to call them off?
I regret not, Your Radiance. The Dragoons answer to none but His Imperial Highness. The Council is powerless to intervene.
We're hearing reports of rebel
Madness is this, Dion.
throughout the neighboring districts.
Focus all efforts on extinguishing the fires around the capital. The city can wait.
Don't daddy, man, go!
Your Radiance.
I mean, this is like a flashback to just a short time ago. I guess when Dion is in revolt.
By the light.
That'll maybe explain why Dion opened fire on his own civilians.
Senses. Call off the Dragoons at once.
Fear not. The populace will come to no harm at their hands. I am here to save you, Father.
Save me?
A creeping darkness hides in the heart of Sanbrek. It stems from your wife, the traitorous Annabella.
Not another word, Dion.
Father, though you may not see it, the darkness has taken hold of you. It has made you forget yourself. But I bid you remember, there was a time when you ruled not with cruelty, but with compassion. Why now do you turn your back on your people? Why now do you seek to stoke the fires of war? You too have borne witness to this change, Your Eminences. And you know, as well as I, who is responsible for it. A puppet now sits upon the throne, but cut his strings, and the master loses the power!
What?
Dion, you bear steel before your emperor?
Guards! Take him!
For every citizen who falls, another can be bred. For every home that burns, another can be built. Those were your words. But when the last of your citizens has fallen, and all of their homes have been reduced to ash, what will become of your empire, of its rulers, of your god? As the mother crystals crumble one by one,
thank you.
And the blight sweeps in to claim all that we hold dear.
We got some top drama going on here, though.
Look to their emperor for protection.
Some big speeches.
Yet he labors not to secure their futures, but to seize what is left of the twins for himself. Even if it should come at the cost of everything his loyal citizens have labored to build.
Dion, you must understand.
A small price to pay, is it not? You've been blessed with great power, Dion. Enough to win me the world.
Oh man, he's gonna be a creepy kid now?
So go. Claim Valestia for me, brother.
Brother. Oh shit. Now that's dramatic. Captain Rumpus, I'm really enjoying the game. I'm having a good time. I have a good time every time I play it. Oh yeah, right.
Gods! Gods!
Father.
Poor father. How he doted on his children. That he would die to protect me was plain. It was but a matter of when.
You planned this?
You did well to endure so long. But you broke in the end, as I knew you would. And now Muthos approaches. Put him to the proof. I would see if he breaks.
Chaos.
Go, Bahamut. Kinslayer.
I guess. Alright. He's so mad that he killed his dad that he flipped out and yeah, okay, sure. Whatever.
Not again.
Brother?
Okay, yeah.
It's a long story.
Magically induced by Ultima? Yeah, it seems like it. There was some shady magic going on. Some creepy shots.
Cannot stay here, Mother.
Oh, come on. No. She's got to stay behind.
Take my hand.
She's got to stay behind. She got to absorb Ultima. That's got to be the thing.
Get away from me!
Nice.
This is all just a dream, just a bad dream! You will not take me, Shadow! You will not take me!
Oh shit. Oh shit.
Mother.
Good.
Yeah, I didn't think she was gonna do it either. I thought she was gonna I thought there would rubble would fall in front of her and you wouldn't know. And then they could leave it ambiguous. I guess technically they still could. I mean, Ultima, well, I guess I don't know the rules about Ultima at all. If he can just manifest himself or if he's bound to anything, if getting stabbed in baby form. Yeah, he's still around.
Your wills together.
He's in the ether flow.
Consciousness that blurs the boundary between your own will and that of others. Then we shall set you apart once more. The ties that bind you shall be severed, and humanity return to its proper place.
Okay. What does that mean? With no free will?
Primogenesis shall a new age of reason begin.
Uh-huh. Sure, yeah. Primogenesis. Alright. Okay.
Relax, Your Majesty.
Wait, what's she doing here?
Don't you want to play? It's been a long time.
Is Ultima getting around?
That is your wish.
Men, you are as meek as all the others.
Such feeble creatures.
Now we're talking.
Gifted the power of icons, yet slaves to fickle emotions which usher you to your doom. And so you bind your fragile wills with strands of consciousness.
The wretched handiwork of a wretched people.
The sons of fire were united at last, and for but a moment their flame burned bright. Soon Muthos shall become our perfect vessel.
And then shall the world be remade.
Not before the bonds are severed, of trust, of respect, of love. Only when every strand of consciousness is cut away.
Every strand of consciousness.
Our side.
Cujo Ramsey, thanks for the sub.
By primogenesis shall all be
I like when there's arbitrary rules. It's like, no, the protagonist must suffer maximally.
Of his will. But while he yet clings to it, he has the power
we must undo everything
anew. And so we bid you find Muthos and sever everyone.
So many evil machinations are about to happen.
No physical form. You ask the impossible.
There is nothing your black blade cannot cut, Odin. We shall unite with Muthos and bring forth a new world. So long as our vessel remains unclaimed by humanity.
It shall be done, Master. My will is yours.
I guess I kind of get that. If he has any soft spot for humanity, he won't be a good vessel to rework the entire world and get rid of all humanity. He has to have zero empathy. A morally empty vessel. No connections.
Mother.
That's great. All the best villains have mom issues. Fantastic. Ooh. World map's a different color now. Okay. Alright. Now, there will probably be a cutscene of me landing, but I gotta save and cook. I'm hungry. We'll see how this works out. I hope this is good. Bison pot roast. That seems like something they would eat in Final Fantasy 16, right? I need to serve it in like a chunky wooden bowl.
How is your brother?
Asleep since I returned from the Dominion. Taya says he should be back on his feet soon enough. For a while, at least. She discovered something on his chest. A swelling, circled in stone.
The curse.
Oh.
For every mountain we climb, another arises up to greet us, doesn't it?
Yeah, they've planted that. But they haven't really talked about it much.
It's never ending.
Active time lore? Maybe the curse is an entry now? Yeah, look at that. The price bearers and dominants pay for channeling aether through their bodies. The gradual petrification of their flesh Does not affect those who use a crystal to cast magics. Beginning with a stiffness and ache in the extremities, as the curse progresses, limbs are rendered immobile and the pain unbearable. At last, the victim turns completely to stone and their body crumbles into dust. There is no known cure. Neat. How far removed are we from the plot of Final Fantasy 1 at this point? Gosh. I don't...
Even the sky.
There's only a few plot beats in Final Fantasy 1, and they're pretty weird. I don't really remember, to be honest. Hey, Aussie Maniac. Good to see you. Oh. I slurped up Bahamut at some point in there. Let's see here. An impulse creates multiple spheres of light. Ooh. Begin casting Mega Flare. It's just like a... It's got its own meter. Like a big old spirit bomb charge. Okay, that's pretty rad.
If I disturb Joshua.
Alright. I gotta save. I gotta hang it up. Oh! Okay, cool. New stuff. Yeah, I played Final Fantasy 1 as well, but I don't remember the story very much. I remember pirates, crystals, Golbez, knock you down, Golbez again. That's kind of it. Well, thanks everybody for watching. Man, this game's really fun. I enjoy streaming it. It's fun to talk about it with people. Sure to enjoy people's reactions. Good times. Man, this game's rad. I'm having a great time with it. We'll see where it goes. I still want to get to this Final Fantasy twist and see if it's going to buck me off or not. I should be streaming tomorrow. And then I probably won't for a couple days for the weekend, really. Because I'm going to go collaborate with JT Music on a little project they have going. So that'll be fun. I'm going to go to South Carolina for like a day. And I'm looking forward to that. That should be fun. Those guys seem really cool. All right. Thank you all for watching again. And I hope to catch you next time. Good night, everybody.